Buenos días, mis amigos y mis amigas. Bienvenidos a Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hoy es el 6 de mayo en el año 2024. Me llamo BK. Se llama Miguel. Muchas gracias por todos en esta mañana. Miguel, ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás, my friend, my amigo?
Muy bien. ¿Y tú?
Tú muy bravo.
Me bravo.
Mi Miguel.
Se llama Miguel.
Me llamo Miguel Antón.
Miguel Antón.
Sí.
Miguelito.
Miguelito. Sí, Miguelito. Sí, Miguelito.
There you go.
No doubt. How are you today, man?
I had to hit the folks with a little bit of a curveball. You know, I did spend the weekend in Mexico, so now I am fluent in Spanish, right? That's how it works. You have that one friend who studies abroad or one friend who goes on a long trip overseas and they come back acting like they are a local. So I've got to do that. You know, I spent the last 3 days down in Cozumel, very authentic Mexico, by the way. Not a lot of tourists there.
And, nothing but Mexicans there.
And now I speak Spanish fluently. So there's a new addition to the TSU team right there, Buck.
Very nice. Rodney would like to hear all of that, I'm pretty sure.
I think he would. No, man, I'm good. How was your weekend?
Good. Very busy. Just getting stuff ready for this week and trying to weather was kind of misty and I wouldn't say rainy, just kind of misty. But a little sun yesterday, but I'm ready to go. It's going to be a beautiful week, it looks like.
You ready for the Mullet Open on Friday?
I'm ready.
It's coming up.
I'm ready, except for the old brown truck. All of a sudden this week decides that the battery doesn't want to work. So I've got to jump it and get to, I don't know, O'Reilly's and get myself a battery, put in that old piece of shit, and then I'll be able to go. I got just pickups to do. I don't take it out to Lost Pines. I drive the lesbian car out there, so I'm good.
The brown bomber's giving you problems this week, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. That means I left something on. That's all, because that thing doesn't get in the shed. It stays out straight through the winter. It's been through freezes and everything else, and you just go in there and turn the key. I turned the key and I got absolutely nothing. So I didn't try jumping it with my car. So this morning, that's what I'll try to do. I'll just try to get it to a place. And that battery, when it's like that, that means it's a goner. So you're only going to get enough juice to get to one place,
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't even try it, though, with your car, right? That's usually the first
yesterday. There's enough stuff the weekend I could do with just my car. I did it. I didn't even pull it, but I got it in a funny spot. So I got a tight squeeze in there between the oak tree and some other shit that I wasn't quite. I have to get my mind set before I do that, before I go scratching up everything.
Yeah, there you
go. So I'm ready today because I have to get it done.
You got to get it done. Too much going on with the Mullet Open. Just 4 days away.
I got a little battery pack deal that's supposed to be able to jump a car. It's got little cables on the end. So I'm juicing that up right now to see if that'll do it.
Yeah.
If that doesn't do it, and sometimes, they always tell you about these little deals that you see on HGV TV or whatever that shit is. Oh, it'll get a car battery juiced up. This thing has never worked. It's never worked on a car battery. I used to try it to do the lawnmower when I screw up the lawnmower. So I'm going to try it on the car, but I'm juicing that baby up through this whole show for 2 hours. Then I'm going to run out there and see if I can get it to get the battery going. If not, it generally works when I get the car onto it,
Yeah, you've got a couple of options to at least get you to O'Reilly. Now, you might need a new battery once you get there, but hey, you should be able to at least start it up and get it rolling long enough to get you to the auto parts shop.
Yeah, it's only 5 miles from here.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. That's the worst feeling in the world when you're turning the key in the ignition and you're just getting nothing back. Sucks.
Didn't even puke.
Yeah.
It just didn't do it. It didn't even make a sound. So that means you left something on,
Yeah, it's usually how it works. Well, we've got a lot to get into today, but before any of that, how about a shout out to the soldiers this morning?
Absolutely. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Steven says, well done on the Spanish. I thought I was on the old station listening to you guys. No signal problems with us on TSU.
I don't even know if they have a signal anymore there.
I don't know. If they do, it won't be around for very long.
No, hell no.
Don't let your friends listen to bad sports talk. We are the most entertaining and the most interactive sports talk in all of Central Texas. So keep it locked in here all day, every day. We're live and local right now from 8 to 4. But we've got more additions and more exciting announcements coming in the not too distant future. So make sure you're telling your friends and family about what we've got brewing here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. We love what we've done so far, but the future is very, very bright for us. We got Texas football to get into. The Longhorns landing a big-time transfer over the weekend. We've got some Texas baseball to talk about. We've got some NBA and NHL playoffs to get into, some Major League Baseball as well, some Kentucky Derby to talk about, and an interesting thing I learned on a flight this weekend. Oh, yeah, we've got flight stories. So we know the people love those so much. Had a couple of manservants on my flight yesterday.
You had some manservants, did you?
Yeah, one guy was doing bits too. I'm not a big fan of the bits guy. You know, just tell me what to do and then go sit down and shut up. Bring me my drinks. Bring me my snacks. I don't need a comedy.
Bring me my peanuts, please.
Yeah, I don't need a stand-up show every time I'm on a flight. All right, and I got one of those yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Oh my God!
None of your biscotti, no cookie snacks, just stand-up routine.
No, but I did take a drink cart to the kneecap because I was sitting in the aisle yesterday. Let me tell you, there's no worse feeling in the world than being sound asleep on an airplane and then just getting right to the knee.
To that thing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, see you later, right there. But we got to start off today's show by giving some props to the Texas softball team, who won the Big 12 over the weekend. And we knew there was a chance of this happening going into Friday, but the Longhorns needed a couple of things to go their way for them to be able to win the Big 12 outright, and they got everything they needed. Number one, Texas had to go on the road and sweep Texas Tech, which, light work. How about 3 run rules for the Longhorns in Lubbock? Way to go, Yormark.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 straight run rules for Texas softball, including a 23-0 win on Saturday.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah. How about Texas outscoring Texas Tech 50-7 in those 3 softball games?
Yeah, that'll get you a new coach in a hurry.
Oh, man. So that needed to happen, right? Texas had to take care of its business, but we also needed some help from Oklahoma State. Right? Because even though Texas was the number 1 team in the country going into Friday, even though Texas had beaten Oklahoma 2 out of 3 times earlier this year when they played, OU still had a 1-game lead in the Big 12 going into the final series of the year. So if Oklahoma State beat OU once, then that meant a Texas sweep would have given a split for the Big 12 title. But if OSU beat OU twice and Texas swept Texas Tech, well, that means Texas was going to win the Big 12 outright. And shout out to the Cowgirls of Oklahoma State. They took 2 of 3 from OU in Norman.
Yippee-ki-yay. Yeah, way to go.
How about that? How about OSU football and softball winning Bedlam on their way out the door?
That hurts.
Right? Because OU, of course, joining Texas in the SEC, and that rivalry will not continue, at least in the foreseeable future. So the last ever football matchup in a series that's been dominated by OU went to OSU. And the last ever softball series in a matchup that's been dominated by the Sooners went Oklahoma State's way as well. So congrats to OSU, but more importantly, thank you, OSU, for taking care of the Sooners and allowing Texas to win its first Big 12 softball championship since 2010. It's been a while. They got it done.
Yeah, OU has owned that trophy. And now for Texas to get that on the way out, that's 2, 3, that's about 4 of those championships on the way out for Texas sports. And they're not done.
Texas has won, I think, 12 Big 12 championships across all sports this year, right? I mean, they have just dominated this conference this season. And I don't know how many folks care about the Director's Cup, which is that big athletic department contest that happens every year. But Texas right now,
have they not the last 3 of the last 2?
They won 2, and I think Stanford won it last year. And it's kind of those 2 teams always fighting neck and neck for the Director's Cup. But I think Texas right now has the lead. So it's not just Big 12 dominance, it's college sports dominance for this athletic department right now. So, yeah, no, Texas has just owned the Big 12 this year in most sports. I don't know if there's any other Big 12 school that has like 3 conference championships this year.
So.
Texas is in double digits right now. So, yeah, softball, I don't know if anybody expected this. We knew this was a really, really good softball team going into the year, but Oklahoma had like a 3-year-long win streak. You just kind of assume they're going to find a way to win the conference and really win the national championship. But Texas took care of the Sooners. They got the help that they needed. And the Longhorns, forget just the Big 12. This is the number 1 team in the country. Like, this is a group that has a legitimate shot to win a national championship here in a couple of weeks. So, Big 12 tournament this week in Oklahoma City, and then the actual tournament will begin for women's college softball, and the Longhorns have a really, really good shot to win the whole damn thing, which would be pretty special for Mike White.
So we're giving away another gift card this week. Are we giving away 2?
We got 2 gift cards to give away.
Wow.
Yeah, because Texas baseball took care of business. Speaking of Oklahoma State, Texas got some help from Oklahoma State in softball. Texas was playing Oklahoma State in baseball, and the Longhorns took 2 of 3 from the Cowpokes here in Austin. And believe it or not, they won their game on Friday, Buck.
Wow.
The first Friday win for Texas since March 8th.
Jeez.
Yeah. Almost 2 full months since the Longhorns had taken a series opener against anybody. I mean, that predates conference play. Like, they weren't winning series openers against teams like Washington back in the non-con.
Man.
They finally found a way to win a Friday game. Then they took care of business on Saturday to clinch a series victory. Pretty lifeless performance yesterday. They got blown out, and your boy LeBron Johnson struggled again on the mound. But the good news is, yeah, another series win for Texas. The bad news is the team they're chasing, Oklahoma, swept its weekend series against Texas Tech. Way to go, your Mark. You idiots are good for nothing.
I mean, really, is there anything that they do well?
No, absolutely not. I mean, they judge meat. That's what they do well, actually. They're very good at judging other people's meat. That's the one sport Texas Tech actually wins national championships in, meat judging.
Nice.
So if you ever want someone to look at your meat, just head out to the South Plains.
Whip it out there.
And whip it out there, and they will judge it for you. They'll touch it. They'll smell it.
Oh my.
They'll look at it. They'll feel it.
They'll feel it. They'll do everything to your meat. Wow.
Yeah. They gotta judge it, man. They gotta make sure that it's
they'll put a ribbon on your meat.
Yeah, they'll staple it to it.
Wow. Oh no. Come on now.
Oh, sorry about that, Eminem. Yeah, that's what Texas Tech is good for. So yeah, they'll have to taste it too.
They have to.
Yeah, that's how it works.
You gotta taste it.
That's how it works. So way to go, Lubbock. But yeah, Texas really could have used some help from Texas Tech. And that series was in Lubbock too. So give OU some credit. They took care of business. But even though Texas won a series, they actually lost ground in the Big 12 baseball race. And look, it ain't over till it's over. But Texas is now 3 games back of first place with just 2 series left. And I looked at OU's opponents. I mean, OU has Baylor, who's been one of the worst teams in the Big 12. And they have Cincinnati, who's middle of the road in the Big 12. So Texas has at UCF and Kansas. The good news for the Longhorns, most of their tough Big 12 opponents are behind them, but they need to win all of their games and also get some serious help from those 2 teams playing OU. Otherwise, you finish second, not the worst thing in the world, but otherwise, yeah, you're not winning the Big 12 in baseball on your way out the door.
No share, any of that.
Well, they could. I mean, if they're tied, it'd be a share, even though Texas beat OU in its series in Austin this year. If it's a tie in the standings, there's no tiebreaker. It would just be a sharing of the Big 12 title, and you'll take that. You still get to claim credit for a Big 12 championship if you split one. But, yeah, I mean, Texas 3 games back with 6 games left. Crazier-ish has happened, but you need a minor miracle to find a way to win the regular season Big 12 baseball championship.
Congratulations to the ladies. Good job. Championship.
Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome for Texas softball. This team has been a ton of fun to watch this year. And, yeah, to dethrone Oklahoma, to win that series a couple of months ago, and to find a way to win the Big 12. Now, hopefully you double down. Big 12 tournament this week up in Oklahoma City. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I mean, I won't soapbox on this too much, but the conference softball tournament is in Oklahoma, and the Women's College World Series is in Oklahoma. And you wonder why Oklahoma is so damn good in this sport. I think it helps to have all of those big games played basically in your backyard. I mean, Oklahoma City is less than an hour away from Norman, so they're good regardless, but I think that's a nice recruiting pitch when you get to say, hey, if you come here, all the home games will be here, and then all of the postseason games are going to be here too. So
that's great.
We'll go ahead and find you a job here in Oklahoma City, parents. And, yeah, you don't have to go anywhere. We got you.
Man.
We got you. By the way, since we're dunking on Texas Tech a little bit this morning, let me pull up a little graphic from Kyle Umlang, who's a big fan favorite for Texas folk and a big, well, everyone outside of Texas hates this guy. Here are the final matchups between Texas and Texas Tech in all of the main Division I sports. The last ever meeting between Texas and Texas Tech. You've got the scores on the screen, but if you're tuned in on the app, number one, thank you. Number two, we'll let you know. Texas beat Texas Tech in the final soccer matchup. Obviously, the final football game. The Longhorns won that by 50. Let's not forget that. Volleyball, they swept Texas Tech. Women's basketball, men's basketball, baseball, men's tennis, women's tennis, and softball. Pretty much every major college sport. The last ever scheduled meeting between the Longhorns and the Red Raiders went Texas's way. So
you got to play them on your off schedule out of conference because they're beatable anytime you play them. Oh yeah. Wins? Oh hell yeah! It looks that way.
Hey, remember, Buck,
it's a lot of wins.
The Big 12 runs through Lubbock.
It never did. It never will.
You can see it on your screen now that the Big 12 runs through Lubbock.
It pisses and craps right through it, like crap through a goose. Look at that. That's horrible.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of programs.
It's the Philadelphia Eagles fan base of college sports.
I'm pretty sure that their athletic director understands what that looks like.
He should.
Man.
He might not, but he should understand what that looks like. So, successful weekend for the Diamond Sports, which means we do have a couple of Cabo Bob's gift cards to give away. And hell, we can give one away today. We'll do it on a Monday.
There you go. Randomizer at work on a Monday.
Randomizer will be at work at some point between now and 10 o'clock. We will be giving away one $50 gift card to Cabo Bob's, one of our great sponsors here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All you have to do to enter, leave a YouTube comment or send us a text on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. It does not matter what you say. Doesn't matter how many times you say it. It's one entry per person, but you leave us a message and you will have the chance to win that $50 Cabo Bob's gift card.
Very nice.
About a post Cinco de Mayo gift for the people.
There you go.
Did you do anything for Cinco de Mayo yesterday, Buck?
I Cinco de Worco.
That feels offensive.
Yeah. Yeah. I spent the time in the shed putting Tito's bottles together. Tito's packages ready to go for Friday.
I'm sure a lot of folks were consuming the Tito's. You were just packing it up.
No doubt. I was packing it. They were drinking it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm here to tell you right now that Cinco de Mayo is not only not a big deal in Mexico, it is not a deal in Mexico.
No.
Like I woke up there yesterday and it was the same as any other day.
No fireworks, nothing.
No celebrations, no fireworks.
No slapping of the piñatas anywhere, no.
I didn't see any, at least. And Cozumel, and I guess I can't speak for the whole country. I was just on a small island, but not a whole lot going on. I flew back to Houston. I had a 3.5-hour layover in Houston last night.
3.5 there?
3.5. Yeah,
there was like
back. I could have driven back in that time frame, but I went to Buffalo Wild Wings because I had to watch the Stars. I'll get into that story a little bit later.
Wow.
But they had some Latino music going on there. I'm like, why is all this Spanish music happening at Buffalo Wild Wings? What are we doing? And then it just finally hit the people. It was like 3 of us there. We all had layover. And it's like, oh, shit, it's Cinco de Mayo.
It's Cinco de Buffalo.
Yep, Cinco de Buffalo. So there you go. There's all of that. But Texas baseball, by the way, 4 straight conference series wins for the Longhorns. This team was left for dead by a lot of Longhorn fans and by a lot of college baseball pundits out there. And look, it doesn't look like they are going to find a way to win the Big 12, but they are in a 3-way tie for second, and barring a total collapse down the stretch. There are no more midweek games. It's just 6 games, 2 series left for Texas over these next 2 weekends. Barring a total collapse, Texas is at least going to make it to the tournament.
Awesome.
And, we'll see what happens when they get there. But some entertaining games on Friday and Saturday. Both games were close late. The Longhorns had some clutch at-bats, and they got some clutch outs from their pitching staff. Can't say enough about Max Ballou, who has carried the offense this year. Hell, the offense has been great top to bottom. But Ballou, the game-winning homer in the 8th inning on Saturday to break a tie to clinch the series victory for Texas. Some nice W's for the Longhorn baseball team. And we don't complain about series wins. You can't control Texas Tech sucking at sports. So they didn't help you out against OU, but you took care of your business, and we'll take another series dub for David Pierce.
You know, BK, I've never heard of a 3-hour delay from Houston to Austin. I've heard of an hour delay.
Yeah, it wasn't a delay. It was just a scheduled layover. Like I assumed, and maybe during the week when people are working, they have way more flights from Austin to Houston and vice versa.
Sure.
But like I looked to see if I could get on an earlier flight, and there was like a flight at 3, and then there was a flight at 8:40, which was the one I ended up getting on. And then there was one more at like 10:30. But yeah, I figured like every half hour there'd be flights.
Or every 40 minutes, something
like that, right? Yeah. Like at least one an hour. But no. So, I had to watch the first 2 periods of a Game 7 for my favorite hockey team at the Houston Hobby Airport at a Buffalo Wild Wings, just pounding Long Island iced teas.
There you go.
Because Altstadt ain't strong enough. Y'all know I love Altstadt. That ain't strong enough for Game 7. I need all the mixture that comes in one of those iced teas. And it was me and a buddy and his pregnant wife. She was not drinking the Long Island iced tea, so we had to drink for 2 last night. And
I watched Game 7. I watched Game 6. Game 6 the other night was unbelievable. It was. I mean, they had about a couple of 6-minute stretches with no whistle, and it was. You talk about guys looking exhausted. It was nonstop. They had a 7-minute stretch, and they had a 5-minute stretch with no stoppage in play. I was like, man. And they kept changing lines, and guys kept coming out there. I'm like, look at these guys. And it was an offensive display, and the goalkeeping was unbelievable. But those long stretches without a whistle, now I see why those guys get in those corners and want that puck to be iced. I mean, they want stoppage. They need to rest.
There is truly nothing like playoff hockey, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, playoff anything is better than regular season anything, but playoff hockey is second to none. You know, for my money, it's that and the NCAA basketball tournament as the 2 best postseasons in sports, obviously for very different reasons, right? In college basketball, it's one and done, right? Like there's no series. You better play well every time you take the floor. Otherwise, your season is over. So that adds a ton of drama. But the best of 7 format you get combined with the intensity of postseason hockey, it's as good as it gets, man. Like you don't have to have a dog in the fight to be entertained by what happens in the summertime on the ice. So, great series. The defending champs, Vegas, going up against the number 1 seed Dallas Stars. And everyone thought it was going to be a great series, and it lived up to the billing, going the distance. And the Stars dethrone the Golden Knights, and they find a way to advance to round 2, where they've got to play the champion from 2 years ago, the Colorado Avalanche. So it's not like it gets a hell of a lot easier for the Stars, but huge, huge win. And every hockey fan hates Vegas. So everyone was rooting for Dallas. They kind of became America's team with that series, and they found a way to get it done. But no rest for the weary, because game 1 in round 2 is tomorrow night against the Avalanche in Dallas. So, yeah, playoff hockey was great. The first round is done. We can talk about some of the other games. I'll give you some love, because in game 6, you had a 5,000 unit play on the Toronto Maple Leafs to win that one and force a game 7. And they did. Now, they lost game 7 in Boston. By the way, our man Tom McKay and the kid were at that game 7 in Boston on Saturday. But, yeah, your hockey plays haven't been that bad. Basketball's been hurting you a little bit, but the NHL playoff plays from the Buck have been solid to this point.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson's been hurting me. That's who's been hurting me. That guy is out of this world good.
Yeah.
Little old dude. He is special.
He's a beast. Yep. He was awesome for the Knicks in that closeout game in Philly. I think that was, Thursday night when that happens?
I think so. Thursday night. Yeah, that guy couldn't miss. I mean, he couldn't miss a 3, and he was taking guys in the paint. And you know what? They talk about him versus Indiana. Does he have to score 40 every night? It's not does he have to. He just scores that much. He doesn't miss shots. It's for him, to me, if he's not in the high 30s, I'm thinking he's had a bad game. That's just how good he is. I mean, he controls the paint for a little guy.
Yeah, he's a problem, right? He could score from every level, and you're right. His post-up game is very, very good, despite him being a point guard. But he's strong and he's built, right? He's obviously not the tallest guy on the floor, but you put him against most guards in the league, and he's going to have that strength advantage. So he can sort of try to
put length on him, and then he goes right around those dudes.
Yeah, he's one of the best players in the league right now. He really is. And for Mavs fans, he was on the Mavs for a while and was kind of coming into his own, but he left to sign with the Knicks in free agency. So the Mavs ended up with Kyrie Irving, and Dallas is in round 2 as well. So I don't think there's that much regret for Dallas fans. But yeah, Jalen Brunson, almost like James Harden, right? James Harden was in Oklahoma City, was coming off the bench. He had Durant and Westbrook on that team, and he was still really good, but like he needed to go somewhere else to really blossom. And he goes to Houston and becomes one of the best players in the league and one of the best scorers the NBA has ever seen. Like that's kind of what happened to Jalen Brunson, right? Like he needed to be in his own place. He would have gotten better in Dallas, obviously, but Luka would have always been the guy there. He goes to New York. He's the man there. And yeah, he has flourished and become, once again, one of the best players in the association. So yeah, the Knicks, they found a way to get by Philly, and then they get lucky because Milwaukee didn't have Dame Lillard and Giannis for their first round series. So instead of having to play, a fully healthy Bucks team, they get the 6th seed Indiana Pacers in round 2. So never want to assume anything, but I feel like New York is going to get that one done, and then they'll be in the Eastern Conference Finals, probably going up against Boston.
Where they'll get hammered, because everybody's getting hammered by that group.
Yeah, that second round series starts tomorrow. Boston against Cleveland. The Cavs won game 7 against Orlando yesterday in a series where the home team won all 7 games. How about the game 1 line for tomorrow night in Boston? 11.5.
I like it.
For the C's.
Yeah, that'll be a 5,000 unit play, first game at home. Just control Mitchell, you control the game. Yeah, well, he's going to get his.
I was going to say, easier said than done. That guy's
going to get his.
He's pretty good too. And the lifetime Longhorn Jared Allen, a part of that squad as well. How about some 1,000 unit plays for tonight's action? Anything for you, Buck? We've got 2 games in the NBA.
We got Denver playing again.
Yep, you got game 2. Minnesota went on the road into the Mile High City and took game 1 from the Nuggets. So game 2 tonight, Denver a 5.5-point home favorite to even up that series.
Yeah, I'll take the Nuggets for 5,000.
Okay. And then you do have game 1 of the aforementioned Pacers-Knicks series at the Garden. That's also a 5.5-point line in favor of the home team.
And I'll take another 5,000 unit play on the home team.
Okay, so both home teams minus 5.5 tonight.
That'll get me well. That'll get me going.
Okay. Yeah, you are down a total of 7,000 units in
That'll
this
get us up.
playoff.
That'll put us in the plus right there.
I like that. All right, so 5,000 units on each. Any hockey plays tonight?
No hockey.
No hockey. That's where you've been good.
No.
Okay.
Who are the Rangers playing?
No game there tonight. There's only one game on the ice. It's the Bruins and the Panthers. Game 1 in Sunrise.
Ooh. You know what? I'll take the Panthers for 5,000 units.
There we go. All right. You give the people what they want. That's awfully kind of you, Buck.
Yes, they need to have that. There's 3 5,000 unit plays.
So you
Get you well on a Monday.
15,000 units on the line in the association and in the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. Call your cousins and fade accordingly.
No,
okay.
And for the Derby, I never made it down to Retama because I just had too much to do. You know, I had my granddaughter's last soccer game that they called it because she was sick. My daughter says, nope, not taking them. Everybody's sick, including me.
Oh, come on.
If I would have known that, I'd have been down at Retama at 7 o'clock in the morning getting my bets in.
The last game of the year, she called in sick?
She was sick. The kid was sick.
What?
They were all sick. My grandson couldn't go to his little baseball game. He was sick. I know, the kids, of course, want to play, but mom and dad are sick too, so they got to take everybody. They're like, hell no, last game, call it.
Was this a playoff game?
No, it was just the last regular season soccer game.
Man, I mean, you're leaving your teammates out to dry if you're not going to show up. It's a huge game.
Yeah, they were. I got to find out if they won because they were undefeated going into that.
Oh, we need a Michael Jordan flu game from your grandkid.
My granddaughter doesn't know how to lose yet, so I got to find out. I mean, even if they lost, she wasn't there, so she'll say, "Hey, I didn't lose." That'll be her deal. Goes, they lost, I didn't lose.
I hear there are some big egos in youth soccer these days.
So they're awful.
Got to be careful.
I mean, I've enjoyed it, but yeah, I was kind of thinking, man, let me know a little bit sooner. Like at 6 o'clock in the morning, call Grandpa and say, "Hey, Coach, we're not playing," because Coach would have been on his way down to Retama.
Yeah,
and I would have had the 2-horse for sure. I would have had the runner-up.
Not Mystic Dan.
Yeah. I would have had some. No, I wouldn't have had the 3. I'd have played a couple numbers with the 2 in second, and I would have never had. Well, I would have played the favorite who ended up being like 15. I think it was Ferocity. I think that horse ended up like 15.
Fierceness.
Yeah. How about that dude ended up 15?
Yeah, a lot of money was lost on that guy. Wow. Yeah. Photo finish in the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. It's the first Derby I've missed live in a long time. And of course, it's like one of the best ones ever. But Mystic Dan finds a way to get it done. What are the numbers you usually play? Do you have regular numbers?
I play, of course, I played the 2 because of Secretariat. That is my favorite number. So I always pick the 2 to win, place, and show. So I had place money on the 2. And of course 11, the number 11 and 7, but it was the deuce and the 11 that would have been part of a trifecta. I would have got in there somehow with that 11 coming in third place. I mean, they were right there. All 3 of them were there. I just would have never had the 3.
Well, what's the expression? Win by a nose.
Yes.
You look at the still shot, and the nose of Mystic Dan was just ahead of the nose of Sierra Leone.
Yeah, Sierra Leone was my horse.
Yeah,
basically. So I'd have got some money in that place, but I would have never had the 3. That's not one of my numbers. The Blue Silks generally is not a play for me. Every once in a while, but I like the 7, the 11, the 2, the 5, but the 11 was right there too. I would have had money on that 11, so I'd have got all my money back with a show and a place. But I would not have had the win. I would not have had the winner.
Mystic Dan, 18-1.
What a great ride too.
Close. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun over the weekend. I watched it in the airport yesterday, but man, It delivered for sure. All right, before we get into some Texas football news, because the Longhorns did land a big-time transfer at a big-time position of need over the weekend, let's give some shout-outs to some of our great sponsors.
Good folks over at Sue Patrick, Jay Willems and Sue Patrick since 1975. They've got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed items there and gifts. Wide variety of men's and women's clothing, all kinds of polos, hoodies, the whole works. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49 and free curbside pickup, folks, as well. But you can drop by the store at 5222 Burnett Road, and you'll see they even got luggage there. You know, and the bag apes can't destroy the luggage that Sue Patrick carries right now, the Longhorn luggage. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. While you're there, do say hello to Sue and Jay Willems while you are there. Love Sue Patrick.
Yes, absolutely. And we might be out there later this week.
Absolutely. We got Mother's Day coming up this weekend. Hey, wonderful job by me, of course, picking the weekend for the Mullet Open. Mother's Day weekend coming up. And, of course, somebody's graduating the second week of May. There's always – every weekend in May there's graduations. So I can't it's like I can't pick the right day for this Mullet Open. It's either on the graduation weekend, but, hell, people go to the Mullet Open first before they go to the graduation. But Mother's Day weekend, hard for that one on a Sunday, when people are leaving town on a Friday. But the Mullet Open is going to be packed. And happy Mother's Day weekend coming up to all you mothers.
You hate the moms, I guess.
No, I love the moms. Love the moms. Absolutely.
Golf tournament.
Next year, here's what we're going to do. We're going to figure out how the Ricky tournament is generally on a Monday. That way we can get Ricky on a Friday for the Mullet Open and then make it to his tournament. So he has to come on a Friday.
Back to back?
Then we got him for Friday, and then we'll see him Monday, yes.
2 school days in a row?
2 school days in a row, yes.
Wow, okay.
Well, his little 2-year-old out in California ain't in school yet, I don't believe. I don't think so. So
it's crazy.
Yeah, we'll be able to wheel and deal that. So I'll find out when they're going to have that celebrity tournament next year and work the Mullet Open around that.
I'll tell you what, there are some folks who will be attending the Mullet Open later this week who will be getting their Mother's Day gifts from your raffle.
Absolutely. I forgot about that. Perfect timing for them. Oh, I went out and got this just for you.
That is
how that works.
Or the silent auction. Don't forget about that.
Absolutely.
That's going on again. And you don't have to be playing in the tournament. If you want to stop by during the day and place a bid on one of those silent auction items, you can make it happen. Hell, I don't know. Are you going to let me post pictures and see if we get some listeners to place bids online? Is that too hectic?
No, it's fine. We'll see if we can do that.
I have to find a way to make that happen. But, looking forward to that this Friday. Get your Mother's Day stuff, though. Get it at Sue Patrick. That's the best place to get your Mother's Day gift.
You know what? I got an autographed baseball signed by Roger Clemens. I've got a Mickey Mantle and a Roger Clemens ball now. Now I got to get a Nolan Ryan, and those will be going. I'm going to give all that stuff to my grandson, who's a little baseball player now. But that was cool getting that one from Roger Clemens. That is a cool deal.
Yep.
I was telling people last week, BK, that was, I had never talked to Roger Clemens, but my expectations was he wasn't going to be as cool as he was. That's on me, but he was a cool dude.
Yeah, that was a fun conversation.
He was a lot more laid back than I thought he would be,
Yeah, agreed. Last Monday. I got him right before going on the golf course, so maybe he's just relaxed when he gets to go play 18.
Sure.
But, awesome. And I've got a Roger Clemens signed baseball in here too.
Yeah, we need to give that one away sometime. Maybe our 8,000, we hit that mark. No, they're not getting 10,000. That's a 10,000.
That's a 10,000. Yep. We've got a Roger Clemens signed baseball. We've got a Brooks Kieschnick signed baseball.
Absolutely.
We got to make the people earn it a little bit. The quicker we get to 10K, the quicker y'all will have the chance to win those great prizes.
Yeah, I feel as excited about that one as I do the Mickey Mantle ball that I have.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
A lot easier to get Roger Clemens to sign a baseball in 2024 than Mickey Mantle.
Yeah, that dude, Mickey Mantle, signed him to my buddy Carl a long time ago. They played golf in a tournament, and Mickey was so drunk, and Carl said, listen, here's the deal. We'll play against each other, but every time I beat you on a hole, you got to sign a baseball to me. And Mickey Mantle said, bet, because he thought he could beat Carl at I guess it's some celebrity deal. And so Carl had about 15 balls signed by Mickey. Mickey was shit on the golf course. So he ended up signing all these balls, and Carl had a whole golf bag full of signed Mickey Mantle balls, and he gave me one.
That's
which I was
awesome.
like, wow.
Wow.
That was great.
So Mickey Mantle was Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan, huh?
Oh my goodness.
Just a degenerate gambler who
he was. Oh yeah, he would gamble on him signing balls to guys.
God, I thought he could beat you at everything. So
oh yeah.
Yeah, well, that's good. Smarter to bet autographs than bet money.
Absolutely.
Or bet your father's life, Michael Jordan.
Yeah. Oh, gee.
Idiot. All right. Hey, speaking of great gifts, audio-visual consultations.
Yes.
Now, that's a gift for, your wife. She's mama for your children. Right. You can get her the gift of a new TV from AV Consultations. And then that gift becomes your gift because you get to watch the TV too.
That's always all about her.
It's all about her, but it's also all about you. Don't forget about that. 512-255-8678, the phone number to call. Or, hey, if you are a mama, you want to get yourself something for Mother's Day, the custom TV setup from Audio Visual Consultations is what you need. Y'all make sure to get it done right now. Playoff hockey, playoff basketball going on. Of course, football just a few months away. Baseball in full swing. So many great sports happenings going on, which means you need that custom TV setup in the comfort of your own home. There's only one company to call to make that happen. That's Audio Visual Consultations. Once again, 512-255-8678, or you can find them online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, man, if you don't know much about hockey, let me just tell you, you need to see hockey if you're not going to it live, but you need a big screen. It makes a huge difference.
Oh, yeah.
It really, really does, man. I love watching hockey on TV because I know the game. I know the speed of the game and stuff. But if you don't, yes, I do know the game.
You know the game?
I played hockey in Pennsylvania.
Like 85 years ago, the game has changed.
No, I played hockey in figure skates,
Oh, you were a figure skater?
Well, yes, I was. But nobody had hockey skates where I lived. Nobody was playing hockey. You play with your figure skates on because of the speed, But I know one thing, there's nothing like getting hit with a puck in a figure skate than a hockey shoe. Wow.
Oh, no padding in the figure skates.
Oh my God, does that sting? That's meat. That's puck on meat. When that thing hits you on the side of the foot, no wonder I've got bunions now in that area. I used to take a bunch of pucks there. I was decent. I could move. I moved pretty good.
Sure. Yeah, you were a good figure skater. That explains a lot.
I was a fine figure skater too. Double loop, triple toe.
I don't know what that means, but there's no way you could actually do that.
Triple axle. I was all that stuff.
Isn't that like 3 turns and 1 jump?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that. There's just no way you can do that.
Dude, we used to go to the ice skating rink. That's where you met the girls, and that's where you met the girls there.
Oh, you met the girls figure skating?
Well, no, that's where you met the women at figure skating.
Oh, well, they didn't want anything to do with you.
Come on. Black man on ice? Are you kidding me?
Figure skating. Man figure skating.
Black on ice.
Black ice? You were black ice?
That was great, man. I loved going out. And then we had the place where we just fill up with the right there in the Rose Garden. That's where we did our figure skating. We really didn't go all the way to the figure skating place that often. We had our own right there in the park. We did everything at the Rose Garden. We played buck, we played football, and we ice skated right there. We also had dances. Buck, number one, you'd pile a bunch of guys, they'd jump on your back. Well, you don't remember. You wouldn't understand buck. It's hard to say. It's just it's a kid's game. Well, a bunch of people pile on your back, and then the next guy jumps up on their back. And then if you were on the bottom, you got to hold up the whole stack of people.
Sounds kind of gay.
It's not.
Is all dudes doing this?
It's all dudes. You're mounting dudes.
I mean, look.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, it's just a pig pile. That's all. But you had to hold them up. You had to be able to hold them up. Your line had to hold up the remainder of guys jumping on their back, and then a guy would jump on that person's back, and it was huge. You could get
what was huge?
No, the pile. And then if you couldn't hold up, that thing would go down. And if you're on the bottom of that pile, not good.
Yeah, you're getting pile drived by.
I wonder why I have a bad back. I'm still wondering why. That whole Rose Garden did a lot of bad things to me. I blew up the I blew the phone booth up with a stick of dynamite that when I was at a 4th of July, I was at a 4th of July fireworks event, and one of the fireworks at the end didn't go off, and the one that has the big boom at the end landed near me, and I took it and I stuck it in a phone booth and lit it, an all glass phone booth. Before I got a half a block, the thing went off and it shook us to the ground, and it came back the next day, and the only thing remaining was the metal bottom.
No
I mean,
way.
if anybody would have come out of their car to use that phone booth at that time, I wouldn't be here today. I'd still be in prison somewhere as a kid.
You think they would have found you?
Oh, they would have found me. They knew exactly who to come to, believe me.
Oh,
in my neighborhood, I mean, there was nothing but the metal bottom left. There's like, you couldn't even find the metal pieces, or glass was miles away.
So you just lit it. You just lit it and ran.
Lit it and ran, dude.
Oh,
it was like, but before we got a half a block, when it exploded, it shook you down to the ground.
There's a lot to unpack from these last 5 minutes here.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Bethlehem.
Okay, you have back issues because you got mounted by a bunch of dudes growing up. That explains the back problems. That also explains the poop deck story from your college days, because you were starting young in that front, which is perfectly fine. If you're into that,
I'm a man figure skater.
That's all right. And you're a figure skater. I hope your wife, your lovely wife, knows all of these things. Yes. She might be packing a bag right now to try to leave after hearing some of these stories. So all of that is out there. And then you blew up a phone booth.
Terrorist.
That's actually awesome. I mean, yeah, you are a terrorist, but that is fantastic. That's
not. Somebody could actually died there.
Well, yeah, it's funny because no one died. If someone died, it wouldn't be very funny.
No, but I wouldn't be here to tell that story.
Yeah, because nobody died, we can look back and laugh. That is hilarious. And now I want to do the same thing.
There was no phone left. There was no, and that was the pay phone. There was nothing to the phone. It was gone. Everything was disintegrated.
Thank God no one was, forget in the phone booth. Thank God no one was close to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I mean,
if you were a half mile away, number one, how long did it take the firework to go off?
Oh, no, I said a half a block away running.
Oh, okay. I misheard you then. So
no, half a block.
Okay. And it still knocked you to the ground?
Oh, yeah, it was crazy. I mean, because those explosions, you hear those at the end of fireworks, that piece that goes off? That's what that was. And, dude, it looked like a stick of dynamite, but it was thicker. I mean, I just put it down, lit it, and just.
Oh, my God.
I didn't think anything of it. I was thinking maybe it'll crack the glass.
And it just shattered the whole thing.
Oh, you could hear it for miles. I mean, and this was in a neighborhood. I mean, people lived across the street, and this was probably by the time that fireworks deal was probably 11 at night. So that's why nobody was around the phone booth itself. But yes, I was an 8th, 9th grader still wandering the streets at 11 o'clock back in the day.
I'm trying to think, what other games did you play? Was Red Rover a thing back in the day?
No, I didn't play Red Rover. Just buck. We played football. We played hockey at the skating rink that we would take move the skaters off so we could play hockey with our own nets and stuff like that in figure skates. But I didn't play any of that Red Rover, and I never even played, was it back in my day, going to the pool where you meet the girls too. I never played stuff like Marco Polo. My old partner, Hogan, used to play nuts up. They used to lean against the wall in their bathing suit, and guys would throw wet tennis balls at their undercarriage. That was a game. I'm like, that doesn't seem like a game to me.
No, I don't really want to play that.
What, nuts up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to take a tennis ball to the sack.
Can you imagine?
There's never a time in my life where I've thought that'd be a good idea.
No, I was like, she said that's what they used to play in Houston. I'm like, what kind of game is that? That's not a game.
Oh my God. It's a game for whoever gets to throw the ball.
Hey, with the wet tennis ball.
Yeah. You know how there's like all-time quarterback when you play pickup football?
Oh yeah.
Is there an all-time thrower in nuts up? Because I'll do that.
There had to be LeBron Johnson throwing the ball or something.
Well, if he's throwing it, he's going to miss because that guy can't find the strike zone.
He's not hitting the target.
No, if he does hit you, then that one would really hurt. But he's missed a few, I think, beforehand. Oh, nuts up.
Yes, that was a true game. He told me that's what they played.
I remember hearing.
I'm like, there can't be a game like that. What kids? I'm like, if there's anybody play, it would have to be kids.
Yeah, yeah. No grown man's doing that. I mean, that's like a bit out of Jackass. Those are the only guys who are doing stuff like that.
That stuff had to stop in high school.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean, once they drop,
oh yeah,
you don't need any of that.
Oh no. Yeah, I hung out at the pool as a kid. That's where you met the girls, at the skating rink and the pool.
Sure. Makes sense. Community pool.
That was it. But we didn't play not too many games. It was more football. We played that, we played the sandlot football. I mean, we played the tackle football, and somebody would come home with a broken arm or dislocated something or stitches that we'd stitch them up ourselves right there.
Nope.
Throw some Band-Aids, 5 or 6 Band-Aids sideways and call it a stitch,
It'd stop bleeding eventually.
Oh, yeah, it would. It would only to start bleeding. By the time they started walking home, it was still, your face was filled with blood.
Oh, man. That's awesome. All right.
In the car, we started doing campouts and baked potato stuff. All the good fun.
Baked potato stuff. There ain't nothing fun about the baked potato story.
It's worse than Nuts Up, by the way.
Yeah, and you're the only person who had fun with the baked potato story. You should be arrested for that. Forget the phone booth thing. That ain't a big deal. The baked potato thing, that is 25 to life.
That dude actually did die, but he was old.
Yeah, no, you killed him. After effects.
I did not kill him. No.
Took a while, but it was a slow and painful death for your friend.
Yes, it was. It was a slow and stinky death.
Oh, my gosh.
How about a good shout out to our friends over at Clean Cause, BK. 50% of profits support individuals in recovery from drug and alcohol addictions. And they do some great things here in the Austin and around the country. Clean Cause are organic, sparkling yerba mate flavors like cherry lime, orange ginger that'll get your day going with 160 milligrams of better caffeine that won't cause all the crash and jitters like coffee and energy drinks. Every sip matters. It really does matter to the fight against addiction. Love the folks. Get them at 7-Eleven, H-E-B, Whole Foods, and hundreds of stores around the Austin area carry our folks at Clean Cause. By the way, Clean Cause will be giving away one of their cool coolers at the Mullet Open, along with a bunch of their products. I've got cases of their products because at Clean Cause, it would be fighting the purpose if I use their cooler to put like Tito's or Allstat in. That doesn't make any sense. That would be contradictory to the cause. So they gave me a bunch of products to stick in a wonderful electric cooler that they have. Now, you can use it for water. You can use it for whatever once you get it to your house. But at the Mullet Open, I will not have alcohol in the Clean Cause cooler. That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
No.
What you're doing does. So
yes.
Good job on that. And what Clean Cause is doing definitely makes sense. It's an awesome cause that they stand for. And you brought up 7-Eleven. Shout out to 7-Eleven. You can get Clean Cause over there. You can get your Ultimate beer over there. You can get your Big Hat cocktails over there. You can get your Ollie Pop over there. 7-Eleven. We love 7-Eleven. It's the
They got everything. They have everything.
The best.
Swisher Sweets. They got it all, don't they?
They got it all, of course.
They have papers. They have papers.
They got rolling papers. They got newspapers.
Roll your own cigs. Yeah, man.
Absolutely. They got it all. It's the best convenience store in the world. An incredible selection of food, of drinks, of accessories, of gas for your car, of everything. Y'all know what they have at 7-Eleven. Shout out to Ashish. Shout out to Mark as well. Hung out with those dudes late last week. Great people running 7-Eleven, and they're going to make you feel like a star every time you walk in there. Might have to get me some more rollers today.
Hey, get my lottery tickets too.
There you go. They got the lottery tickets.
Well, I'm helping to support the kids in the state. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Education. Absolutely.
Make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app and cash in on the 7 Rewards program. You're going to get great deals and you're going to get free stuff when you shop at the best convenience store in the history of the known universe. It is 7-Eleven. Okay. Texas football. Very delayed, drawn-out tease. Apologies for that. The Longhorns picked up another player from the transfer portal this weekend. Remember, the portal window is closed, so nobody can enter the portal right now, but people can exit the portal right now. And Texas got somebody to exit the portal. That is cornerback Javion Cole from San Jose State. This is a much-needed add for the Longhorns. Cornerback was already a position of need before the spring game. And then the spring game happened, and we saw what the secondary looked like. And then after spring football ended, Terrence Brooks and Austin Jordan both decided to leave the program. So there wasn't a lot of depth in that cornerback room for Texas. They needed bodies. They also needed talent, and I think they get both of those things with Javion Cole coming over from San Jose State. And we talked about him last week. He had a visit in Austin that started on Thursday, and he had a couple of other visits scheduled for, this week and next weekend and so on and so forth. And we said, if you really like this guy, don't let him leave. And it appears that's what Texas did. They liked him. They did what they needed to do to get Javion Cole to commit. And I don't think he's taken any of those other visits. So well done by Sark and by PK and by Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon and the rest of this coaching staff to do what they needed to do to ensure that one of their top cornerback targets is coming here to Texas.
Can he just look and say, hey, I can play here?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that might have been part of the recruiting pitch, right? Like, okay, you get to play in the SEC. You get to play for Texas. We just sent 11 guys into the NFL draft, so you're going to get developed here. And, oh, by the way, yeah, you might get to start because we don't have a whole lot at cornerback right now outside of Manny Muhammad. So there's an opportunity for you to be a week 1 starter at the University of Texas.
How about that?
And right now you're playing at San Jose State. That's not a state, dude. Come here to the state school, the University of Texas, and play for the Longhorns. Let's go.
That makes sense right there. If he's a player, that would make sense to me. I'd look on film and go, guess what? I can play there. I've been at San Jose State where they've been throwing the ball, so I've been going against wide receivers, and that's all our school does is throw. So they don't throw it any more than we throw it at San Jose State. And by the way, I'm a cornerback. They look like they need cornerbacks. I've watched them play before.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll lie to a kid. I don't think this coaching staff does that so much, but you'll say what you need to say to get a kid on campus. Sure. So you might tell a kid, hey, dude, you come here, you're going to play right away. And then if he's smart, he's going to realize, like, nah, bro, I don't know if I am going to play right away. Like,
I see some of these guys you guys have.
Yeah, if there's a running back in the portal and Tashard Choice wouldn't do this, but Tashard Choice is like, hey, you come here, you're going to play right away. I'm the running back. I'm like, yeah, Baxter and Blue and Wisner. Like, I don't know if I actually am.
Right.
You can tell a corner he's going to play right away, and the corner's like, oh shit, I saw the spring game. Yeah, I think I will play right away.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah. I feel pretty good about coming here.
Yep, exactly. So J. Cole, I'm going to call him that, Javion Cole, actually started his career at the FCS level. He started at Cal Poly, was good enough there to transfer to San Jose State, and last year this guy was a top 20 corner in the country, according to Pro Football Focus. So obviously a big step up in competition going from the Mountain West to the SEC. But this dude was graded very highly. He had 10 PBUs, had 3 interceptions for the Spartans a season ago. So the tape looks pretty good. And a little undersized, 5'10", about 175, 180. But, hey, if you can cover, you can cover.
Yeah, just don't come in here at 210.
Right, right, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Don't, hey, now that you got the offer from Texas, now that you committed to Texas, don't go home this summer and just eat a bunch of pizza and drink a bunch of beer.
No.
Yeah, stay in shape. I assume Javion Cole.
Roll in here at 210 or they'll roll you right out.
Yeah. They will. You won't start if he shows up at 210. Unless the coach has asked him to do that, but I can't imagine they're going to ask him to gain 30 pounds in 3 months. That's ridiculous. So I love this. And now, look, I feel I still have questions about the Texas secondary. I think every Texas fan does. But
because you have questions about the coaching and the ability to make players better.
I do. I really do. And Texas has some talent. They've got some experience. And now you look at the starting corners, right? Even though Manny Muhammad is a true sophomore, that guy got a ton of playing time as a freshman this past season, and he got better as his freshman year progressed. So I feel pretty good about him. You've got Gavin Holmes, who's, transfer going into his 5th year of college. And then you've got some good experience with Javion Cole, who has bounced around but played a few years at college football as well. So those are your guys. And then, of course, at slot, you've got Jahdae Barron, who's been at Texas for a few years. You've got Jalen Gilbo, who's been a part of the program for multiple seasons. You do have some depth, and you do have some experience in that cornerback room. And even though we didn't see it in the spring game a few weeks ago, you hope we see that come to fruition when we get to the fall.
Absolutely. Because
I know it's the spring, and I know like Arch Manning was doing some of that, so he's technically a backup. But I think of the quarterback room. I mean, for my money, Texas has the best QB room in the country. And I also think that Texas has one of the best wide receiver rooms in the country, Buck. So, like, Texas is going to be going up against better passing offenses and practices than they see way more often than not.
I mean, that's what I think made them so good last year. That's why you would expect the secondary to be a little bit better. That's why you expect a guy like Manny Muhammad, if he showed that flash last year, to have gotten even better through playing against those guys, you know. And it should be the same for everybody, but I'm just not quite sure the guys that coach the positions. That's all, and we'll see how that works out for them. So, other than that, I think you're right. I think that, you know, for that running back room, the quarterback room, and the wide receiver room, and hell, the offensive line room too. I mean, this should be a fantastic offense again. There shouldn't be a lot of drop off. You know, and you're gonna see how they gel with the wide receivers and all of the quarterbacks. That takes some time, but once again, you know, they'll be playing a little catchy catch this summer, so things will get a little bit better as time goes on. So,
yeah, I don't have much doubt about this offense, right? Which on its surface, you look at everything that it lost, and it might sound a little bit crazy, but I trust in Sark, I trust in Quinn, and all the things that you just talked about make me think that this offense is going to be even better in 2024 than it was in 2023. And it was, you know, a top 15 scoring offense in the country, and obviously good enough to help Texas make it to the college football playoff. I think that side of the ball is going to be better. I do worry about the defense, though. I do worry about the defense, and namely the secondary. And I think this is a smart group. I think it's a talented group, but because we haven't seen it from that group yet, there's going to be doubts about what Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon.
Right. If it's the weakness of your team, people are not just all of a sudden going to trust in you and just say it's going to be better. They're going to want to watch. They're going to wait and see, and they're not going to say after the first game. It's going to take people a couple games to see if these guys are for real. You know, you're not going to get tested. Colorado State likes to run the ball. Michigan, Michigan is going to run that football.
Yeah,
they just are. But it's going to take you a couple of weeks to find out what your secondary is like. You're going to find out about your defensive line early in this football season, the first two games. But for your secondary, it'll take a few weeks. So you're not going to be – there's nothing to buy except for can they tackle.
Yeah. I mean, look, Michigan's going to –
they're not going to be doing a lot of that. You're not going to see a lot of guys running through the secondary and have to make tackles.
Hope not. Yeah, Michigan's going to throw the football. I mean, if they're smart, they are going to test this Texas secondary. Now, look, if they're able to run the ball as well as they did against Washington in the national championship, then they're gonna keep running it, and they'll turn Alex Orji, their new starter, into J.J. McCarthy, where it's like, hey, dude, just make a couple of throws, but our run game is good enough to where we don't have to rely on you to make things happen with your arm. They're going to try to run, but assuming Texas's run defense is still very good, I don't think it's going to be top 3 in the country like it was last year, but I still expect that unit to be very good. Then they'd be foolish to not throw the football and see what Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon's group can do. So we'll be tested there.
There'll be more teams that'll come out starting to throw before they'll run now, it looks like.
Yeah.
If they were smart, you know?
Absolutely. And then look, UTSA, I mean, Jeff Traylor is going to do that. Yeah. He's a smart enough football coach to realize that Texas's secondary is a weakness. And even though Frank Harris, I think, is finally gone, that guy was in college longer than Spicoli was.
No, he can't come back. He's done.
Yeah. I mean, they'll still throw the football. And then I think Mississippi State, right? Like that's a game. I don't worry about Mississippi State very much, but they've got Jeff Lebby. They threw it a ton in their spring game. Like that's it's not the Mike Leach offense that Jeff Lebby runs, but that guy is not afraid to throw the football a lot if it's working. So that might be, your first big time passing attack that you have.
Then you should know about you'll know about your entire by that game, you know about your entire team by then.
Yeah, I mean that's game 5 of the year. So even though 3 of your first 4 opponents are against teams that you feel like you should be able to beat pretty handily, that's a month's worth of games. Plus, you'll have had a road trip to Michigan under your belt already. So, you should know. But man, on paper, you just look at the personnel in this Texas secondary, and you've got some talent. but can that talent be coached up? Can those guys get developed? And can the communication be a little bit better on the back end than it was this past season? If it can, if all of those answers are yes, then this secondary should be pretty damn good this year. But Buck, I'm just like you, man. I'm in wait and see mode. You could tell me how good these guys are on paper. Until I see that unit perform a hell of a lot better, I am going to be skeptical that that unit can perform a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, you just have to see it. I mean, if because people are going to attack it. They did last year. They're going to try to do it this year because, you couldn't run against them. We knew that. And the only other way you could do it was throw it against them. And, boy, you found ways to throw it, and people aren't going to stop there. Why beat your head against the wall running it if you can throw it? If you can pass protect, if you got a good pass protection group, it's not going to be that, oh, you got to throw them off guard a little bit. Screw that. Just throw.
Yep. And by the way, here's our thanks to our friends at Hook'em Headlines for some of these numbers for Javion Cole, the newest Texas Longhorn. Second in the Mountain West in PBUs, sixth in the Mountain West in interceptions. But you look at these grades, right? The top graded coverage guy in the Mountain West, the best defensive grade for any corner in the Mountain West, and his QBR numbers really good too. So the new age analytics tell you that Javion Cole was the best cornerback in his conference last year, not just on his team, but in his conference. So I like this ad. And good for Texas to make sure that they didn't let him go anywhere else. So there were other schools who had offered. There were other schools that were scheduling visits with Javion Cole, and the Longhorns, knowing that they needed to address cornerback, they did what they had to do to get this done. So
good move.
Yeah, good move. We'll see if Texas has anything else up its sleeve in terms of the transfer portal. Once again, nobody can enter the portal right now, but there are still some intriguing names that are out there. Maybe Texas is in the market for another cornerback. Maybe they're in the market for something else, but this continues to be a really, really impressive portal class that Sark has put together. Not the biggest number of players out of any portal class in college football, but you talk about the quality of ads for this group.
Well, and that's what it should be at this level now for Texas.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be about getting numbers. It's about getting some quality players in here to fill positions. You're not trying to fill depth stuff. You don't need the third best player. Now you need the second best guy or the first best guy. You don't need the third or fourth anymore for numbers. Those times are over with here.
It's funny. Yeah. I mean, look, Texas did that in the same offseason with Kendrick Blackshire, right? Right. They got the linebacker from Alabama in January, and in April, they basically told him, you might not be good enough. They let him go. So, yeah, to your point, it's like, Texas is realizing that now, we could take the best of the best now. And, we might take somebody, but if you're not good enough to play here, then all right, sorry. Good luck. Good luck.
There's no doubt about it. I think football and also basketball, I think men's basketball is headed in that direction. With what Rodney's doing with these 6'6" guys, 6'4" guys, he's bringing in not just players now and trying to get big bodies. He's bringing in scoring bodies, that somebody else can pick up the scoring on a night that can score 12, 14 points. This guy's averaging 17 points and 14 points a night on some of these transfers that are coming in. So you can lean on them a little bit. Last year you leaned on the one guy or the two guys, Dessou and the little guy, Ace was. Now you can lean on a lot of different players that have success and have experience at other places. It's not just looking at one guy, he's got to be hot that night. Oh, there's somebody else on your team that can be hot and give you 12, 14 points that really matter,
Yeah. Secondary scoring is going to be big for Texas basketball this year, and we didn't have enough of that this past season. And look, I think the best teams in any sport, Buck, are teams that can beat you in multiple ways.
That's right.
You can't just be relying on one player or one aspect or one element of your team. You've got to have multiple ways to beat you. And I think Texas football is, I think we saw it last year, right? This team found a way to win games in a variety of different ways, some with offense, some with defense, some with the pass game, some with the run game, some with turnover.
Special teams, yes.
Special teams. That's why Texas was a top 5 team in the country last year. Hopefully they could do that again this season. And for Texas basketball, they just didn't have enough guys who could beat you last year. And hopefully RT is putting together, there's still some holes on that basketball roster that need to be addressed, but the hope is he's putting together a roster to where it's like, okay, this guy might have a bad night, but you've got 3 or 4 guys who are capable of going for 15 to 20 those guys can carry your team to a victory.
Yeah,
So,
I just like the fact that when you're recruiting in with the way college sports is now, the transfer portal, you're at a place like Texas. It should never be that, no, we're just trying to fill numbers now. It's like, no, you're just in the playoffs. This isn't about numbers anymore. This is about players. You're doing NIL. You're not playing NIL money games with guys because you need the fourth best guy. Those guys are strictly one or two that are coming in to play. They're not coming in and wait for two guys to get hurt before they play. If they're not one or two, they shouldn't be here.
No.
If that's the case, you then just stay into the high school ranks. And if your program is building, you build them through the high school ranks that way. You go to the transfer portal at this level. If you're Georgia, Texas, Notre Dame, Alabama, you're going for players now. You're not going for numbers anymore.
Yeah.
Unless all of a sudden you got to start all over again. And I don't think this is where Texas is anymore.
Yeah, you brought up Georgia, and I'm glad you did, right? Because for my money, they've become the preeminent college football program in the country these last 3 years, right? I know they didn't win it last year, but part of me thinks Georgia may have been the best team in college football last year, but they obviously won the title in the 2 previous seasons. You look at their championship rosters in 22 and 23, it's almost all high school kids, right?
Oh yeah, they built their program is built through the high school ranks because they have the best. They're in an area in that whole Atlanta area, that from Atlanta to probably the Carolinas, they're going to get the best. They're getting the best players. They're not getting the third. They're not getting 3 stars. They're getting all the stars.
Yeah, Florida, Georgia, Carolinas. Sure. I mean, really just the whole South. But they've done enough to where they can recruit across the country nowadays. But yeah, like they had a couple of transfer guys, but most of their best players on those back-to-back championship winning teams were kids that they recruited and developed. So yeah, this is not an anti-transfer portal argument. Like, yeah, you can get a guy like Andrew Makuba. Go get a guy like Andrew Makuba.
That's right.
But the hope is like those players can just be the cherries on top, right? Like you've got enough, you feel like, to compete for a national title just with the kids that you recruit and develop. But if there's a way you can get better with a transfer portal addition, then do that, right? Like Ole Miss is going to be very good this year. I have zero faith Ole Miss and what they're doing is sustainable to win national championships, where they're literally just like getting everybody from the transfer portal and just hoping it works, right? Hoping they can find a way to play well together. Ole Miss is going to be good. But like to me, yeah, like you said, that the best programs in this sport, they recruit, they develop their own guys, and then they go to the portal just for a couple of things at the very end. Yeah, that's where you want Texas to be.
It's a different kind of culture. Like I said, every once in a while, you have to have players that, on Friday I was telling Zay, every once in a while, you have to have players that their uncles went to Texas, their cousins went to Texas. Dad was a graduate of Texas, played sports at Texas. Every once in a while, you have to have that as part of your foundation and your culture. You can't just have somebody that's from, San Diego or San Jose or from, they've had success in Colorado and Arizona, but your majority of your base team can't do that. You have to have some of those legacy players in your program, like Georgia and Alabama does, or people from around your state. This is where I want to go. This is the state university. This is where I'm going to school. My cousin went to school here. You have to have those kind of people. That builds your foundation,
Mm-hmm.
You can't build it from, I don't want to call them strangers, but yeah, with a bunch of strangers all the time.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work that way. It's the big programs are built that way. Notre Dame's got Notre Dame people. Now, that's a recruiting all over the world, but guess what the foundation of Notre Dame football is? Notre Dame people.
Yeah. The good news is Texas is cool again, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, think about it. There's a generation of kids who just saw Texas suck at football for a long time. Like
you're part of that, weren't you?
No, I was lucky. Like my childhood was the 2000s, where Texas won a national championship and played for another national championship.
But you had that lull. You were in that lull stage too.
Yeah, like I was a student at UT in the lull stage, but like I at least got a lot of my childhood getting to see Texas succeed on the gridiron. But I was born in '94. Like I think of the kids who were born in 2000, and these are the recruits, right? Like 2000 to 2003, 2004. Like last year was the first year they saw Texas actually compete for anything on a national stage. Like, I get it. They were alive in 05. They were alive in 09, but
no, they weren't interested. You're right.
How many sports moments do you remember from the first 4 or 5 years of your life, right? Like, you're just not old enough and your brain hasn't developed enough for you to really appreciate what's going on. So, like, yeah, these kids for a while, it's like, why would I go to Texas, man? Like, I don't know. They don't win anything. None of the players get developed. And why would I go there? Now it's like, no, it's cool again. It's cool again. You're seeing kids show up to school wearing Texas gear again. It was embarrassing to do that for a while. And it's like, this is the place to be for so many different reasons. So you've got a lot of momentum on the recruiting front. Keep using that to your advantage.
And continue to work, because here comes the month of June. That's about to happen for Sark. So this is one of the happy months coming up, right after this. So this is where they do a lot of damage when it comes to recruiting in June. And I'm really interested to see where they lean to, what type of players that they're going to be looking at in this June. I mean, once again, offensive line going into a third year of a group together, you're really going to have to hit this offensive line again. And they've done well in the high school ranks. I expect them to continue to do that with this coaching staff to start building their foundations. Offense, I don't know about defensive line. I guess they've done okay, but I know offensive line, they've done fantastic. And as I said, 3 years with this group now coming into their third year together, because they're not going to be a fourth year of all of them being together. Guys are out of here after this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Jake Majors has to leave after this year.
He's gone. That's right.
Kelvin Banks. Yeah, that guy's a top 10 pick in next year's draft. So he's gone. So, yeah. Look,
the young one that's going to come out of this group this year, it's probably going to be gone. It's going to have a great year.
Yeah. I mean, DJ Campbell could be gone after this year if he puts it together. He's a former 5-star recruit in the same class as Kelvin Banks. So he'll be able to leave following.
Those are big people.
Yeah. You got to recruit. I don't care who you have. You have to recruit the lines of scrimmage in the SEC. Yes. Like, you have to make sure every year you are bringing in top end classes on the offensive and defensive lines, because you can't compete in that league unless you've got the big uglies up front. It's as simple as that.
I think it'll be a big ugly recruiting cycle too. As I said, going in with the third year of guys who could disappear on you, I think you'll see a lot. You'll be saying, why are they getting so many offensive linemen or defensive linemen? Because that's what like you said, that's what you need. And you got a group that's been together for 3 years that can leave. If they get real good, and you expect them to get real good, they got a great coach at that position,
Yeah. I think maybe the best offensive line coach in the country resides in Austin, Texas, and he's done a great job. So Texas has some horses waiting in the wing, but like you said, they need to continue to stockpile
absolutely
on the lines of scrimmage. And right now, Texas only has the 25th ranked recruiting class for the class of 2025. We'll see what that looks like after June, right?
Yes.
Like, I got a hunch that ranking's going to be a lot higher really by the time the season gets here. But 6 commits currently for the Longhorns in this recruiting cycle. That number will increase. And once again, Texas is ranked number 25 on the composite rankings. That number will also skyrocket, one would think. So, this coaching staff, they've done a great job accumulating talent, and the hope is that they will continue to do that. All right, speaking of accumulating talent, we've accumulated a bunch of talented sponsors here on TSU. Now let's give them some shout-outs, Buck.
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement, trauma care, rheumatology, and even more. Dr. Christopher Danny and, of course, Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and a great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Visit TexasOrtho.com for more information. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent ortho practice in the state of Texas. Once again, for more info, go to TXOrtho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics. And now a word from our great friends out at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And big shout out to the folks over at 34 Wine and Spirits, AJ and Scott and Ricky and the whole gang over there. Saw their trucks all around the city this weekend. There was the, I think it was the iHeart Music Festival down at Moody this weekend. And I saw that truck going back and forth and all over this city. Saw it out the hills of Lakeway. And folks, they are getting it done as a wholesaler all around the state right now, and especially in this area. And as just a wine and spirit store, if you need anything for the weekend, do go there on the Southwest Parkway and check out 34 Wine and Spirits.
Absolutely. Best liquor store in the city of Austin. The best ticket broker in the city of Austin.
Oh, yeah.
CentexTickets.com. If you need tickets to any events coming our way, you got to head over to CentexTickets.com. It's so easy. You don't have to go anywhere. All you have to do is pull out your phone. Hell, you're already on your phone anyways. Or just open up a new tab on your computer and head over to CentexTickets.com. All the sports, all the concerts, all the Broadway shows, the festivals, you name it, they've got seats for you over there at CentexTickets.com. Hey, you DFW sports fans, it's a pretty damn good time to be a Dallas sports fan right now. If you want to catch a Mavericks game, if you want to catch a Stars game in round 2 of these playoffs, head over to CentexTickets.com. They've got seats for you right now. If you want to watch the Astros lose again down in H-Town, you could get those tickets at CentexTickets.com. The only place you need to go.
That Dallas Cowboys season tickets too.
Yeah, get those.
The Cowboys and Jerry Jones's circus.
You might be able to get some cheap tickets to the Cowboys games this year.
Hey, you want a circus? If they're having a circus, Jerry Jones will be Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey himself for that circus. God. That's going to be the Cowboys. Can't wait for that.
You guys should show up with one of those giant red noses for the first game, because he has looked like a clown all off season long.
Oh, my goodness.
You could argue he's looked and acted like one for a lot longer than just one off season.
I don't think we're getting contracts done. What do you think we're doing here?
We got to sign Zeke, baby.
Jeez.
You guys said you wanted more free agent signings. Okay. We just got a guy who's one of the best running backs in football 10 years ago.
The deal is done. It's a done deal.
Yeah, the ink is dry, my friend.
Wow.
Ezekiel Elliott is back in Big D, and he might be the starting running back for the Cowboys this year. So, yeah, the Cowboys notwithstanding, it's a good time to be a DFW sports fan, because, you know, the Rangers are World Series champions. And you've got the Dallas Mavericks, who are in round 2 of the playoffs, and you got the Dallas Stars, who are in round 2 of the playoffs. So good times if you root for DFW. How about this? Good times if you're a Houston sports fan, at least if you're a Texans fan, right? The Astros are still scuffling, and they lost another series over the weekend. And that bullpen, which was supposed to be really good, continues to struggle as they blew a late lead against Seattle yesterday. Brian Abreu hit a guy who ended up scoring the tying run, and then Josh Hader threw an 0-2 meatball in the 9th inning, and he suffers the loss, and he continues to struggle in the 9th inning for the Astros. So they're now 12-22 on the year. So Astros, Rockets had a decent year. Looks like they're on the come up, but the Texans are now the team to talk about in Houston. How about this, Buck? So over the weekend, J.J. Watt held his annual charity softball game down in H-Town. And, of course, we all know J.J. Watt retired after the 2022 season, but he said if the Texans absolutely need it, he would come back to play in 2024. Here's the full quote from JJ. I'm a very fortunate, lucky man. I have a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful son. I had 12 great years in this league, and I'm very thankful to have walked away healthy and playing great. I told D'Amico last year, don't call unless you absolutely need it. But if you ever do call, I'll be there. And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the last year I'll tell him that, because I'm not going to keep training the way that I've been training. End quote. So JJ told D'Amico Ryans last year if the Texans needed him, he'd come out of retirement to play. And he says he'll do that for one more year if the Texans absolutely need JJ Watt at any point in this upcoming NFL season. The greatest player in Houston Texans history said he will be on call, ready to go.
Yeah, and that would have to be at the middle of the season. That wouldn't be a a beginning of the season deal. That would be down the home stretch for playoffs right there.
Yeah.
For him to do that. So
that would be like Will Anderson gets hurt and you're
right
on your defensive line and, you know, you need a good pass rush. Let's see if JJ's got anything left in the tank.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if he offers himself up, hell yeah. I mean, it won't be for free, but if he just offered that, that's a hell of a thing to do right there.
Yeah. Well, they've got a relationship, those two guys.
If he needs me, I'll be there. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. And JJ and D'Amico played together, right? D'Amico's last year in Houston was JJ's rookie year in Houston back in 2011.
Yeah, you got to see what kind of leader he was.
Yeah, absolutely. And those guys have maintained a great relationship over the years. And yeah, look, if you're the Texans, you want JJ Watt involved with your franchise in some capacity.
No matter what, yes.
Yeah. I mean, you'd love for him to be a coach. I don't know if JJ has interest in doing that, but my God, how about an assistant D-line coaching job for JJ Watt? You kidding me? Who better for guys like Will Anderson to learn from than one of the best pass rushers this league has ever seen?
But he said the right things first. He said, I've got a great wife, because he knew that had to come first.
Yeah. Yeah, great wife, great son, of course.
Oh, yeah, that had to come.
You know what happened to Tom Brady when Tom Brady kept coming out of retirement? You know, Tom lost his wife because of that.
Well, he didn't put his wife in first place. He put her in like fourth place, and that didn't work.
Well, she was too busy getting it on with the jiu-jitsu coach.
Oh, well, yeah.
Or whatever the hell it was. What was it? Karate, jiu-jitsu, yoga? I don't know what it was.
He's a samurai king, so he was just
a who?
Samurai king.
Oh, he's okay. He said samurai. So what is samurai?
He's a samurai guy, you know. Yes. Much to you. So he JJ, she had her own life before Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And
JJ's wife's a professional athlete.
That's right. That's true too.
She's not Giselle. I mean, yeah, Giselle was a world-renowned supermodel. So no disrespect to Kalia Watt. I mean, Giselle's one of the most famous women in the world right now. So
most famous walk of all time.
Yeah, she looks pretty good. But you're right. Now, JJ Watt putting family first. That's smart right there. But man, like I almost hope the Texans, like I should hope that they don't need JJ, because that means they're having a great season and everyone's staying healthy and the pass rush is really good. But man, it'd be fun to watch JJ on this team, right? Like that.
Yeah,
that was
plus
the one
you
thing.
get him for a year. You know he wouldn't do it the second he'd be done.
Right. Yeah, like you said, it's half a year. It's like you get him in December. He plays maybe a couple of regular season games, and then he's there for the playoffs. And that's that. He's 35 years old. Like, obviously his play had declined in his last couple of years, but I think he still had enough to go continue playing if he wanted to.
For sure.
Decent enough.
He'd still be playing today somewhere.
Yeah, I think somebody would sign. If he was a free agent and he said, I'll come back for any team, then absolutely he'd get signed by somebody. But yeah, that's a cool thing that he says he's willing to stay in good enough shape for one more season to actually return to the NFL. You had JJ Watt. I mean, they brought in Danielle Hunter from your Vikings in free agency. They also added Nico Autry to that defensive line, plus the rookie of the year with Will Anderson Jr. Like, all of a sudden, JJ Watt's a part of that mix too. Yo.
Yeah, that's tough sledding right there for anybody.
I kind of want to see it because I want to see JJ get to actually play for a contender. Like, he got screwed because there was never a good quarterback. He had Deshaun towards the end, but we know how that thing ended. Yeah, the Texans were never a legitimate Super Bowl contender with JJ Watt there. Now they are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. So for that guy to get the chance to compete for a ring would be pretty cool.
I just hope it never happens. I hope he never gets out there, because I hate to see him not at his best. You know, expectations would be high once he stepped foot on that field. So I don't want to see it. I want them to just go ahead and do what they need to continue to do. Build that team. It's good to have him around. It's good to have him even say something like that.
Yeah, probably for the best if he doesn't play this season, but we'll see. One other NFL story to get into today. I think this dropped on Friday. I don't know if you and Zay got into this at all, but Odell Beckham Jr. has agreed to a 1-year free agency contract with the Miami Dolphins. Do anything for you?
Not really.
Yeah, it's a 1-year deal, $3 million guaranteed. There's some incentives that could take this to $8.25 million. But you've got Tyreek Hill there. You've got Jalen Waddle there. You've got Braxton Berrios there. I mean, that's a high-powered offense with Mike McDaniel at head coach. Now you had OBJ, another weapon, not moving the needle.
Not really, because I don't know. At this time of his career, I don't call him a weapon. He's just a piece that can go in there and make some plays, but he's not catching and running away from anybody. He's just a veteran player that would be okay.
Yeah, he just lost a couple of steps, and
you can find a young star. You know, I don't think he's past the stage of being a head case. He's just trying to make teams now. So I don't think he'd be a problem in your locker room, but would he be an asset on the football field itself? I think you can find a younger or better player. But I don't think it hurts them.
No, I don't either. It's a pretty low risk move.
Sure.
For the Dolphins, and you give to somebody else to throw to. OBJ last year, the numbers weren't great in 14 games. He
definitely needs to be in my false camp. When Tua shows up, he needs to show up too. Because
OBJ?
He can fall the wrong way too if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's dealt with some injuries. Obviously missed the entire 2022 season with an injury that he suffered in the Super Bowl the year before. And came back last year, 35 catches, 565 yards, and 3 touchdowns for OBJ as a member of the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, I can't help guys that blow out joints and things like that and ACLs and stuff on no contact. I can only help them before the contact happens. You know what I'm saying? If they plant and their shit gives out, that's not on me. Mine's is when you're in the air and the movements and where you have to fall. That's where I come into play. And no, I've not reenacted my fall yet because my wife still refuses to be a part of that. She doesn't.
I don't think she's ever going to change her mind on that.
Oh no, we're gonna have to do that someday and film it.
So the fall school does not apply to non-contact injuries.
Oh no, that's on you. You did that to yourself.
Right.
I can't help you with that.
Yeah, because you're already hurt before you fall, right? Like if you tear an ACL,
you put your leg in the wrong situation.
Yeah,
I'm the in-air guy. How you start to make those maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unlike I did the other day, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. I never got to 2 Mississippi before my face hit the ground. But then again, I saved my teeth. I did enough to know that my frontal lobe is harder than my backal lobe.
Right.
Scientific terms. I didn't realize that. There's probably more danger to the back of your head. I don't know if that's true though.
Yeah,
because I think as kids, we've slammed the back of our heads a lot more than we slam the front of our heads. And I think the kind of hits that I've taken from the back part, if those would have been in the front, I don't think I'd be around. I think I'd be, sipping from a straw. If I'd have taken those kind of blows a lot of those kind of blows that I've had in sports to the front of my face, I don't think I'd be around. I think things would be a little bit different.
No.
Because I've slammed the back of my head a few times in football. I had one concussion from just the contact of the turf in the back of my head. I've had that and falling off of, just falls itself, hitting the back part of my head. I think if those were frontal hits, BK, I don't think I could have survived a bunch of those.
I'm not a doctor. I won't even play one on YouTube. So.
But you've had more hits to the back of the head than the front of the head, right?
I don't think I've had that many hits to the head.
Really?
Yeah.
You found ways to keep your head out of the game?
Well, I don't fall like you do. I can walk without falling.
No, I'm talking sports deals. Yeah. As a kid, you have slammed your head plenty of times.
Oh, sure. I mean, I just didn't play football for as long as you did. So I'm sure like most of your hits to the dome came from playing football.
Yeah, well, playing sandlot football or real football. Yeah, most of those came then. Yeah. I didn't have any falls that I ended up slamming the back of my head. No.
And I know there were a couple that I had. There was one I slipped playing basketball in the backyard and landed right on the back of my head.
Oh, you mean like the ice lady?
Yeah, pretty much.
See those kind of falls, those right there, if that's to your frontal lobe, where is she? Is she still around?
There we go. Yeah, the woman running in an ice storm.
Oh,
bang.
And let me tell you something. If that's to the front of your head, she's holding her back.
Is it better or worse if it's to the front of her head? You've talked in circles. I don't know.
I'm just saying that. The other day, This one right here to the front of your head would be, oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. To the front, that's a problem. That shakes up. That's where all the, that frontal lobe is where some of the good stuff is. That's where the meat and the potatoes is. Back here's where all the junk is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The back in the back there is all, I think we're going to have to find that out. I think I need to ask we need a neurologist to tell us that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We can ask the folks on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328.
Yes.
Oh yeah. We got a bunch of doctors in our audience. And so they'll let us know if it's better to fall on the front of your head or on the back of your head.
I'm going to say, I'm still thinking, take those shots to the back of the head. The frontal lobe, that shot right there in particular, is that a problem if you hit the front of your head, this one?
Oh.
That's going to jar your teeth, even though it's to your face. Your teeth are liable to get jarred out from that. But she's okay. You okay? Yeah, sure I am.
She reaches for her back too. Like I would have gone straight to the head there, but
I know
that looked like me playing basketball. It was like raining, and I thought it was a good idea to go get some shots up in the rain. And I just slipped
and
boom,
bam,
back of the head. Yep.
And the lights go out there.
Yeah, the lights were out for a second.
Yeah, see the frontal when I hit the other day, the light kind of came on bright when I went face first. But when you hit the back, the lights go out a little bit. And that's when the birds started like flying around in your head. I hate that too. Bit. Oh, I hate those cartoon birds that go around and around in a circle around your head. That happens when you hit the back part. Oh,
I was hearing it. I was hearing those birds out there.
Oh,
man.
I hate that sound. I hate that sound.
I wasn't on drugs that day, so don't blame them for that. All right. I learned something new during my travels this weekend, Buck.
To Mexico?
To Mexico. And this doesn't have a whole lot to do with Mexico, but somebody in my traveling party works for a major commercial airline.
Oh, manservant.
I didn't say it was a dude.
Okay.
Friends with women too.
Okay.
And I didn't say if it was a servant or not. Could be a behind the scenes person.
Hey, could be a pilot. Hey, could be the captain. Whoever named him captain.
Could be something. Her. Could be something wrong.
Something wrong. Great.
The captain himself.
Maybe it's better it's not we too low. That's for sure.
But I learned something from this person, and I'm not going to put him or her on blast. I'm not going to mention their name, and I'm not going to mention the airline because I don't want them to get in trouble.
Why don't you just say Delta, get it over with?
And I don't want any sort of trace of evidence going back to my friend. All right.
Just say Delta, get it over with.
But there is a specific term used to describe some airline passengers that I did not know about until this weekend.
No. They have names for those people?
Well, what do you mean by those people?
I mean, any of those people. Certain people.
Certain people do have a certain name that they are called. And I think it's pretty harsh. And I consider myself a pretty harsh guy. So for me to say that it's harsh should tell you a little something. So
not very sensitive.
Well, people that you like to call fatsos.
Oh, I don't like to call them that. I call them round-shouldered.
Oh, you call them round-shouldered?
Yes.
He's fat?
Yeah.
Yes, Coach.
Bigger people?
Yes.
Fatties?
Yes.
Obese ones?
Yes, that's the correct term, obese. That's
obese?
very well said.
Okay.
He's fat?
No. Obese is the correct word.
We need Gundy to update that rant here to be more sensitive to folks in 2024. So people who are a little bit bigger than others on planes, sometimes they require a seatbelt extender. Sometimes they require a second seat. Sometimes they should have a second seat. I was sitting next to someone who was a little big last night who also thought it'd be a good idea to she was in the middle seat and she just wanted to stretch her legs out and spread them as far as she possibly could.
Oh, she was knee knocking you?
Thankfully, that was just a Houston to Austin flight, so it was about 35 minutes, so I didn't cause any sort of scene there.
As long as you're not in the stalls doing that, in the toilets, doing knee knocking.
From under the wall?
Oh, yeah, that's bad. If you're doing leg bumps, that's a problem.
You don't like to play footsies with the person next to you?
No.
It feels like a bit you would do. You're always trying to talk to people and shake their hands at the urinal.
I do not play foot games in toilets. Toilets are places I get in and out in a hurry, yes.
Okay, but the urinals, you'll hold hands with someone.
I won't hold hands. I'll have a conversation.
And you'll be like, I'll let you hold. I've heard you say, I'll let you hold mine if I can hold yours.
No, I don't look over. I look straight ahead and to have a conversation.
Hey, nice watch there, guy.
Oh my God.
Anyways, so these bigger folks, they call them POSs, Buck. Person of size. But when I hear POS,
that's fair. I mean, it's fair.
Well, what's the other acronym for POS?
Pieces of shit.
Pieces of shit. The airlines are calling fat people pieces of shit.
No, they're not. They're saying
they are. They're calling them POSs.
People of size.
They say it's persons of size, but they know what they're doing. They know the person who did that is like, let's come up with something clever, but we hate fat people and they make our life tough for us on these airlines and they cause problems. So I don't know why I'm talking into like a pilot's microphone here. I don't need to be doing that. Let's just subtly find a way to dunk on them. We'll call them POSs, but claim that it means something different than what it actually means.
I just call them bigger than the regular passenger with round shoulders. Well, what is the regular passenger? I don't know what the regular passenger size is.
I mean, if someone's
round shouldered.
Yeah, like they're spilling into the next seat.
Yeah, if they're in the middle, the cookie dough comes over the armrest into your seat. That's the problem.
You're saying they have cookie dough, or like the flabs on their arms are cookie dough,
or on the side of their bellies comes up over the armrest onto you. That's a problem to me.
Yeah, I had that last night with the legs. I was window seat, and I was about as close to the seat as I could be. Right, I had my legs basically pressed against the window, and I had I was on the right side of the seat, and then I just got this person of size in the middle, just like spreading her legs. It's at the Playboy Mansion or something.
Oh, gee.
Just
some people need that contact. You realize that some people need even just the slightest touch of another body next to theirs to feel kind of comfortable. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And I think people do that with their elbows and stuff, which bothers me. I don't want my skin on somebody else's skin. You know what I mean?
No, not with a rando at the airport.
Yeah, I'm okay if they just kind of move their leg over and it touched my leg. I've got pants on. It's pants to pants. I'm not wearing their jeans or anything like that. It's okay. I'm all right with it. Now, but you can't squish. You can't go full eagle where now you're bending me over. I mean, not bending me over, but bending my legs into my other leg. I can't do that.
You don't want to get bent over on an airplane?
No, you can side swipe me a little bit with the bear touch on the side, but it sounds like they invaded your space.
Yeah, I mean, she had a
full pork belly over on the side of it.
Yeah, she had a big backpack, and she just had that at her feet.
And then had the spread eagle with the pack in between.
Yep, she didn't really do a good job of putting the bag in underneath the seat in front of her. She just kind of had it at her feet, and then just
my
legs can't be on the backpack. They've got to be next to the backpack. So here's what we're doing.
The mail servant should have said, please probably put those thigh bones underneath your seat and not spread them out there too, because that's a hazard to if I have to get out in the aisle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
What happens in an emergency with that person there? What do you have to do? Fly over the front seat and then out? How do you get around? How would you get around her? Is it possible to get around that person?
I don't know.
How'd they get a middle seat anyway?
They were like one of the last people on the flight.
Oh, and you knew it was coming. Could you see her coming too?
Yeah. It was a Southwest flight. I could say what flight it was. That has no bearing on the friend that I talked to. It was a Southwest flight. So yeah, it's choose your own seat, and they've got the boarding groups, right? A, B, and C. So
which I'm generally in D. That's the ones who are getting ready to be incarcerated. That's when I get on board. For those who are being incarcerated over the next month or so, you're in section 12.
What did you do to get incarcerated?
I'm just saying, my wife does. We do those group deals. She goes and it's frequent flyers. It's people that are in the military. It's former pilots. It's gold card. It's silver card. It's those that may be incarcerated. That's where I am. I'm in that group 7 and 8 for those that may have been incarcerated or going to be incarcerated in the future. That's when I enter the plane. My wife enters in the first group. I enter in group like 7 or 8, where there's like a half a seat left. Yeah. You're playing musical chairs to get to it.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened. I guess this girl is going to get incarcerated or something. She was one of the last people on the flight. So I was in boarding group B, so I couldn't get a great seat, but I had to go, I could still get a window. I just had to go to the back of the plane. So I was like third row from the back, but I was able to get a window seat, which is my preference. And yeah, I mean, she was one of the last people on the plane. It was a full flight last night from Houston to Austin. Once again, it was short, so I won't complain too much, but yeah, one of the last available seats was the one next to me. And I guess she liked what she was seeing. So she decides to pop a squat. And she just goes full spread eagle as soon as she sits down. And it's like, oh, no, it's going to be the longest 35 minutes of my life here.
She's got 2 little pigs on her as legs.
Yeah.
That are moving sideways on you.
Yeah. She just kept brushing into me too. And was like, all right, I'm not into this.
You're not into the games at all?
No, not with her.
I'm sorry that happened to you, but I am into now paying the extra. I'm going $100 or less or a little bit above $100 to get my aisle seat on every occasion now.
Really?
Yes. And I'll move up. I won't be in group 7. I'll move up to group 2 or whatever it is if I have to pay a little bit more. I'm into that part in my life now. Yeah. I'm also letting my wife know, who does make my flight arrangements, that I don't want to be taking off my shoes and my belt anymore because I weigh $110. And if I take my belt off, my pants come down and my drawers are showing. I don't want to do that anymore. So I'll pay the extra money.
Yeah, that happened, right? Last time you were flying?
In Tampa, yeah. Go into the thing, arms up. I put my arms up and my pants went down.
You just wanted to be randomly searched, huh?
No, dude.
You just wanted the ocular pat down from that guy at the TSA gate.
Yeah, old strong knuckles there. He goes, here's where I'm going to touch you. I said, hey, dude, eventually you're going to get down to D somehow. You're going to get really close. He goes, well, let me explain to you how I'm going to pat you down. I said, I know what a pat down is, sir, and I know you're going to get close. So these nuts. You're either going to hit me in the balls or in my privates, or you're going to get close. So it's not like you're going to be way away. It's not like I've never seen anybody pat me down at the knees. Nobody goes there. So when he starts to tell me how he's going to do it, I'm like, I got it. Why are you telling me this? I know the sections that you're going to be at, unless you got a new knee pat down that I've never seen before. I would prefer that, but I know it's not going to happen that way.
No, you want him on his knees?
Well, no, but they tell you how they're going to pat you down. And you're like, I know what a pat down is. Yeah. I got it. You're going to get close, or you may have a random stray hand or something that may get there. So I got it. I know hopefully you're not doing this. Is not part of your job is to do this on person, is to tap me out. You know what I'm saying?
You got to get TSA pre-check. That's what you need.
Yes, that's where I'm going. That's the direction I'm in now.
That lasts for 5 years too. And you got to pay just a one-time fee. You have to go somewhere to answer some questions. And
what do you mean I got to go there? It's a preliminary deal.
Yeah, it's pretty easy though. But you have to go. It's worth it. You get 5 years of not having to take your shoes or belt off at the airport.
Dude, in 5 years, I'll almost be 75 years old. I'll be climbing to 75. Am I going to have to do that as a normal passenger at 75?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah, but it's one time. Oh, you're saying you're going to have to take your shoes off and your belt off if you're normal at 75? Yeah. Old people can be terrorists too. You just told the world that you blew up a phone booth with dynamite one time.
I was a child.
Whatever. You're still on their list. They heard that story. They're paying attention. So, yeah, it doesn't matter how old you are. If you're regular boarding with the peasants out there, then, yeah, you got to take the shoes off, man.
By the way, I'm working on my jury duty, getting out of my jury duty.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. My wife then got one the next week. This is twice. This is back-to-back years. They generally know. I mean, she's a hell of a citizen. I said, you're a hell of a citizen. But I already gone to the doctor, my bad back, having to sit in those chairs for hours. And I guess there's a way you can get out. When did I become a good citizen that you want me here in Hayes County? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know, just right back to them, just telling them you hate the Jews or something, just like
go guilty.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know if that works to get out of going to jury duty, but when you do have to go to jury duty and when they start asking you questions, just think of like the most racist or misogynistic or offensive thing you can say. And then I feel like, oh, he's out.
I'm like, that black son of a what? I've got to go there. What are you, out of your mind? Right. No, I think I got my doctor's excuse already. You can go doctor.
You're bringing a doctor's note to jury duty?
No, it's already going to them. It's going to the place. So I should be hearing very soon on if I have to even attend that thing, because I got to go down to San Marcos, the 3rd floor. And last time my wife went, it's for 12 people a day, like 250 people all crammed up in a room for like 12.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll tell you, oh, you didn't make the cut. That's what I want to hear. I don't ever want to make the cut.
I've never been asked to do jury duty, which is great.
Obviously you're not a good citizen either.
No, I mean, they hear what I say on these shows. Like they know better.
Yeah, well, they need to hear me, because I don't want to do that.
No.
I think that's a part of your civic duty. I think it is. I don't know why people say that. Like, it's one of those deals. Like, if you don't like what's going on, then go vote and all that stuff. I'm like, shit, do whatever you want to do.
Well, let me ask you this. If it was an OJ style case,
the big one,
would you have any interest in sitting on a jury for that?
No, I would have the same. No,
yeah,
thanks.
I mean, the downside of that is you're there for a long time, right?
They got to pay, and I think they pay the freight too, like if you were working. And I know it's probably a set rate.
You'd be famous.
No, because I'd be the guy trying to pretend like I'm writing 6 books.
Yeah, while you're up there.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna be doing the Jerry Jones doodles during a murder case.
What are you doing there? I'm writing a book.
Yeah, I'm drawing breasts actually on my paper.
That's exactly what I do. That's exactly. Yeah, I think I'm just drawing breasts here for my next book. No, I'm hoping this just. I don't know. I just don't have it's not like I don't have the patience, and I want to be a part of the system. That's being a part of the system, being on a jury. That's kind of a privilege to be asked to do that.
Yeah, it is. But it's a privilege that you want to decline because you don't want to do that.
Yes, because I don't want to do that, because I don't want to be that good citizen to spend 14 days or something.
I'm with you. All right, some quick shout outs here to some great sponsors before we wrap things up. We'll get into some more Texas baseball and softball. We'll get into some more NBA and NHL playoffs here in the final few minutes of today's show. But Buck, you ready for one?
Yeah, how about our good friends over at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Company? Love the folks at Leaf, as a matter of fact. They've got one down here at 290 and Monterey Oaks, of course. My yard looking good. The yard guys are out there this morning getting it done. My yard guy said, man, your shrubs look so healthy. I said, I get them over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. I told him I've been going there for years. Guy was asking me about it this morning, BK, and wanted to know where I get my stuff from. He said, well, these aren't. I said, yes, I'll go to Home Depot every once in a while. I said, but if I want to get the good stuff that's going to last forever, which I want to around my landscaping, then I go to Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. I really do. And they've got one, of course, they've got one in north on Pond Springs Road up north. So you've got 2 locations to go to, whether it's trees, flowers, vegetables, anything that you need, your herbs, they have it at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. You're going to love them. How's your plant when you left it to go away and have fun this weekend?
Still alive.
That you know of?
That I know of. I haven't checked since I got back.
Oh yeah, give it a little tweak. You do have to talk to them every once in a while.
I think I made a mistake. I think I watered it when I didn't need to water it.
Because you got enough sprinkle and water and moisture on it this week while you were gone.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Like, it's under a balcony, so I'm never sure how much water it actually gets when it rains, but I don't know. I probably overwatered it a little bit, so now I just got to let it sit for a while.
There you go. That's what you do with that cactus. Yeah. Let it sit.
It'll be all right. Maybe I'll pour some Olipop on it. Maybe that'll help.
That'll help. It's got all the ingredients for a great gut health. Why not?
It'll help me. I don't know if it'll help the plants, but it will definitely help me, and it will help you too. Olipop, a new kind of soda. If you haven't tried it yet, you are missing out. It's a great tasting soda, and I keep saying the word soda because that's what it tastes like. It's not, you hear healthy drink and you're thinking it's going to taste terrible. No, this tastes like soda. They've got tons of great flavors, but it's actually good for you. A unique blend of ingredients that does help support good digestive health. You've got 9 grams of fiber in every can, very little sugar, hardly any calories. And once again, the taste hits the spot every single time. They've got that new peaches and cream flavor. You know, the Barbie collab. It's going mainstream this week. So next time you're at the grocery store, wherever you get your groceries, be on the lookout for that new peaches and cream Olipop flavor. They still have all your favorites too, but a new one for us to try and for y'all to try. It is Olipop. And also shout out to Woods Comfort Systems as well. Something's wrong with your AC? You got to reach out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Almost 70 years in business here in Central Texas, providing the best HVAC and now plumbing services that you can find all throughout Central Texas, whether you're in San Marcos or Georgetown or anywhere in between. They've got you covered. woodscomfortsystems.com, or give them a call, 512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066.
What a nice meal from Jack Allen's. Got a to-go box, of course. I had to have their Cobb salad, and I got my wife that rainbow ruby trout for her last night. She loves that. Man, they do a great job there. They do a great job with all their meals.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing all the Jack Allen's guys there at the Mullet Open on Friday too. Brad and the gang.
Nice.
And Tommy. Good to see that. Good to see Tommy yesterday over at Jack Allen's. But man, that place was packed.
Oh, it always is.
Wow.
And with good reason.
Man.
Oh, yeah, you had all the sports going on too. They got the great weekend brunch during the day, and then of course you can get the fantastic dinners at night. Yeah, awesome dining experience every time you go to Jack Allen's Kitchen.
There are some great brunches in this town.
Yeah,
you know, all over this city.
Sure.
Jack Allen's, Moonshine. I need to find. I like them all. I know there's some hotels that do brunches. There used to be a Marriott right down here on Red River. They used to have a great Mother's Day brunch. I remember that. I used to take my ex-wife to Mother's Day there with the kids there, and I don't think they have it there. I don't even know if that's a Marriott down there on Red River anymore. Those hotels have changed so much, but there are some great brunches in this town. And when you mention, places like Jack Allen's and the Moonshine, I think the League Kitchen and Tavern also have a wonderful brunch. Mother's Day this Sunday coming up, folks.
Don't forget.
But don't forget that now.
Take care of moms. Send a card. Send a gift. Definitely call her on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
If you can, for sure. All right. We got a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away here in a second.
All right.
Another shout out to the hockey teams. It's a great time to be a hockey fan in the state of Texas. We talked a little bit about the Dallas Stars earlier. The Dallas Stars winning Game 7, knocking out the defending Stanley Cup champion Vegas Golden Knights in a very tense game. I mean, you talk about being puckered up, dude. Game 7, watching your team in a playoff hockey game. It's tight down there. And, man, it was a stressful time at the Buffalo Wild Wings at the Houston Hobby Airport. Also, I'm boarding the flight. I was literally boarding my flight during the third period. I'm like watching on my phone, getting on the plane as it's a 1-goal game in Game 7 in the final 20 minutes of the playoffs. Terrifying stuff. I was worried I was going to have to be duct taped to the seat if there was overtime in that game. That would have been a flight risk if that had happened. But the Dallas Stars take care of business. Also, the Texas Stars up in Cedar Park, they are in the playoffs. They are in round 2, and they are up 2-0 over Milwaukee in their second round best-of-5 series. So they won both games at home. Now they go on the road. They've got to win one of the next 3. They've got 3 chances to win one on the road. If they do that, they will advance to the conference finals. So the Dallas Stars up in the Metroplex into round 2. The Texas Stars 1 win away from making it to round 3. So if they get that done, make sure you get your tickets for the conference finals over at TexasStars.com or CentexTickets.com.
There you go, of course.
Shout out to the hockey teams. And also, can't say it enough, shout out to the Texas softball team. winning the Big 12 outright over the weekend with a series sweep over Texas Tech.
Yeah, and thanks for sucking again, Texas Tech.
Yeah, what do we say? 23-0 was the final score in that game on Saturday. 3 straight run rules.
50-7 scoring.
50-7 over the course of the 3 games on the road. So all the Your Markers had to see that in person. They had to watch their team get their ass kicked by Texas in one final sport, one final time.
I know that guy can't wait for July 1st to come.
Your Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, also, Kirby Hocutt, the AD at Texas Tech, is probably about ready for Texas to get out of this conference as well, because Longhorns have been a thorn in the side for Tech for a long time. They really have been this year. But Texas softball winning the 12th Big 12 championship for the University of Texas this year. You talk about going out with a bang. 12 conference championships. I guess they could technically win another one with baseball. Not looking too likely right now. But just incredible what this athletic department has put together this year. And it's why I think everybody on campus and a lot of Longhorn fans feel great about the move to the SEC. Varying levels of confidence by the sport. But overall, I mean, hell, this has been the best department in the country. So you feel like they can hang with just about anybody from top to bottom. And they have proven that again this season as they say goodbye to the Big 12 with a nice Tom Herman double bird.
Oh, there is a double bird happening.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, there you go. So congrats to Texas softball for that. All right. I see the fellas. We do have a randomizer we got to bring out here in a second.
Yes, indeed.
Before we do that, let's say hello to Wags and Double R. Gentlemen, good morning.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning. How are we?
Yeah, Double R, you got to give him the hola. He's Spanish speaking now. He doesn't like to talk in the English language.
I heard that, amigo. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estaba tu viaje? ¿Qué te pasó?
Muy bien. ¿Qué tal, Double R?
Oh, I told you. Hey, one little trip to Cancun or wherever you went.
Aquí nomás, pasándolo.
I'm the guy who studies abroad. I've studied a few, actually.
I love studying.
Studies abroad, and then you come back and you're fluent now. You go to France.
Immersion's the best way to learn, right?
Oh yeah. You go to France and you come back and you're saying croissant instead of croissant. Yeah. You're doing shit like that.
I'm surprised you actually hit that. Like that was phenomenal that you actually hit that. That's fantastic.
You come back and you're the perfect French kisser
because you can say it.
Yes.
You got like French kissing down better than ever when you come back from France. That's what I've been told.
How's y'all's weekend, guys? How was Cancun? Any for the stories?
Any for the stories? Well, it was in Cozumel.
Oh, okay.
So if I woke up in Cancun, if I woke up, yeah, you're right. All Mexicans are the same.
Said same thing. Yeah, same thing. Great water down there.
Yeah. I drank a lot of it. I was told to drink as much water as I possibly could.
Clean you out, my guy.
They want to keep you there. They want to keep you there, my man. That's why they're telling you to drink that water. We were in Mexico a while back, and that was the one thing that they kept bringing every time. It's like a cold pitcher, glass. Drink this water. They're like, drink this water. Don't drink that shit. Drink
seriously. The only thing I want to know is any senoritas. I mean, how was the wedding? How was the wedding party?
So it was a small wedding. It's about 75 people. Mm-hmm. But the coolest thing, the most unique thing that happened, and I've never done this before at a wedding, and I don't know if I'll ever do this again at a wedding. So it was in Cozumel, but it was, waterside, right? And literally all the dudes jumped into the ocean during the reception, which was hilarious.
Did you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah. Stripped down to the botches.
Yeah.
Some guys jumped in full suit. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. I care too much about
miserable. This. You're miserable after that.
Especially if it's a rental. Don't do that shit if it's a rental.
No, man.
Yeah. Oh, if it was a rental, I would have done it. But I actually own it, so I care about it.
Oh, nice. Look at this guy.
I still work in journalism, so I gotta.
That's
I can't waste this suit here. So
that's
true. The girls were just watching, taking pictures, probably laughing at the shrinkage they saw when we got out of the water. But we all jumped in, man. It was it's pretty unique. It's a fun time.
It's pretty cool.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
I heard you guys talking earlier, but Bucky, you were talking earlier about going to the pool and all that as a kid. You ever notice, and I see this at the beach as well, at the ocean, why is it when dudes, when young men, even grown men, when they get in the water together, where it's a pool, the sea, whatever, why they always want to start wrestling with each other?
I don't know, because everybody feels like they have an advantage. There's always a superior person in the pool with you that's probably a little bit stronger than you are, and you always feel like this is my time. And this is all going to be evened out right now in the water. Let me try to take him down into the water. And then you generally have somebody that's still that guy who's superior out of the water, gets you in the water, and they almost drowned your ass, you know?
It's like they always want to wrestle and hanging on each other and play chicken fights and all that shit.
My brother always wanted me in the pool like he was going to do something big time to me. I'm like, dude, I'm going to kick your ass in this water. If I can get you on land, if I get you in the water, you know, he thought it would even itself out in the water. That's not right, is it, Wags? It doesn't generally.
No, I don't touch dudes in the pool.
Oh, you don't?
Oh, you only touch them out of the pool, huh?
Yeah, in the locker room, preferably in the locker room. Steam room with eucalyptus, please.
And it's like, with the chicken fights, it's like, I don't want your balls on my neck.
Oh, no.
You're not climbing. You're not straddling my shoulders with your nuts bouncing on my neck. No,
I don't do reverse chicken fights in the water. I've never been a get up on my shoulders chicken fight or reverse chicken fight.
I don't even know how some of the wrestlers do like the power bomb and shit like that. I mean, you got a face full of crotch when you're getting ready to slam these dudes down. And I mean, they sell out, guys, for the crowd. They
Johnson.
Really
oh, yeah, I love that.
Yeah, for the record, none of that. We weren't wrestling each other. I want to make sure that is out there.
Good.
You know, there it is.
Just a bunch of guys being dudes.
We were hugging each other, just like celebrating our boy getting married. But
guys being dudes.
What's better than this, huh, Steve? What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Couldn't get any of the women out there. You know that.
Hey, Wags, how about this guy though on his flight back? He's got somebody in the middle seat that's got cookie dough coming over the top of the railing over his seat. He's he's got a leg that's like a ham bone, this big ham bone that's pressing his leg up against the wing, almost putting him out on the wing.
Yeah,
you can't recluse into the corner seat or into the damn window seat.
You can't get any tighter.
No, I was looking like this over there, and I'm still getting rolls on me.
Yeah,
and and Rodney, I told him, I said, I'm all right with a little. I said, some people need that feel of the leg touching. Some people just don't like air. If they have their leg against you, they feel more at ease. I want that person next to me at ease. I don't mind them just slightly touching me. I don't want the whole pushback thing, you know, where I've got to cross my legs over to the other side. BK doesn't want he doesn't even want the soft.
I noticed like I wore sweats on the plane, and I wear a hoodie, and I put my hoodie up. I don't want I don't want contact.
You ain't going elbow contact. Does that bother you too? The elbow to elbow thing?
Don't touch me. Oh my God, don't touch me. I'm in public.
You're that guy. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Sometimes when you're in that middle seat, they'll flip up the arm things, and they'll flip that thing up, and they kind of
This ain't no headrest.
Oh no! They don't flip it. I've never been with anybody that's flipped up the armrest. Came into my area.
And by the way, I heard you say in Southwest. Why in the hell is it on Southwest that when you get a B, when you're Group B, why is that the middle? I mean, shouldn't it be or no C, Group C? Why is C the middle? It's like that. That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. I usually upgrade. I'm not dealing with it, man. I usually upgrade. I'm in one of the first two rows. I'm in. I'm off. I don't deal with them. Get me out of there.
You're
Me and Wags are playing that. We're gonna pay that extra money from now on.
Yeah, I don't mess with it, man. I don't mess with it. Oh, I feel the shakes.
Wags, my last time when I get to have surgery in Tampa, I had to take my belt off, and I had lost all that weight. So I get into the X-ray deal. I take my belt off. She goes, "Now raise up your hands." My hands go up and my pants go down. And I'm like, this. I shouldn't have to go through this anymore.
Unrepel.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
TSA agent got a face full of Johnson, huh?
Oh yeah. I'm like holding my pants up with my hands. I'm like, I can only get my arms up so high. She goes, put them up, and I go up, and pants go down. I said, this shouldn't be anymore. I'm too old for this. I'm not hiding bombs in my shorts.
No, you're hiding a bomb. It's just, it's not the one they want. It's not the one they're looking for.
I'm taking off my shoes. Oh, yeah, put your shoes in here, sir. I'm like, what am I? I don't have anything in my socks, guys. Come on. I'm paying the extra from now on. That's my new deal. If I have to pay up to $100, I'm doing it.
You don't travel that much, so when you travel, pay for it.
There you go.
Yeah.
The randomizer didn't wait. You guys kept talking. The randomizer had to spit out a name.
What we got?
Randomizer.
So congrats to a YouTube winner today, John Mendiola.
Good job,
randomizer. Yep.
See what happens when you talk Spanish on what is today? Seis de Mayo. See that?
De Mayo. May the Seis be with you. You know what they say.
That's what I'm talking about.
So John, get in contact with us. Shoot us a text on the Coda text line 512-222-9328, and we'll get you your prize.
All right, boys. I got to go get the old brown truck.
Better be good.
Going.
Yep. Busy week.
There you go, guys. Welcome back, BK. Good to have you in action, man.
Later on, man.
And there they go. All right, yeah. Welcome to Chaos Theory on this wonderful Monday, man. This misogynistic Monday, as we like to say. We will not talk any Texas Longhorn softball, even though they're the best of the batch. I'm kidding. We say that tongue in cheek. We will definitely touch on that for a minute. But yeah, hey, it is this wonderful Monday here on Chaos Theory. Make sure you guys are tweeting at us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. Rodney's at the Rodney the Rodney R. And then on the Instagram at the _ Rodney R. And of course, I'm at the Wagner Wire on Instagram. If you are mobile out and about, make sure you hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. And make sure you smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, so that you can talk to us in this awesome YouTube chat channel that we have going on for Chaos Theory. What is up, my dude? How are you?
How you doing, buddy? Good week. How was your trip, man? You were you were out and about also. How'd it go for you?
Yeah, I'm a little lagged out. I didn't sleep at all, honestly. A lot of partying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of partying in there. Went to Arizona for the first time.
Really?
Yeah, I've been through, I've transited through Phoenix, but never really stayed in Phoenix. I'm not a fan.
Really?
Arizona kind of felt like it was ran down a good bit. Reminded me of, of course, it doesn't look like Iraq. That'd be
feel like a beach town or something. I know a lot of
not even a beach town, man. Feels weirdly, it feels like I'm in another country. It really does.
Really?
100%. Maybe it's the entire scenery and like the backdrop of the desert.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just giving me a little bit of association or reminding me of, being in the Middle East, even though you don't see, the damn backdrops like you do in Phoenix, like you would see in Iraq. That's usually more like an Afghanistan type of vibe where you see like the mountains or shit like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird vibe. The desert's a very weird vibe. I will say that. Good time, fantastic time. I just looked around and it just felt wild, man. Maybe it's because of the fact that there was no green, no grass, or very minimal grass. You know what I mean? But it was just wild.
Yeah, I can totally see that for you, because it's like when you get to Phoenix, you land in Phoenix and you look out that window, and it is, it's very barren. It's brown. There's not anything to look at. Most of the time, I think I've been to Phoenix a couple of times, and each time it's been in a work thing or a convention type thing, to where I'm mainly downtown. I was down there, I think the last time I was down there, probably back in 2017 for a work thing. I actually took a tour and kind of went out and saw the stadium and did different things. And it is, it does seem very much like those barren desert type things that you get placed in. And it feels like it too. I've always gone in the summer.
When you go out there, like we were in Chandler. And so where Chandler's at, you see like the Angels spring training, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, me being, a baseball guy, I've always been curious, like, how does that work out there? Do certain clubs share, stadiums or whatnot? But from what I grasped, it looked like the home training or the spring training home for the Angels was solely in Chandler, and it was exclusively for the Angels. I didn't see another club share that. Now, does each club go around strategically in Arizona if they're in the Cactus League and they have a stadium?
I'm assuming that's the way that works, because then you got the Grapefruit League in Florida.
That's a lot of stadiums.
That's a whole lot of stadiums, and actually, it's ironic that we're talking about spring training in Arizona. That's actually where, on one of those trips to where I told that story about being a Dodger for the day when I signed the autographs and all that shit, that was actually there in Arizona on one of those trips. And it is like I saw somebody mention it there, Jake. it's a dry heat there. I mean, it's a different heat that it's starting to feel like that around here, sort of, but still, it's nothing like that. And that is the thing. If you go to Phoenix and you go to the different like the downtown stuff, it feels like all the other contemporary, tourist type places where people want to circle and go. It's just a little hotter. But when you get to the outskirts, like you're talking about right there, dude, it really is. When you want to talk about desert, that's what that shit is. That's really what that shit is.
And it felt restricted and enclosed, you know what I mean? Or it almost felt like you were in, I don't know, you're kind of like in a one hell of a crazy dust bowl. You know how Austin has that dust bowl vibe too?
Yeah.
It feels like you're just right in the middle of like in the straddle of a mountain, right? Where, just dumped a whole bag of shit that they found inside of a vacuum cleaner. And that's what that's what's in fucking Arizona. That's what because I was expecting, a majestic type of vibe and scenery. I didn't feel that though. Like I saw the cool backdrops and shit, and I wanted to go on a hike. I didn't get a chance to really go on a hike. We were partying way too much. I was absolutely inebriated. Like I had no business trying to do anything functional, honestly. No, I wanted to go on a hike or whatever, but I wasn't feeling it. Wasn't in the heat too, man. During the day, it's a little unbearable, but during the night, it feels really cool, calm. I think it got down to like 70s this past weekend after it was around 95 and pushing 100 in Phoenix. It was wild, man. Just a different type of vibe. What's up, CB? How we doing, brother? How we doing?
And
it's exactly. Like, I just saw that, Jake. It is dry heat. It is a dry heat. What's up, brother?
It's like if you go into the Texas coast and you go the scenic route, if you take like Highway 80 and then you go to 181 and all these different 359, all these different trips, if you do that during the summer and you stop when you're out
which way is that going right through the heart of Texas?
That's going straight south and you're taking like through George West and Kennedy and all these random towns that you're going to hit. Pawnee.
Rodney, I don't know. Rodney, I don't know that.
But
I'm not a true Texan, I don't think, because I don't know the little.
Oh man,
what I know the routes, not cities.
Yeah. Oh, I'm that dude. I'm that Texas country reporter guy. When I go out doing race stuff, I'm like taking all the back roads and all that.
Well, that's like, what I'm asking you. What roads are they? I don't know the cities. I'm asking you the roads.
Oh yeah, well 181. Like when you get to 181 and Highway 80 and 23, Highway 23. That'll just push you straight out over there. 359 kind of cuts you over between George West and some of these spots, but that's like oil field country out there. So you want to talk about being barren. If you just pull over and you stop in the middle of summer,
desolate. I know it's desolate.
It is. It's a weird feeling.
Texas has more green than Arizona. Clearly,
they do. They absolutely do. Yeah.
Well,
I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you had a good time.
Dallas. I was able to see some of the game. I had to stay up really late at night to watch some of the playback just because people weren't watching Sports Center at the house or at the Airbnb where I was at. But I was able to see, on the way back, I was able to see Dallas actually capture this thing home against Vegas. 2-1. I mean, game. God, any in what BK was saying too. Like if you've ever watched any type of hockey in your life and you've just been a neutral fan, right? You've kind of felt a little bit of the vibe, like in the third period, to where things are puckering up just a little bit, and you don't know how it's going to go. And honestly, if you have any skin in the game of whichever team you're watching, I don't even know how I don't know how you find it enjoyable, because I don't. It's just it's so intense. And I'm not just talking about like playoff sports in general. It's just very intense, right? It's do or die. It's usually a do or die situation. And, if you're fairly invested in your team, it's hard to not, it's hard to not take your eyes off the damn screen. Right. And usually they call it fandom for a reason, right? It's fanatics. You're probably solely invested, and you're going to have maybe some emotional sports tears if your team either loses or wins. You never know. Anyways, playoff hockey is pretty damn sensational. Dallas takes care of business, gets past Vegas, moving on to fight the Avalanche. Now we're rolling, baby. Now we're going into the actual. I don't know. I can't say that because you can't dismiss the reigning champions, right? Like Vegas was fantastic. Their defense, we talked about how great they're doing at block, or how great they've always been at blocking shots throughout the year. And hey, can't give anything away. Can't take anything away from Dallas, because they played tremendously last night in their defense as well. Again, man, Ottinger did fantastic. And when you were going up against, a guy like Thompson or whatnot, the way that he's been on dialed in, you're just hoping anything gets past him and gets to the back of the net. And sure enough, they put 2 back there. So shout out to Dallas.
Yeah, that goalie play. I mean, Ottinger has just been, and I think the other part of this is when the series started. I mean, hell, Dallas dug themselves a hole and managed to get themselves into a Game 7 and win that Game 7 in spectacular.
Yeah, going down 0-2, and then having to go out to the desert.
Absolutely right. I mean, so you want to talk about a ball busting series right there, where you come back and to beat the defending champions and to beat a very scrappy Las Vegas team. I mean, that's for Dallas. I know Dallas is the number 1 seed. What was Vegas, 7, 8?
No, they were the 8th seed, but I mean, they were kind of like kind of like the 7th. They
right.
If you watched any of the regular season, it looked like they were. I'm not going to say that they were tanking.
Yeah,
but it looked like they saw the matchup coming down, and they were trying to get out of Edmonton's way, and they thought maybe, hey, we fall into the 8 and play Dallas, we might have a better chance. Of course, that's just a philosophy that people are throwing out there. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know how much actual weight that has, but that's just kind of what it looked like. Vegas ended up moving into the 8 to play Dallas, and it looked like it was working to their advantage until we went out there and started equalizing things.
Took care of business. But you're exactly right with playoff hockey, playoff baseball, and even playoff basketball. So different. When you get into football, it's like, okay, you got one game.
And this too. Like I don't know if you saw the transactions before the deadline or whatnot, but Vegas was busy. Vegas got after it. They were loaded up. And just what Jake says here too. Like they had a crazy amount of salary over the cap compared to all the other teams there. And yeah, like you want to say that they're a wild card now. They were probably theoretically like a 3 or a 2, honestly.
Yeah.
Out of the West.
Right. Like football. I mean, football, you get into, I mean, you've got 60 minutes. NFL and college. I mean, if your team is in the hole 30 points at halftime, you pretty much have an idea what's going to happen. But with this, that's the whole thing about it. And if you are a fan, this will bring out the best fandom in you whatsoever, because there's 7 games. There could be 7 games, and that's just that's the intriguing part about hockey, baseball, basketball, is that it's not just the one game. As a Cowboy fan,
and when it gets to Game 7,
I know
baby, when it gets to Game 7, there's nothing like it. We talked about it. It's the sexiest 2 words in all of sports, and rightfully so, man. It is fantastic. But yeah, shout out to Dallas. And also, again, too, like Dallas is kind of known for their offense, right? They'll grind with you, they'll get after it, they'll hit with you, but usually they're known for their offense. And to go down and win the shot, the block shot battle, I thought was very telling, because that's what. I mean, it felt like especially in the first 2 games, that's what Vegas was doing a lot better than Dallas. They weren't able to get Dallas, or they weren't allowing Dallas to get on special teams and, to get the one-man advantage to, basically what Dallas does best. And that's how they get their scoring opportunities, and they get the goal advantage or whatnot. But yeah, hey, no power plays, or excuse me, I believe only one power play apiece for each team last night. Not too much. I got to look that up, actually. Yeah, only, 1 power play opportunity for each squad last night. So, clean game. Yeah, Dallas was able to prevail, man. How about that? Now we move on, play what I believe is, one of the toughest teams in the damn all of NHL. And I think, they still have a chance to actually represent the West and, raise Lord Stanley's trophy, and that's the Colorado Avalanche, man. They're just electrifying, dude. And McKinnon's one of my favorite players to watch. He's fantastic. So they got their hands full.
I think the West is, I mean, like we were talking about, I mean, here we go with the West. I mean, who's going to come out of the West? I mean, who do you, if you had to go throw a huge amount of money on this to where you could reciprocate what you're going to put down? Because I know
I told you I had the Avalanche. I thought the Avalanche were, yeah. Tom's got Dallas. I think Tom's
Yeah.
got Dallas. Edmonton, Edmonton's going to outscore you. They're fantastic. They can put the puck in the back of the net. I think the best defensive team kind of just went out. That was Vegas. Vancouver's pretty damn good too. Of course, we'll see them going up against Edmonton. So, there's some really good. And then, of course, you had Carolina and in the Rangers the other night too, and New York already starting off with game one there in against Carolina. So, hey, look, man, you want to talk about some of the best hockey that's right around the corner? Just turn your. What do we got tonight? I think we got a couple games tonight on too, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know at least one. I haven't looked at the schedule, but yeah, Tom has the Stars and the Canes is who he has at the end of this. So that very probable. But I think right there for Dallas, I mean, just the manner that they won that series and again,
we got Boston and Florida tonight. Florida tonight.
Beating a really good Las Vegas team. I mean, it's got to bode well for them, man. I mean, their confidence has got to be all-time high right now.
100.
Yeah.
And again, too, like people don't understand how good all four lines were playing for Vegas too. Like they were sensational, man. You not just, and it's not just the fact it's putting goals in the back of the net. It's the fact that how well you're skating. If the fourth line's actually being able to put goals in the back of the net, because that's usually known as your hitting line or whatnot. Or your checking line. But yeah, all four lines were playing exceptionally well for Vegas, and for Dallas to go in there and go on the road, steal the two back, and then be able to finish this out. I mean, it went to 7 games. You kind of figured if you lose your first 2 games on the road, you have to figure that it's going to 7 games. It's going to go to the full way, right? But Dallas was able to do that. Now, my caution is with Dallas's legs. Like, I hope, you can't go another game 7 and then get to the finals and expect to have fresh legs and blow away the competition and be able to outskate them, man. Hopefully you're able to put this thing away within 5 or 6 if you're Dallas and be able to move on and get a little bit of reprieve and rest. But I don't know. I feel like Carolina is going to push it, or not Carolina. I feel like Colorado is going to push it. And hell, Colorado could damn well beat the Avalanche or beat the Stars here.
Yeah. I think this series is going to be as good or better than what we just saw. I think
what makes you say what? Any reason?
No, I just think that like you're talking about. I just think that Colorado is going to push Dallas, and take it to 7. And take it to 7. Right. And I think that's really going to be the thing there for Dallas is, man, you get pushed to another 7 game series. Man, that's a lot.
Yeah, you want to avoid that. Avoid that at all cost. We got some NBA on too. Let's talk about I guess the Mavericks will be in action tomorrow, but let's break down a little bit of the action from the weekend there. Mavs able to put the Clippers away. Of course, no Kawhi for the Clippers, but the Mavericks able to get it done. What was some of the best things that you saw out of that contest, Rodney?
I mean, just a solid effort from Dallas, and I pretty much assumed that. I think Dallas really took control of this series here in the last week and a half, to where they just beat the Clippers down. And the whole thing is not having Kawhi. We talked about that last week here on the show, as to where, I mean, that is such a missing piece right there for the Clippers. And now I look at the Clippers and I think, okay, is their window passing them? I mean, my God, it's just been so much back and forth right there for them. But Dallas moving on, and Jason Kidd gets a new contract out of this.
Good extension.
Yeah. And that's why I'm curious to have your thoughts on that. I mean, is that because Jason Kidd, I mean, not quite the Doc Rivers thing there, comparison right there, but is that because Luka and Kyrie are they like that dude? I mean,
I don't know. I when it comes to coaches being signed and being inked, I have no idea what's going on in the NBA. Great for Jason Kidd and his extension. Looked like he had, rumors speculating to him going out west to LA, but it looks like he's going to stay put for a while. And you want to talk about, I mean, what I can talk about is some of the play I've been watching. The sensational play, not just from Luka, but from Kyrie Irving. And when I say this, you guys are probably thinking, yeah, he's fantastic. He's exceptional on offense. I don't know if you guys paid attention to the entire series or not, but Kyrie Irving, except for I would argue maybe game one, maybe game two got a little bit out of hand. Kyrie Irving's defense was outrageous against James Harden. I don't know if James Harden is an ideal top scorer in the NBA like he used to be about 3 or 4 seasons ago, but the dude can still get a bucket, right? The guy can fill it up. And the fact that Kyrie Irving was able to shut down the perimeter play of not just James Harden, but also, other Clippers that were in the series as well. Westbrook being able to come out there and where, you know how he is in terms of just the Energizer Bunny. He's all over the damn court. He doesn't give you a break. But yeah, mostly he was drawn on Luka a good bit too. But yeah, I thought Kyrie's defense was absolutely exceptional. The fact that you got the boys in the paint now that are able to step it up and get after it and get nasty too. Dallas is one hell of a wrecking ball to mess with here. We talked about just how close the matchup was at the end of the season with 1 through 4, or 1 through 5 essentially. It looks like that 5th team is able to make themselves a solidified candidate to actually hoist a Larry O'Brien trophy. Now here's the problem. It looks like the best teams that we're seeing, or the best series that we're seeing out of this tournament, is actually going down right now between Minnesota and Denver. Now Minnesota able to take game 1, and a lot of people are already deeming them as the new favorites for this tournament in the NBA here. But look, I mean, we already talked about how tough it is to beat Denver in 4 games. Like, if you got to take 4 games out of 7 from Denver, that's the feat. You get 1. I mean, I know it was in Denver too. Denver. But look, let's pump the brakes a little bit before we anoint the Minnesota Timberwolves as the new domination from the West here. Okay, I still think it's Denver until I'm proven wrong. I still think it's Denver.
Yeah, and it really is. I mean, it's a great stamp to start the series there for Minnesota. I mean, what can you say about the Ant-Man? Now with all the conversation about the Ant-Man, how important is the Ant-Man? Well, are you blind? Are you vision impaired? He's pretty freaking important to what Minnesota does.
Pretty good. He's
good.
And
it was. I mean, they came out and they controlled the ball game. I mean, they held off the swarm. They held off the run, and that's what you have to do. But yeah, we are way too early. We are way too early in this series to go ahead and give it to Minnesota. But I think I mentioned this last week, to where I thought Minnesota would win game 1. I really thought Minnesota would win game 1, because they were going to come out and they were going to swarm, and they were going to control Denver, and that's exactly what they did. But now you got 1 game down, and Denver's going to go back, and I would not at all be surprised. Game 2, Denver is going to put it on them pretty good to kind of take that home court advantage back, because that's kind of the dilemma right there. I guess
it is like, if you think about it, it is tough, because with Minnesota, they got 2 dominant physical pieces there with Cat and with Gobert, or Gobert. Yeah, it's Rudy Gobert. If you want to say
Gobert,
if you want to put the strong T on it, but Rudy Gobert. Look, I don't want to sit here and give them their roses already, but it does look like it's one hell of a feat to get by. And if there's any team that can do it, it's Joker, right? Like, Joker's going to have to go for 30. If you have complementary pieces, I don't know if Joker's going to have to go for 30, but everybody else is going to get involved. Like, Porter's going to have to hit his. Porter's going to have to drop around 15 to 20. You're going to have Murray be able to control the game and control the pace of play and flow. He's going to have to go off and maybe get 20, 25, have at least 7 to 8 assists or something. Joker's going to have to be on the assist game too, and everybody's going to have to get involved, man, because when you really break it down, man, you got the big 3 with Ant, Gobert, and Cat. That's a tough trio, man. That's a tough trio. But hey, keep your eyes peeled, baby. Keep your eyes peeled, because this is going to turn out to be one of the best, if not the best season or the best series in the NBA playoffs, one of the best series in the NBA playoffs for sure.
Yeah, and I'll go with that 3 right there. I mean, because like you said, with Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert, I mean, that's a good get right there. I mean, you go back and if anybody questioned the Rudy Gobert thing, I mean, it's like, okay, the proof is in the pudding right here. But it really seems like what Minnesota is doing is they have built what they are doing right here to stop Joker. And they did that. I mean, they did that to a pretty good extent there in game 1. So
Joker got his points, but I think he was he's minus 12 from
that's right.
With plus minus. Hell, all the Denver Nuggets, all the starting 5 was minus in plus minutes. So you got Aaron Gordon, who did not have a good night at all, especially when your rebound outage is only 3, and that's kind of what you're there for. You're kind of like the X factor and the focal piece. You're an energy guy. You're supposed to be going up and getting it. Yeah, minus 23 for his plus minus, minus 9 for Porter Jr.
Yeah,
minus 12 for Jokic, minus 22 for Murray. That can't be having that. And then
nope.
KCP with minus 9, only filling it up 6 points. Again, man. But when you're the point guard, when you're the distributor, and you don't have any assists, like that's telling. That's just I would say a bad night for Denver and probably an optimal night for Minnesota. But still, even on those optimal nights for Minnesota, you're gonna have to cut down or whatnot and force somebody else to beat you, man, because that dude is just on one right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely going to have to do it. I mean, it's very concerning. I mean, if you're a Denver fan, because I mean, they are built to stop everything that Denver does well, and like we said, with the big 3 that they have, I mean, I think they're perfectly capable of winning this series, and that's I'm surprised to say that at this point, because I really did think, like we've talked about, Wags, for about the last 3.5 months. I mean, the West is going to run through Denver, and now I'm not so sure. Now I'm
still on board with Denver, but Minnesota looks pretty damn good. I'm still on board with Denver. When all their pieces are firing, give me Denver, man. Again, Denver's top 5 is better than Minnesota's top 5.
Absolutely.
I'll say that. And I love Mike. I think Mike Conley's fantastic.
Yep. I love that comment from Rob. Yeah, as yet another coach bites the dust. They should just let him be the GM. They should just let him coach. I mean, that's where all the conversation about, is LeBron going to leave the Lakers? This is where I go back to, why would he? I mean, he's going to be in control wherever the hell he goes. But
that comes down to where Bronny James is going. Yeah. That if we really want to think about it, like, that's honestly, LeBron is probably using this as somewhat of I would say a little bit of a tool or a power move to get him and Bronny into a good spot, right? Like, what did Bronny average? Like 4? Did Bronny even average 4 points? I don't even know what he averaged at USC, right? But he's trying to get into the NBA. I would argue that there's a lot more other talent that can get into the NBA over Bronny James. But the fact that, LeBron James is holding the golden ticket to the Willy Wonka factory here, trying to get, his son into the NBA. And if he is a highly coveted piece, LeBron James, to get, anywhere at this age for an organization or an NBA franchise, and that key coveted piece says, oh, if you want me here, you should draft Bronny.
Right.
That will solidify me here for 2 years, as long as Bronny's on his rookie contract deal or whatnot. Have me and Bronny have that story, have that narrative kind of come to surface. That's what I want. If you can give LeBron James that, you're going to get him, because that's what he's waiting on. He's waiting on somebody to give Bronny James a pass to the NBA.
And I mean, LeBron wants to play with Bronny. I mean, it's
that's been known for 5 years, 5 to 10 years. He's been trying to get that happen.
Yeah. And where would you rather do that? With the Lakers or with Indiana, San Antonio, you name it. You name all.
I wouldn't want to uproot my family, though, from where they're at, especially if that's where Bryce is at now too. Bryce, you want to talk about the lineage talent. Everybody talking about Bronny because Bronny's time is now. Wait until Bryce gets to surface.
That's
Bryce
a good player.
Bryce is a lot better than Bronny.
Yeah, that's
seems to. I'm not an expert on the lineage of LeBron James basketball family here, but I'm telling you right now, it appears that Bryce James is a little bit better than Bronny.
Yeah. And this is the first part. I mean, in the integral separation of LeBron James from his basketball time, it is to play with Bronny, and then I don't know if he'll play with Bryce or not. But and the whole thing is,
Rob, I'm with you. You shouldn't just get a pass because of nepotism. I'm absolutely with you.
That's 100%. Exactly right.
But we know you guys fucking know how the world is, right? It is what it is, man. And fair, the word fair does not exist in my dictionary. It just doesn't. It should. Fair should not be in your vernacular, because the world just isn't fair. When have you ever seen any type of fairness happen outside of sports? when outside of a regulated stature or statute. You just don't.
And for LeBron post basketball, I mean, with everything that he's going to do, I mean, he can be in so many different fields of entertainment. He already is. I mean, just look at everything that he's involved with. Where better to do it than there in LA? I mean, it just makes perfect sense. And yeah, I know he wants to win another NBA title. By the way, how about Cleveland getting to the second round for the first time in a long time without him?
I was wrong about that one too, man.
Yeah. I know LeBron's post-basketball life is going to be what it is, but it's going to be in LA. I mean, that's where that brand needs to be. And he's not, like you said, he's not going to uproot and he's not going to do all these different things. He'll finish here, do whatever he's going to do with these kids. And then at that point, that's where we see what these kids do when they get in the league, if they start moving around, or what they're going to do, because it really is. It's not fair. And you look in sports to where we see it with NFL coaching staff.
Stop saying that. Stop. We need, that's one thing that we will not use on it. We will not say it's not fair. Please.
Oh, well, no.
Let's not say that, please. I hate that term.
Here's what I mean is that we see it in sports all the time, especially in the NFL, where you've got a head coach or whatever, and their sons end up on their staff, and you could go get a much better assistant.
That's how the world works, man. That's how it works. None of that shit happened for me. I've never went through my entire life saying, "Oh, it's not fair." No, that's just it is what it is. You adapt, you overcome, and you get by.
That's right.
Do it like that.
That's right.
The world is not fair.
It's
not a cookie cutter fairy tale written out for your ending. It's just not.
Yeah, it's who you know, the connections you have.
100%.
And it does matter. You know, some of that. Oh, by the way, my dad's the greatest. Well, second greatest player.
That's what you need. It's not the degree from Texas. It's knowing people around the city. That's the real world, man.
That's it. And dude, I see it in racing all the time. Some of the greatest short track racers in the country race their ass off each and every weekend, racing with their family in subpar equipment, doing exceptional things. Yet they can't get to the major leagues because their parents don't have money. Their parents don't have connections. And yet those subpar drivers are racing in major league series. And that's just life. That's just fucked up life, man.
You can miss me with that conversation about fairness, because I don't really give two shits about fairness. I just don't. And until the fairness fairy godmother comes down and grants me all the shit that I missed, I don't give two shits about your fairness. I just don't. Yeah. Life's not fair. Okay, cool. Amazing. Get it tattooed on you. We got some other basketball to talk about too. We got Nuggets back in action tonight against the Timberwolves. That's tonight. We also have Pacers and Knicks. They're in action for game one here. Broke down a little bit of game one about Minnesota and Denver here. Let's get back into it. Game two is not going to be any type of different, right? Except for the fact that if Denver wants to win, they got to get out of the negative in the plus minus here, and their facilitator has to get at least one assist. I would argue that he's got to be around 8 to 10 and get the rest of the team involved. Gordon's going to have to be able to show up tonight. He can't be non-existent, and Porter Jr. is going to have to knock some shots down from the perimeter. That's going to be hard to do with the five that the Timberwolves have. Look, I just got done talking about Mike Conley, right? Mike Conley, he's not going to wow you over with some of his perimeter play, but what he does so well is he gets to the basket, he breaks down the defense, and he causes the defense to be out of their position and rotate over. So kind of the stuff that I was asking for Hunter to do all year long with the Longhorns. That's exceptionally what Michael Conley does well, man. He's so smooth with it, man. He goes to the left better than some of the best point guards in the association right now. And he made game one for Denver very unfair, Rodney. Very unfair. Mm-hmm. He got it down, my guy. This dude's one hell of a hooper, and when he can get the rest of the team involved, not just like Mike Conley's used to being the guy, like the facilitator. When he doesn't have to, when he can just take a step back and let Ant do his magic, and then when the ball gets to Mike Conley, oh, look what I found. Now I can drive, dish, and make some magic happen. That's going to be tough for Denver to stop. But if there is a team to do, we done talked about it. If there's a team to do it, it's tough to beat Denver in 4, man.
Yeah, it really is going to be tough. But like I was saying a while ago, I really think that everything that Minnesota does, damn, we missed a cue again. Everything that Minnesota does, I think they're built to stop Denver. And 4 games is tough. I mean, it's going to be really hard to win 4 games because Denver is going to come back tonight. Denver is going to adjust to all this. And so what's your thought? I mean, so if Minnesota wins again tonight and Minnesota goes and like squashes home court advantage right here, what happens if Minnesota wins tonight, man?
Well, no, you got to be able to take 4. I mean, it's going to be crazy. To me, I mean, I just gave you the breakdown on what I think needs to happen for Denver. Look, man, if they don't come out, firing on punches like they just did, like I just got done talking about, it's not going to happen. They will be down 2-0, Rodney. What needs to change for Denver to be able to right the ship like I just got done talking about?
Man, I got to tell you, I think Denver's got to get a little quicker, man. And I think that's Minnesota slowing Denver down with what they're doing on defense. But I think they got to be quicker and they got to let Joker assert himself, or Joker has to assert himself a little bit better than he did in game 1. And a lot of that is what Minnesota was doing. So I don't know, dude. You got 3. Yeah. That's a big 3 right there for Minnesota. That's a big 3 for Minnesota, dude. I'm not saying that it is going to be 0-2, but dude, it's a hell of a lot more realistic than I thought it was going to be from what I saw.
Yeah, pretty tough. All right, we also have Indiana and New York in action as well. Game 1 started with that. Right now, New York's favored by 5, right? 5.5. 5.5 is the line. I don't think that they got worn down too much in that series with Philadelphia. And you could argue that the Pacers got taken for a ride, right? Or they got a little bit more than they could chew, right? You'd figure that without Dame or Dame came back in the last game, but without Dame or without Giannis being able to put their actual, scoring prowess onto Indiana, you'd think that they were able to ride off into the sunset. But no, the Bucks made it somewhat of a series. I don't think Indiana has what it takes for Thibodeau's defense, man. We talked about how impressive that Thibodeau was over this past the past first series, moving into Philadelphia and trying to take down one of the best in the business to do it, and that's Joel Embiid. And also, what kind of surprised me and kind of shocked me with the series with New York and Philadelphia was the fact that New York kind of struggled, I felt like, in the closing moments to kind of put the game away or a few games away, not just a game away, to put a few games away. I don't think Indiana's got, Halliburton's fantastic, but I don't think that he's got, Maxi's potential where he can just put everybody on his shoulders and rise up and, ascend the Pacers to godlike material to where they're just, beating the damn Knicks down by 20 or whatnot. I don't think Halliburton can do that. Matter of fact, I don't think there's anybody on the Pacers that can ascend and do what Maxey was doing in the series. I like Denver here, maybe 5 games, or not Denver, excuse me. I like the Knicks here, maybe 5 games. Maybe it might not be a sweep, but it might go to 5 games.
Yeah, if you get 6, if you're Indiana, you've done well, because that, you want to talk about being fair and luck and having luck. The Pacers lucked out with the Bucks that you were missing your 2 big guys. You're missing your 2 guys. So it really did seem like we talk about Boston in the East. Kind of the Pacers in the East. They cruised through that somewhat because of those 2 guys not being there. But yeah, with Maxey and the Knicks, man, these guys are rolling some kind of momentum coming in here with what we watched at the end of that series. They're battle tested. They're ready to go. I think the Pacers are kind of coming in. I would say they're coming in confident, but the Knicks are coming in battle tested, dude. And they are, 5 games. 5 games. I'm with you on that, dude.
I got a little, like, I'm curious a little bit about Brunson, because I felt like Brunson doesn't really make too many turnovers, but the turnovers that he was making in crucial moments of the game, and again, it could. I put it more towards fatigue instead of, being too big or having the moment too big for you. Of course, that'd be kind of foolish to say that, because Brunson, especially when the fourth quarter hits, Brunson just emerges and turns inferno here. But again, sometimes it just doesn't feel like they're on the same page, and more than likely it's probably fatigue. But that's just what I saw out of game 4 and game 5 in the series with the Knicks. Just a little uncharacteristic, timely mistakes towards the latter portion of the game, or of the match that went down. But look, be that as it may, they were able to get through it and move past that adversity there, and we're going to have one hell of a series with the Knicks and the Pacers. I say that, but again, there's a pretty damn good chance. I see a lot of people saying Knicks in 6. it's a good chance that it's probably going to be Knicks in 5.
Mm-hmm. And I love what Jake is talking about right there. When you want to talk about the contrast in styles, I mean, you got Indiana, that's a very up-tempo, that's a very fast team, and the Knicks are kind of like molasses compared to them. It's like slow.
Yeah, but they're slow, but they're
aggressive.
very philosophical. Yeah. They're very deliberate in how they attack the ball, though. They might be slow. Their pace of play might be a little bit slower, but the way that they attack the ball with their deliberation is fantastic.
Yeah. And that's why I think, while it appears we both are kind of thinking this thing here that the Knicks are going to handily take care of business right here. I mean, maybe this is one that we're going to be wrong about. Maybe this is one that stretches itself out, but I just don't see how that's going to happen. I mean, because the Knicks, man, the aggressiveness, just everything that we saw in the first series. I mean, with Brunson in this group, dude, I don't see it going further than 5. That's what I'm saying, man. If you get 6 out of this, you've done something, but I just don't see it happening.
Right on. Hey, let me tell you, whether you're watching hockey or you're watching NBA or you're watching football or you're getting your baseball news, you got to do it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. I was so out of my depths. Out of my world, out of my realm here when I was in Arizona because I couldn't watch the sports. I couldn't consume the sports that I usually do back here in the home of my luxurious audiovisual consultations studio, basically. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. If you want 2 TVs or 4 TVs, get it done with avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, they've been setting a standard in audiovisual automation. And you can go to their gallery of projects that they've done on their website at avconsultations.com to see what they've done over the past 35 years. Setting the standard since 1988. Make sure you give them a call. They'll be out to your house in a jiffy and right on time for you to watch the finals in NBA and in NHL. Give Tom a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's right. He will hook you up. And right before we hear from the coverts, I do want to answer Longhorn Bear right here because, if you have one of those AV consultation setups, you probably did watch the Miami Grand Prix at some point, and I am catching a lot of shit on that. On the Twitter because I said, breaking news, Verstappen's going to win. Well, he fired off and it looked like he was, but it's Lando Norris from McLaren that wins over Verstappen. And
when's the last time McLaren got a win?
Dude, I can't even. I'd have to go back and look. It has been so long since McLaren has won, and to do it stateside. I mean, for them to do it here in the month of May, when McLaren will also have cars in the Indianapolis 500, that's a really big deal right there. So for Lando Norris to get that win, and the whole thing is, it's one thing. I know Verstappen has lost this year, but he lost yesterday and finished second. When he lost before, he broke down. He had problems,
right?
So and he couldn't come back.
Him actually not being able to win a race.
Yeah. Lando got his shot there. A little bit of luck right there with the way that he took the lead right there with some pit stuff, but he got it. He checked out and he won. And super good stuff. Hey, looky there.
Look at this guy. Look at. I don't even know if he's got a piano or what, man. Where is he playing a piano today? Sure we'll see what he and Shannon's got cooking up there.
There he is, right there. The soul singer, Mike Hardball Harge. How about a quick word from the coverts?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
It beats Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell, not ever. Go see them for your car, truck, SUV, new or pre-owned wags.
We got a couple minutes before we get out of here. So I saw this headline, and of course, I've anybody that saw me after the draft and heard what I had to say, I renounced the New York Giants as my NFL football team. I still get intrigued by some of these idiotic headlines that I see from time to time on ESPN. One is saying how Malik Neighbors could potentially be Rookie of the Year. Experts. We've asked our experts, our expert analytics here at ESPN, the possibilities of Malik Neighbors. what he could do in his rookie season. And the experts, no names given by this journalist from ESPN, no names given about these experts, but the experts feel like Malik Neighbors can be rookie of the year. I'm starting to question the level of expertise that is required at ESPN to give analysis on certain football teams. What in the right giving mind, what makes you think Malik Neighbors can be rookie of the year? That's seriously. I'm going to ask this question to you, Rodney. Do you think that Malik Neighbors has a quarterback, first of all, that can deliver him the ball to make him in potential of the conversation of rookie of the year? Because it requires two. It takes two to tango when you're a wide receiver, my guy.
Well, MVP or rookie of the year capability, yes, but not in that situation. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, and you're right about.
Well, they're predicting him to be rookie of the year.
And that's, I read stuff and I watch stuff all the time, and I'm like, when you talk about the credentials of people that do stuff, I'm like, man, and that's the beauty of what we do right here, whether what we're doing or people that are writing, that are freelancing as media or social media writers or whatever. Any fucking body can do this. Anybody can do this. That's what I've said. The cool thing about podcasting, anybody can do it. The bad thing about podcasting, anybody can do it. And that's where you get takes like this. That's not going to happen. I mean, like you said, who's going to throw him the ball? Who's going to take care of that quarterback?
That's my point. Now, look, Jake, like, I get what you're saying here. Like, he could be, but he won't, since X-Man has Mahomes to throw him the ball. Now, look, I think everybody's missing my point. Like, this is not a...
It's just what's realistic.
It's not a slap in the face of Malik Neighbors, all right? It's not. I'm not taking anything away from Neighbors' skill set. I'm taking the fact that Neighbors does not have a quarterback to throw him the damn ball. And that should be clearly obvious here. Like, when's the last decent performance that the New York Giants had from their quarterback room?
Exactly.
Go back a couple of seasons. Because that's where it's at. All right. 220 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception is not a decent performance in today's modern day era of NFL football. It's just not. You got to throw for 3. The standard is 300, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. That's the standard. We all know this. Yeah. Giants aren't producing that.
Well,
get out of here with this shit. I don't want any experts. Our experts think Malik Neighbors is going to be rookie of the year. No, it's not happening.
Well, and you can go back and look at last year, and that's like this year with Caleb Williams that's coming in. I mean, they have surrounded him in a very good place where he could be the rookie of the year. Last year, it's Bryce Young. Oh my God, Bryce Young. I mean, I think it should have been pretty clear, and everybody beating up on Bryce Young, and I totally get he sucked, but look at his situation. It was going to be very hard, but you look at the Houston quarterback. We wouldn't have thought that he would have been as good as he was going to be, but they went in and they did what they needed to do to put him in the best situation. And Malik Neighbors is not there. I mean, Marvin Harrison, great, not in a good place.
Jake, I hope it happens. I do. I hope it happens. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. I don't know where the production is going to come from. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Maybe bubble screens, dude. Bubble screens.
and I mean, it's not to say. I mean, we've seen it before. Maybe Daniel Jones comes back and is the Daniel Jones of that one time.
What season? Daniel Jones of what season?
Daniel Jones of a couple of years ago.
What did he do a couple of years ago?
Well, he got them to the playoffs. Yeah.
He did not get them to the playoffs. The defense and Saquon Barkley got them to the playoffs.
Well, but he's still the conductor. He was still the game manager. He's got this weapon. Now he's got this weapon, but I go back to who's going to watch Daniel Jones' backside or whoever the hell's back there. DeVito. Who's going to watch the backside of the quarterback to get this dude to be rookie of the year? Not going to happen.
Jake, I would argue to that Megatron, completely different physique than Malik Neighbors.
That's totally different.
Different type of skill set for sure. Neighbors is a, cut him up in the slot type of deal, and hopefully, you can find a way to get some OBJ magic happening there. But nobody was like Megatron, man. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I thank you for your optimism, dude. I do. I just don't think it's happening.
OBJ now a Dolphin, Wags.
How about that?
There.
How about that? Prolonging your career, OBJ. I think you know what? That's a place where I think stuff could happen for OBJ.
I think it's a good piece. He doesn't
in
have
McDaniel's
to be
offense there. I think he's going to be able to prolong his career, maybe get a couple of seasons out of it. And look, he doesn't have to be the guy. He just has to be a guy. He's got to be an outlet. He's got to be an option, right? He's got to do a drag across the middle and maybe to a season late, and then he turns a 20-yard catch and run into a touchdown. Maybe he gets 3 or 4 touchdowns on the season. That's a success for OBJ, wouldn't you say? Especially if Tyreek Hill's probably going to get 10 to 11 touchdowns. Jalen Waddle's probably going to be in that 8 to 7 area. And if OBJ can add with 3 or 4, that's fantastic, because the ground and pound is going to be able to get theirs too, man. Miami's going to be a high potent offense, that's for sure. And OBJ's found a great hole.
I think it's so weird now that we look back at it that we can sit here and talk about OBJ being a part of Miami, and we can say that OBJ is ready in his career to be a piece of the puzzle, to where it was always, like you said, he had to be.
Hasn't OBJ been a piece of the puzzle though?
Yeah, he has been. And that's what I'm saying.
Like I feel like when you start to do that tour, when you start to tour, the teams, I feel like you're clearly searching for a ring, but you're just trying to prolong your career there and just see how much you can squeeze out of the NFL, right? To be that piece of the puzzle.
Yeah. And it is like we were talking about with being in the position that you're in. He's putting himself in a spot where, like you said, number one, he's going to prolong that career for 2 to 3 years. And again, he can be a contributor. It's one thing when you come in and they sign a name that is kind of faded away into oblivion a little bit, but the dude can still be a contributor and he can still do really cool things. And he's in a great market. They'll love him in Miami, dude. That shit. Dolphins got him a really good piece right there. I think
I would think so. A good I guess supplement in case a toy breaks down.
Absolutely,
one of their speed demons breaks down, or hell, you want to talk about a really good third option. That's OBJ, man. I can't believe we're saying OBJ is a third option either.
It's crazy, isn't it? That's what I mean.
Time flies, dude. Time flies.
Call him that. Yeah.
2007 is way. We're coming up.
Dude, that's a long time ago.
We're 3 years away from 2000. We're 3 years away from the 20-year mark of 2007.
Yeah, I look in the mirror every morning and I'm like, dude, what? I remember myself in 2007. What happened? What happened?
He's been playing for a long time.
It's been a long time.
Blink your eyes. He was just a rookie. That's crazy.
He's been around forever. Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Grizzled veteran is that.
What you got going on for the rest of the day, Double R?
Rest of the day, my man, I got to work on some racing stuff and do all these other different things. So that's going to be all of that stuff. Watch some basketball tonight once I'm done with Revved Up, a little bit later on in the Revved Up live cast, and then we'll just keep on rolling. How about you, my man?
You going to be playing any pickleball at all?
Actually, I'm not going to be playing any pickleball this week because I've got another busy Mother's Day weekend with some obligations and out of town stuff. But the following week, I will be playing some pickleball. I'm going to find.
There you go. And you guys
right here in Round Rock, we got all these.
You just said it, Mother's Day, Rodney. Mother's Day. It's right around the corner. If you're looking for special treats and special gifts, and your mother or your wife is into pickleball or whatnot, hey, hit them up with Pick Sports Gear. It's the perfect time. Of course, you guys know that the gear is crafted with precision right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas, man. Known for its love in sports and innovation. Make sure you guys get it done. Go to picksportsgear.com. Talk about that Mother's Day stuff. Make sure you get it in for your wife or for your mom right now. From the top of the line premium accessories, they have everything you need to dominate the court in style. Plus, check out the demo days that's coming around. We'll have more demo days that are being announced here on the website. Make sure you're going to pixsportsgear.com. That's pixsportsgear.com. Use code radio10 to make sure you get your discount for all your gear and apparel at pixsportsgear.com. That's pixsportsgear, pixsportsgear.com.
Good stuff. Speaking of grizzled veterans, it is our man Jeff Howe. It's only an hour coming up. How we doing, brother?
What's up, Jeff Howe? How you doing, baby?
I'm good, man. Two things. One, if y'all hear heavy breathing over the microphone, my 14-year-old dog, who we know she's on her last leg, she decided to hang out with me in the office today.
I love that.
Not roaming about. So it's the ultimate companion, Wag.
I love it. It absolutely is the ultimate companion. You never have to apologize for bringing your dog on here. You know,
no, Daisy's the kind of dog. Not so much anymore. She kind of just finds her a place to sleep. But she, for the longest time, she would not go to bed until the last person went to bed. Like, I'm watching the house until the last person's asleep.
I love that, man.
That, and I got to give my wife props. So my wife is a principal, and she covers middle school and high school. So she actually pranked the seniors for their senior prank, which was a great prank. They decided, they masked it that they were going to have like a senior like prayer ceremony. So like, hey, everybody be up at the school at 6:00. Well, instead of having, I don't know if they had their prayer deal or not, but they decided to line up their cars to block the parking lot so you couldn't get in. Nobody could get in. And my wife's like, it was brilliant. It's like, because nothing got destroyed. It was just, it was good, wholesome senior prank. Well, my wife decided to rib them by pretending, because my wife, it takes a lot to get her upset on the job, by just pretending she was just steaming mad. She's like, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll decide later. So she went around like half the day, like just mad at the seniors. Like, I don't know if y'all are going to walk at graduation. I don't know what we're going to do. And they're like, apologizing. We're really sorry. So so early afternoon, and I'm probably getting it wrong, but so if she hears this, she'll correct me. She gathers them all up, I think in her office. She's like, 2 things. 1, I'm just insanely disappointed in all of you. And she's like seeing the long face, and she's got to turn around and face them so she's not laughing.
Yeah, right.
Like,
she's not breaking.
She's like, and number 2, I'm just kidding. Y'all aren't in trouble at all. And she's like, the looks on their faces, like when they realize they just been ribbed. Oh man, it was great.
Probably
so she had me run to a donut place. She's like, she's like, it's Teacher Appreciation Week, so she got donuts for the staff. She's like, I need to get the seniors some too, because I feel kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, she shouldn't feel bad. That's a good administrator. That's a really good. I mean, to be in with your students like that, to be able to have fun and get it. I had a really strict, really stern administrator. You couldn't even have fun in the hallway. It was tough. It was tough. At least it sounds like your wife's got it figured out.
Yeah, I had a great high school administrator, by the way, too. So
yeah.
Always makes high school fun.
It does. Yep. Absolutely. Make sure if you're listening to the show, and because we know you do, you got to get your advice from us. Make sure that you're making it fun for the kiddos there.
That's right.
And it's Teacher Appreciation Week. So, if your wife, sister, husband, brother, aunt, whatever, anybody you know that's a teacher friend, give them a shout out this week.
100%, man.
Teachers are working hard.
Educate the youth. Hey guys, I got to get out of here. It's meeting Monday here for me, so I got to get ready to fly. Jeff, you guys have a great day. Rodney, thank you so much for chopping it up as usual, my guy. Nothing but killers here with Chaos Theory. You guys have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow for Tuesday, guys. Be good.
Rodney, so what was the conversation? I see some Megatron comments. I guess y'all talking about OBJ when I hopped on. What was the Calvin Johnson talk for?
That all started. Wags was talking about with his Giants that one of the talking heads on ESPN had mentioned that Malik Neighbors could be Rookie of the Year, and that's really where that started. And then it did come back to with OBJ getting another opportunity right there as being a role player there with Miami, and I think to sustain your career and keep it going. That's what I was telling Wags, man. It's weird to think here that OBJ now he'll just kind of float around, be a journeyman somewhat, and plug and play into different pieces or different situations. I think it's a great place for him at this point of his career.
Look, here's the deal with wide receivers. If Jerry Rice can be a journeyman at the end of his career, then it's not beneath anybody.
Right.
I mean, you think about the Hall of Fame receivers, right? Jerry Rice did it. Believe it or not, Tim Brown was a buck.
Tim Brown did it
for a year. Who was I just thinking about? Randy Moss. People forget Randy Moss was a 49er. He was a Titan. He had a second go around with the Vikings. Like Randy Moss traveled around a little bit. So
yeah, you remember when he went?
I know there's plenty others I'm not mentioning, but
when he went to the Patriots, it was like, okay, what's this all about? Speaking of Patriots, and this is kind of totally off topic right here. Did you catch any of and I haven't, I'm going to go back and watch it. Did you catch any of this Tom Brady roast thing?
I have not caught it yet. I did catch the intro with Drew Bledsoe, which was hilarious.
Yeah.
I've not watched it yet though. Here's what I don't understand, Rodney. Some people I saw the reaction on Twitter, and some people reacting to the jokes like, "Oh man, I can't believe that was said." Tom Brady had to have a problem with that. Like, I don't think some people understand the concept of a roast.
Or a roast.
A roast is where we're doing this all in good fun. It's no holds barred, anything goes, and you're going to hear stuff at a roast that is generally not acceptable in Gen Pop. So
that's right.
Yeah, I'm glad at least some people know the concept of the roast now. But I saw people online saying that was the best roast they've seen in a long time.
Yeah. With Kraft and Belichick kind of reuniting a little bit right there, being together. I think it was a really cool thing, and it's exactly right. I mean, a roast. I messaged my wife this morning. I said, "Hey, we don't watch a lot of sports things together." I said, "I think we need to watch this on Netflix." And she's like, "No, those things make me uncomfortable." I said, "They're supposed to. They're supposed to make you uncomfortable listening to that shit."
It's there's been some really good roasts over there. One of the best sports roasts, honestly, and really Jeff Ross stole the show. The Emmitt Smith roast, which, man, that's probably been 20 years at this point. That was when I first discovered Jeff Ross, was the Emmitt Smith roast back in the day, which is basically him just needling Shaq for about 10 minutes. But that was great. There's been some. It's weird though, Rodney, because we're at the point now where like a lot of the good roast masters or roasters, like Greg Giraldo and Gilbert Gottfried. A lot of those folks have left us now.
They're not here. You're talking about Jeff Ross, a comedian?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was a part of this one last night too. He apparently had a really good spot. I won't give any details. I actually saw it.
I saw that.
Did you see that one? Yeah,
I saw that on the Twitter machine this morning. Anyway. But yeah, Jeff Ross, Nikki Glazer, I heard, was a part of this one. She's usually pretty good at these things. So yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of those. They've kind of lost their luster in recent years, like you said, because like a lot of the Greg Giraldos of the world and Gilbert Gottfried, like those folks are no longer with us. But I'm looking forward to watching this one.
Yeah, gonna be.
I will watch it.
Yep. Welcome in, Jordan. You guys have a great show. I will be checking in with you guys and talk some Texas baseball. Here they come.
Yes, sir. All right, there he is. There goes Rodney. Wags has already left. That's Chaos Theory. It's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Jordan, are you familiar with the roast concept?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know like the concept of they just pick kind of someone to roast. I mean, is there more to it than that? Okay.
No, the old Comedy Central roasts, it used to be like you would roast Bob Saget, David Hasselhoff. They did a roast of Justin Bieber. Some of them got like, it was kind of watered down, but basically you'd have like all these great comics, these great comedians, and they would sit there, not just roast the subject, but like roast the other comedians and the other celebrities. And it's pretty freaking hilarious. Lisa Lampanelli back in the day would do those, man. There's some of those roasts that are really freaking good. But like I said, it sounds like the Tom Brady roast might have revived the roast. So, I didn't watch this one.
I didn't watch it live or the whole way through or anything, but I saw a bunch of clips on Twitter. They were pretty good. Saw Kevin Hart catching a bunch of strays.
Yeah.
Well, not strays. They were aimed directly for him, actually.
Yeah. The one clip I really made it a point to watch was I guess it was the intro where Bill Belichick's talking to Drew Bledsoe, and then it tells him it's not his night, and he tells Brady to go out on stage, and Drew Bledsoe drops an F-bomb. Dude, that was awesome. I enjoyed that greatly. But it's Jake Bayless mentioned Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart was I think she was the Bruce Willis roast, the roast of Bruce Willis, which I think, man, that might have been Nikki Glazer's first roast. Anyway, I like the roast concept. Love the Comedy Central roast until, like I said, it jumped the shark at some point, but I'm glad the Brady roast has revived it. Jordan, let's talk about Javion Cole. No good way to make that transition, but let's do it anyway. You're talking about a 5'10" corner, probably not ideally the body type that Sark or Terry Joseph or PK or anybody's looking for, but at this point in the portal, you kind of needed some veteran corner depth, and he was by far the best available corner you could get. I was thinking about this in relation to our discussion last week when we were talking about Bill Norton, and I think you made a great point last week that, if you look at what Trill Carter gave Texas last season, that's the bar, and Bill Norton needs to exceed the bar Trill Carter set. I would say the same thing for Javion Cole. If you take a look at go back to 2021 and kind of look at what Darian Dunn did for Texas, if Javion Cole can give Texas more than what Darian Dunn gave him, which basically if he can have the kind of year, maybe a little bit more impactful than what Gavin Holmes had last year, then I think it'll have been a worthwhile take. I'm not expecting Javion Cole to come in and be like a 5 interception guy and be an all SEC guy, but he's a good corner, a good piece for your corner depth. You don't have to focus. You don't have to think, all right, if we need depth, we got to just throw Kobe Black to the wolves and see if he, throw him out in the middle of the ocean, see if he sinks or swims. We at least got a buffer there.
Yeah. It's a good ad, but also like it was needed. It truly was needed. You look at the cornerback room, it's Manny Muhammad, Terrence Brooks is gone, Austin Jordan's gone, Warren Roberson, the 3 freshman cornerbacks, obviously Gavin Holmes, and then I guess we'll throw Gilbo in there as well. Nickel is more a like corner most of the time than I'd say safety, so I think that's fair.
It depends.
But
it depends. Because Jelani McDonald works some star. So
yeah. But like it was needed. Like they needed another body, and they needed not just another body, they need another body with experience. He's been in college 2 years. He's been at 2 different colleges, Cal Poly and then San Jose State. But he started for 2 years, and he started all but 2 of the games he's ever appeared in. So a lot to like about that. And also, although he started 2 years and has 2 years of starting experience, like I said, those are the only 2 years he's been in college. So
yeah,
this might not just be a 1-year rental, kind of like Norton or the other guys that only have 1 year. He could be there 2 years. And, let's say things don't go the way I'm assuming he's expecting them to go, and he ends up having to redshirt, or an injury happens, or he gets lost in rotation, something like that. Then he could have 2 more years. And I think, it's going to be hard to kind of temper expectations for, Bill Norton and Javion Cole, just because we have to remember they're summer enrollees. And that is a lot different than getting here in January or getting to Austin in January and really just getting adjusted and seeing spring ball and seeing how guys work through the offseason and building cohesion, chemistry as a unit, and especially in positions like that are rotated so much. Obviously, on the defensive line, Norton's usually going to be paired up with the same guy on the field, regularly.
Hey, Jordan, I don't want to cut you off. You can keep going. I just got to step off camera for a sec. Hang tight.
Yeah, you're good. Like Norton's going to be on the field with the same guy most of the time. Or at least that's kind of what I'm expecting. Obviously, at DB, it's different. Those guys are rotating more, and there's a lot more defensive back positions as well. So, his versatility and his ability to come in even as a summer enrollee is going to be important. And while I think it's a necessity that Texas gets more out of Bill Norton than they got out of Trill Carter, Texas, if they can get about out of Javion Cole what they got out of Gavin Holmes last year, just as a rotational guy that, obviously Gavin Holmes got beat a couple times, but he's improved and is going to be in a much larger role this year. If he could just follow kind of the same timeline and path, like I think that'd be a very successful way to do it, I guess, or a scenario situation.
Right.
So
here's what really strikes me about Javion Cole and why he's intriguing for me. From 2022 to 2023, he stepped up in competition. He went from Cal Poly at the FCS level to an FBS, San Jose State. And he played more and he got much better. If you look at just his PFF grades, now I know I'll say it again, Pro Football Focus isn't the be all end all, but it's a much better snap by snap sample of somebody's production or somebody's presence than what we had before, which was going off the eye test and trying to figure it out. But his overall grade, he was a 59.6 at Cal Poly. He played 428 snaps for Cal Poly. Coverage grade of 55.4. 70 is average. So if you're in the 50s, you're below average. In 2023 at San Jose State, he plays almost 700 snaps last year, Jordan. 86.2 overall grade, 83.6 in coverage. And beyond that, I'm looking at a guy that was targeted 53 times, only allowed 26 catches, 7 pass breakups, 3 picks, a 49 NFL passer rating allowed, only 1 penalty. So he was about as shutdown corner as you can find at the G5 level. Now, how does that translate to the SEC? We'll see, but at least you've got a guy that has proven, at least at the FBS level, that he can be an elite coverage guy. I'm telling you right now, those numbers I just rattled off, an 83.6 coverage grade, 49.1% completion percentage allowed when targeted. He only gave up, Jordan, all year. So he gave up 26 catches. He only gave up 37 yards after the catch.
Wow.
Not per reception, 37 yards after the catch total on 26 catches. And again, that 49 NFL passer rating allowed. That's pretty freaking good. And, again, we're saying corner because he played almost 700 snaps total, 697. 627 of those were at corner, 6 in the slot, 2 as what PFF would consider defensive alignment, which is probably a wide 9, something like that, or maybe even kicked further out, and then 61 in the box. But this is a guy that, again, probably not going to give you. I mean, maybe you could try him at star, but he's going to come in right away and be, probably behind. You got Manny Muhammad, you got Gavin Holmes. I mean, Javion Cole's probably your number 3 corner, right?
I don't know, man. No spring. I'd say that I'd go with the safer bet. Put him at number 4 behind Warren.
Behind Roberson.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's another thing too, man. I think.
And now it is, sorry to cut you off. It is important to remember Warren Roberson was a February signing day guy. He's only had 1 spring in Austin. It was this year because he showed up in June of last year because he wasn't an early enrollee. So that is important to remember as well. Malik Muhammad was an early enrollee, and then Gavin Holmes, they got him in for spring ball last year, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So that could be something to note because, if I'm bringing up that these guys are showing up in summer and that, it would have been better for them in the spring, then I got to bring it up again for Warren because he missed spring last year. I mean, it was clear that in the spring that Terrence Brooks, and this is in no order, that Terrence Brooks, Gavin Holmes, Warren Roberson, and Manny Muhammad, it kind of separated as the tier 1 group of corners. And it's still the same, just, minus Terrence Brooks. Now, I'm going to be really interested to see. Obviously, the competition Texas is going to face is going to be night and day. But like the difference in the amount of playing time he gets in the first 3 weeks of the season compared to the last 3 weeks of the season and how different that is. I'd love to see that. Obviously, injuries are probably going to have an effect on that, but it'll be interesting. And also, like you said, if he can move around like that too, if they end up maybe giving him a look at nickel, because then Jade could potentially stay full time at corner then if he's successful enough.
Yeah, I think too what this is, Jordan. I mean, if you mentioned the eligibility component, this could be a deal where if you kind of looked ahead at your roster and figured, all right, Gavin Holmes is moving on, we're probably going to need to take a corner in the portal if there's one there. If you've decided, I don't want to make it sound like this is like a test run because it's not, but Javion Cole could end up being good enough to where corner is not a need you have in the transfer portal in December. Well, you can address other areas. And you could go into 2025 with Manny Muhammad, Javion Cole, Warren Roberson as really your top 3 corners. And then at that point, Kobe Black's probably ready to play more of a prominent role. So this is probably just getting an early jump on your portal recruiting for December and just taking that corner need, just filling that corner need now.
Yeah. No, great point. And another point I want to make, man, if you look through the guys that Texas has added through the portal, and and it's funny because Kendrick Blackshy, I think it's just a glitch, whatever. He still shows up as an incoming transfer because technically he was an incoming transfer at one point.
Yeah.
But like, go through and look at this list for me. Amari Nyblack and Isaiah Bond were the best players of their position across the board in the transfer portal. Yeah. That is a fact. Like that is a fact. Then you look at guys like Trey Moore and Drew Makuba. Were they the top-rated guy at their position? No. But that was the best guy Texas had a realistic shot for, and it wasn't close. And they hit on him. Javion Cole is another one of that, right? So if 5 of your transfer portal signees, 2 of them are the best across the board of their position, not a debate, and 3 are the best you could realistically have a chance with at that position.
Yeah.
Pretty damn good portal class. And you currently have the number 5 portal class in the country with the least amount of signees out of anyone in the top 5. Where is this? Sorry, I'm trying to pull this up.
It's like A&M's number 1, right?
Okay.
So number 1 portal class.
So Ole Miss is number 1. They have 76.6 total points, an average of 89.84. Oregon, 73.43 total points with 14 commits. Ole Miss has 19. A&M, 69.81 with 27 commits. Bama, 67.65 with 12 commits. Texas, 64.86 with 10. And really, it's 9 because Blackshaw gets counted. So, yeah, and Colorado is 7 with 37 commits. And if you go through the top 10, Texas has less commits with a total number of 10, or really, I guess, 9, out of anyone in the top 10 besides Ohio State, who has 6. Texas also has the second highest average rating per recruit out of any school in the top 10 not named Ohio State. And I mean, yeah, Ohio State only signed 6 guys, but they got Quinshon Judkins and I'm blanking on his name, Caleb Downs, and not Walker Howard, the cat from not only him, cat from K-State too.
Yeah, Will Howard. I was thinking Julian Sainz at Bama now.
Yeah, no, he's at Ohio State too. But,
see this. God, this is so freaking confusing to follow. Yeah, Sainz signed with Bama and ended up at Ohio State, right?
Yeah, he did. Bama actually pushed him out. I believe that was like the worst kept secret, but DeBar and them actually. That's right. They suggested he look elsewhere because they like their guy in Austin Mack a lot, but. No, a lot to like about this Texas class. It might not be as deep as the other ones in terms of just overall numbers, but it's literally the most potent class you can find in the portal outside of Ohio State. And you're not going to top their numbers, their ranking when they have Judkins and all those other guys they got. That's a ridiculous haul. So, a lot to like about Texas's class. I love the pickups of Nye Black and Bond. I said it already. I'll say it again. Those are the 2 best guys in their position. Not debatable. And the fact he went and got 3 of the best guys you could realistically get is also phenomenal as well. So, yeah. I guess before we move on, some other stuff. You get to watch any of the NBA playoffs over the weekend?
I watched the Mavs, yeah. And look, when I talk about the Mavs, can I just say this real quick? I'm looking forward to the Mavs moving on to the second round. Can we please go easy on PJ Tucker? It's not his fault. Don't blame PJ. Don't blame PJ Tucker for being the wrong guy in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to defend Kyrie Irving. And credit Kyrie for making a pretty damn tough shot. But PJ Tucker did about all he could do. And all you see, it's a hell of a shot. I don't know if did you see it, Jordan. I don't know if you watched it live or saw the clips. But
I didn't watch it live, but I saw some of the highlights from that game.
Look, man, credit Kyrie just for making a good shot. Like, what else? Oh, PJ Tucker got cooked. Like, well, what else was he supposed to do? Like, mug him? I don't know. But that was the one. That was the one. Just little. Just kind of made me feel uneasy about a Mavs series win was watching PJ Tucker kind of struggle with Kyrie Irving, which again, not his fault. PJ, I think people forget that PJ, PJ's in terms of his years of experience in the league and his age. See Rex, now why you gotta treat now? Kirk is a friend, but why y'all gotta treat PJ like that? PJ's not that damn old.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch any of that game, but I watched a couple of the games in the Mavs first series, and man, as someone who like completely got into sports because of LeBron James, and as someone who followed LeBron James like incredibly closely up until probably year 1 or 2 in LA, seeing Kyrie in what I think was his prime, or what I think I had the most fun ever watching him play basketball during his time in Cleveland, it feels like he's kind of turning back the clock a little, in the playoffs. Yeah. Maybe I just haven't been watching enough regular season basketball.
No, like CB mentions it, like Kyrie Irving in Brooklyn, Kyrie Irving in Boston. I don't want to say Kyrie mailed it in, but not the same Kyrie we're seeing right now. for sure.
Yeah. And like, it's still, I've said it on the show before, and I said it after a part-time player. And I said it after I went and saw the Mavs Heat game in, I think, February this year.
Mm-hmm.
But like, every time I watch the Mavs, my mind is repeatedly blown and blown again. There can be a top 10 player in the world's best basketball league that's out of shape. And not only is there one, there's two. Jokic too. Like, they blow my mind. I know they're still pro athletes. They can whoop my ass and all that and run up and down the court way better than I can. But like, it's just crazy seeing them out of breath. And like, even Embiid, but at least he had the excuse he had some injuries, you know. But yeah, I don't know. And the most fun I've had watching, though, Anthony Edwards for sure on the Timberwolves. I'm excited to see that.
Here's a hypothetical, and I can ask you as an impartial, because I would probably maybe slightly lean Kyrie, but I want to ask you since you're impartial. If you're building the Mavs roster, who would you rather have around Luka right now? Kyrie or Jalen Brunson?
What are we talking? Are we talking this playoff run? Are we talking for the next 5 years? What are we talking?
I'm talking like if you just have the Mavericks roster as is right now, and you have the ability to trade them, to just do a 1-for-1 swap. Would you do a 1-for-1 swap with Kyrie and Jalen Brunson, or just keep Kyrie, keep them where they are?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know enough about Jalen Brunson. I haven't watched enough of him, but I know he's younger. And Kyrie's obviously better, but like the future he's got and the shots he's made this playoffs, I've liked what I saw. So I'd probably go Brunson. Also, part of that decision is just because I know Kyrie, I don't want to say he has a screw loose, but he's knocked a lot of heads with a lot of people lately. And
there's volatility. There's volatility with Kyrie that doesn't exist with Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, but like with Kyrie, like it's probably bound to happen that he's going to knock heads with the Mavs organization. So you kind of get ahead of that too by making this trade. That's what I was trying to say.
Kyrie is like Kyrie. Every friend that you have has had that one significant other that you're like, all right, just things are good. Just try not to say anything that might set them off, because if they get set off, everybody's going to have a bad time. Jordan, you've had friends like that where they've had that significant other where like if he or she, if they get upset, dude, it's going to ruin everybody's night. So just be cool. Just try not to ruin everybody's night. I feel like that's Kyrie Irving in a nutshell. Like he's fine. Just let him cook. Don't say anything. Don't do anything. Just let it roll.
Yeah. Another thing, like, I don't know if anyone saw that game too, but the Timberwolves Nuggets game, like Naz Reid was effing hooping at the end. He had like 12 or 16 or something like that in the fourth quarter. And like, obviously Denver has Jokic, but the fact that Minnesota has Cat, Gobert, and then Naz Reid coming off the bench, like that's a pretty damn good trio of big guys. You don't really see that in the league anymore. So I kind of like that old school style. And man, I just love Anthony Edwards. Like I love him. And I watched the Magic Cavs game yesterday, and I was hanging out with Nick Harris, friend of the show. He's really tapped into the NBA. Like, he follows it closely throughout the whole season and the offseason. Yeah. And I don't know how much of the Cavs you watch or if you watch yesterday's game, but, like, it's like Donovan Mitchell does literally everything for them. Like, they can't they just can't move forward in games without him on the court. Like, that's what it feels like. And Nick is telling me, like, yeah, if they lose this series, they're probably trading him. I was like, yo, what? What? Like, I don't know. So I didn't know if you knew more about that than me.
No, Donovan Mitchell just might be the most underappreciated star in the league, because when you talk about the top 10, 12 guys in the league, you never mention him. Yet you look at how important he is to the teams he plays on. It's like Utah. I mean, Utah was really close, and then they had that run where when they lost to the Mavs, the year the Mavs went to the Western Conference Finals, I want to say maybe Gobert got hurt, and I think Mitchell was banged up in that series too. And they lost to the Mavs. They had a first round loss to the Mavs, and then they just blew that team up. They traded Gobert, they traded Donovan Mitchell, and they've started to kind of reset it since then. I wonder what it would look like if he got on like a legitimate contender, like what that would look like. Like I don't know. I say he's underappreciated. I don't know if Donovan Mitchell is a legitimate, like bona fide top 7-8 like superstar in the league, or if he's a guy that just puts up insane numbers on average to above average teams.
Yeah. Yeah, no, great point. Man, it's wild.
Like not to like a Kevin Love type extent.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Kevin Love was like averaging like 26 and 13 for some seasons on those god awful Timberwolves teams.
Shit, DeMarcus Cousins on the Kings.
Yeah, like gosh, who was the other one I was thinking of? I forget who it was, but yeah, one of those guys.
You know, I remember when DeMarcus Cousins dropped like 56 on like the Bucks or some shit, and like he only shot like 4 free throws, but like when you're the best, I mean, he was the best post in the league for however many years.
Yeah.
When you don't get calls, and I forgot who it was, the reporter, but they just threw him an alley-oop, and it was like he was gonna slam it, and it was like it was a famous interview. I'm sure y'all remember the clips if I pull it up, but it was like, how did you feel about the refs or something tonight? Man, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. You remember that? He goes on for like a minute and says the word ridiculous.
I remember several run-ins DeMarcus Cousins had with reporters. Again, I got into watching Bill Simmons during the shutdown, and he called these guys. They were talking about Kevin Love specifically, and one name he gave these guys was the Sharif Abdur-Rahim All-Stars, which, Jordan, I know you're not old enough to remember Sharif Abdur-Rahim, but for when Sharif Abdur-Rahim, he came into the league in that 96 draft, that famous 96 draft. That's Kobe, Allen Iverson, Ray Allen, Steve Nash, 4 bona fide Hall of Famers in that draft.
He went Nuggets, right?
Who?
Or did he played for the Nuggets at some point, right?
Sharif Abdur-Rahim?
Yeah.
No, he was he was the Grizz, Hawks, Portland for a couple years, and then it finished up with Sacramento. But Sharif Abdur-Rahim, his 5 years with the Vancouver Grizzlies, 20.8 points, 8.2 rebounds per game. He was at 2.9 assists, 1.1 steals, a block in game, so it's 2.1 stocks, shooting 80% from the foul line. Shooting was about 46% from the field. But the Grizzlies sucked. He was almost a 20-10 guy every night, basically a 20-10, 20-8 every night, and the Grizzlies sucked. He for 3 seasons in Atlanta, 20.4 points, 8.9 rebounds. He was a 20-9 in Atlanta, and they sucked. They were awful. So that's what Bill Simmons calls them, the Sharif Abdur-Rahim All-Stars, guys that just put up empty stats. It's just, oh man, that guy averages but his team won 30 games. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And he that saying is like it's like every year in the NBA, it feels like I'll call them like the 2015 Atlanta Hawks, where like they had the best record in the league and were just sweeping folks, but everyone knew they were going to get their asses ran off the court by the Cavs and LeBron, and they did. I'm pretty sure they got swept. If not, they might have lost in 5 or 6. I'm not sure, but I think they got swept if I remember correctly. That was the year they had like Jeff Teague, Kyle Korver, Paul Millsap, all as all-stars. Yeah. I think Josh Smith might have still been on that team or something like that. I don't even know. But, and it feels like maybe I'm just a hater, but it feels like the Thunder is that this year. I'd love to see – I'm not a Mavs fan by any means, but I'd love to see them.
Boy, Jake Bayless in the chat brought up a good one. Mark Aguirre on the expansion Mavs. Good Lord. That's another one, man. And Jordan, again, I know you have no concept of who Mark Aguirre is. But let me look at Mark Aguirre's numbers. Mark Aguirre, good Lord, man. Mark Aguirre with the Mavs. Let me kind of get his Dallas numbers. All right, there we go. Thank you, Basketball Reference, for working. Mark Aguirre, 8 seasons in Dallas, 24.6 points per game, 5.7 rebounds, almost 4 assists per game, basically 1.5 stocks per game, shooting 74% from the foul line, shooting about 30% from 3. dude, 3-time All-Star. Dude, Mark Aguirre was a badass, and then went with to play with the Bad Boy Pistons and really just took a back seat. He was about a 14 point per game score. But yeah, Mark Aguirre had some years where he put up some empty calorie numbers on some of those early Mavs teams.
Yep. I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of like who even would seem most likely for the finals at this point.
Well, I was just looking at that. I was looking at the playoff bracket. The one series, honestly, that I really want to. There's 2 series on. Well, I'll say 3. Like Celtics Cavs doesn't do a whole lot for me. Thunder Mavs, obviously, just because I'm invested in the Mavs. Timberwolves Nuggets, just because that one, the Timberwolves won a game, so I want to see kind of where that goes.
They won in Denver too.
What?
They won in Denver too.
Yeah.
Game 1.
The most fascinating series to me, honestly, is probably going to be Pacers-Knicks. Because I want to see if this Knicks thing, if they, without Julius Randle, they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. And I don't know how much of that was them, how much of that is just Philly's just not, they are what they are at this point. They trusted the process too much, and it's gotten them where they are, which is just kind of limbo. But for the Pacers, and again, you took down the Pacers, you took down the Bucks, they're kind of ailing, but man, that's a team that with Tyrese Halliburton kind of emerging is now like a legitimate superstar in the league. I want to see what that thing looks like. They got Pascal Siakam's got plenty of playoff experience. They got a guy like Miles Turner, who anytime you got a Longhorn in this thing, I want to see how he does. I know the Knicks have Jericho Sims. Yeah, I want to see how that series plays out. So I think probably the one I'll be honed in on the most, other than Mavs Thunder, is probably gonna be Pacers Knicks.
Cavs got Jared Allen too. Another Longhorn.
Yeah. But like I said, just that doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I watched Game 7 of Cavs Magic yesterday and was kind of just thinking the whole time, like, who the hell is watching this? Like this series? Because I think like 3
in Orlando, outside of Northeast Ohio and outside of Central Florida.
Yeah, because it's like I'm almost positive like 3 or 4 of those games they stuck on NBA TV too. So yeah, Rick Barnes played Miles Turner only 9 minutes in their final.
I just want to watch that Pacers Knicks series, because I just want to see, do either of these teams have a legit chance to go beat the Celtics in a 7-game series?
Man, anybody but the Celtics.
And wouldn't you know it, man? Like, dude, the Kristaps Porzingis mind F that he gives fan bases, because I'm a Mavs fan. I dealt with it. Like when they traded for him from New York, I'm like, oh my gosh, you got Porzingis. And Knicks fans are like, just wait, you'll get teased just enough, and then he'll get hurt, and it'll be this revolving cycle. Like, it's sour grapes. No, Porzingis was hurt more often than not with the Mavs, and then his last playoff series, he was just completely irrelevant on the floor. Trade him to Washington, the Wizards fans like, man, we can maybe build around Porzingis, and Mavs fans are like, just wait. He'll start good, and then he'll get hurt. And lo and behold, same thing happens when he goes to Boston, and Porzingis is hurt. So it's fascinating that a guy that skilled, that unique, can be just so freaking unreliable.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, what is the NBA franchise like that's consistently been in the worst shoes? Because
I just got a text from my brother Joe, who I lean on for most of my NBA knowledge, because my brother follows the NBA. It's like you and Nick. My brother follows the NBA way closer than I do. My brother's predicting a Knicks gentleman's sweep, Jordan, of the Pacers. And he might get one, but it'll probably be a Knicks sweep. Maybe that gentleman's sweep where it's Knicks in 5.
Yeah, hey, I mean, I know nothing about the Pacers besides Tyrese Halliburton and Miles Turner. But I don't know. I'm going to watch the series. I'd love to see some good basketball, little flashbacks to Reggie Miller, Patrick Ewing days.
Yeah. Can we dude, those were some hellacious playoff series in the 90s. Now
yeah,
we talk about
watching it live back then.
Now you're right in my wheelhouse for like some good old early to mid 90s, late 90s NBA stuff, even the early 2000s. That's some good stuff. So we can talk about the NBA playoffs. We can keep rolling on that as we go on. But let's talk about some football. You mentioned this, and I do want to go back to it. But at Horns 24/7 with the Stampede this morning, you and Hank went about ranking the portal acquisitions for Texas, and if you were going to throw him in there, Kendrick Blackshire, I'm sure would have been at the very bottom. And right now, the guy at the bottom is Silas Bolden, just because we've seen everybody else. We haven't seen Javion Cole. Those two are at the bottom, but that's probably because we just haven't seen either one of them in a Texas uniform yet. But let's go 1 through 7. And who was the hardest person? Now, I'm not going to go through the whole rankings, but other than I'll say Isaiah Bond is 1, and I don't think that's surprising anybody. Who was the hardest guy when you and Hank sat down and figured this out? Who was the hardest guy to rank?
All right. So the way we did it, Hank texted me and said, "What do you think about this idea?" Because usually Sunday morning is when me and him will, try to text back and forth to conversate what we're going to write for the next morning.
And by the way, let me just say for you two guys, I'll say this for everybody out there. This is probably the toughest time of the year to write something like Stampede, because there's just not a ton going on right now. And as far as recruiting goes, you got coaches out on the road, but it's still, they're either following up with priority targets, getting guys in line that want us into camp. Really, next month when camps start and everything and official visits start is really when things will start popping off as far as some meat, some juice in the Stampede as far as news goes. But
yeah, and I mean, the way I've kind of tried to explain it to, like, whenever I have to kind of explain my job or what I do to people. Well, when I have to explain my job to people, I kind of describe like the spring for the rising senior class as staging. It's everyone's getting to know each other, getting to figure out their board, who they like more. But the real meat and potatoes happens in the summer on OVs when, that starts getting discussed.
Mm-hmm.
So up until then, try to call it staging. I feel like that's the most basic way to do it. But as far as the Stampede goes, Hank texted me Sunday morning. He's like, "What do you think about this idea?" I was like, "Dope, let's do it." He sent me his list, and I was like, "Man, we got to make some changes." He had Andrew Makuba lower, he had Norton lower, and Trey Moore lower. He had Savea higher, and then he had Amari Nyblack and Javion Cole flipped. And we texted back and forth. But Bond and Golden stayed the same. I was like, look, they're going to need Norton to have a damn good year. Like, not hope. It's they need that.
Yeah.
We got to get them higher. Makuba, on the other hand, they technically lost their 2 starters at safety from last year. So when you bring that up, he's a lot more important. Also, he's a freshman All-American that I wouldn't say necessarily his progression stalled. But, he didn't continue to trend the way in his development and career that he was hoping and the others were hoping. And a lot of that can be tied to injuries. I'm not going to get into specific details, but Andrew Makuba played through like multiple injuries he should not have at Clemson. I'm not sure who's to blame for that, but that is definitely something that happened.
Can I make an interesting cross sport comparison to Andrew Makuba?
Go ahead.
I think there's a lot of similarities between Andrew Makuba at Clemson and Tyrese Hunter at Texas with the basketball team. I think still freshman year was awesome. Moments throughout the next 2 years, but you could tell like you saw flashes, you saw bursts of that guy that you saw as a freshman, but it wasn't sustained for various reasons. And again, like with Makuba, with Tyrese, injuries had a lot to do with that. Health had a lot to do with that. But you get to that last year of eligibility, and you're just like, no, maybe it's nothing against the place he's at. I'd say he's disgruntled or anything. I think it's best for probably both parties. I think it was best probably for Clemson and Drew Makuba for both of them to get a fresh start.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%. And, like, another thing I want to talk about before you get out of his Clemson days.
There you go.
His gloves, by the way. But no, there's a kid in their 2022 class that's still there now. He's on offense. a very close relationship with him. Cool with him. Still talk a little bit to this day. Same thing for another player in 2023 that was a receiver, also on offense that they signed. Both those guys are still there now. And when I talk with, guys in college that I know or whatever, I'll ask, how's practice, or who do you think is the best player on defense, or, who's the hardest DB to face, stuff like that. One's a QB, one's a receiver. Nate Wiggins, the corner who I believe went at the end of the first round, early second. I forgot where to. I think the Falcons. Mm-hmm. He was always the first name mentioned. I never heard a name that wasn't Nate Wiggins as the first name mentioned. The second name that was always mentioned was Andrew Makuba. Every single time he was second behind Wiggins for both the quarterback and receiver. So, while the season or the on-field play might take a step back, I feel very comfortable he's still definitely an above-average Power 5 safety. And they're going to need him to step up. They're going to need him to, along with Derek Williams, Mookie Taff, and even Jelani McDonald, the safety room is going to need to be better than it was last year. That's just a fact. So that's kind of my thought process, was sticking him at 4. And then at 5 with Trey Moore, that he was really hard to rank because, he's coming to Texas.
Hey, real quick, by the way, on Nate Wiggins, you're right. 30th overall back into the first round to the Ravens. They don't draft bad football players typically. Yeah. So Eric DeCosta, that's one of the best front offices in football, man. Eric DeCosta learned at the knee of Ozzie Newsome, who learned from Bill Belichick. So that's a damn good organization.
Oh yeah. But Trey Moore, he was hard to rank because, he's coming to Texas with 20-plus sacks, but it was in a group of 5 conference, and it was in 2 seasons, but he's been in college 3 years. But he's the most experienced pass rusher on the roster, and that's got to stand for something. Obviously, you're returning your 2 starting edge rushers, Ethan Burke and Barron Sorrell, but that's got to stand for something. So that's why I stuck him in at 5. And then Tia Savea, he's ranked kind of around where Bill Norton is, but they play the same position, but they're completely different type of players. Obviously, anyone can tell that just by looking at them. And I think Bill Norton, the type of player he is, his skill set and what that brings to the table, he can have a larger effect on Texas this season than Savea. And that was kind of my reasoning for having Norton higher, or my personal belief. And then at 7, Amari Niblack. Now he would be a lot higher if I didn't feel as good about Gunnar Helm as I do. I think Gunnar Helm's had a great spring, not necessarily.
That's interesting you say that. Has your outlook on Gunnar Helm changed at all, or just the general way you feel about him changed?
I would still prefer Amari Niblack to be the number 1 receiving guy, but if they roll Gunnar Helm out there as the number 1 receiving guy, I have no problem with that. Because I know he can get it done. He's done it before. He'll do it again. And also, I don't know. But with Amari Niblack, I don't think was necessarily a need. Obviously, I talked about earlier, I believed he was the number 1 player at his position in the portal by a landslide. But, while he might not have necessarily been a need because of them having Gunnar Helm, he gives the ability for Texas to have 2 pass-catching tight ends. I think Jordan Washington, if they don't bring in Niblack, Jordan Washington would have played a little bit as a freshman, but you do not want to have to rely on a true freshman tight end in the SEC. And on the same note, you don't want to have to rely on Will Randall or Spencer Shannon in year 2 either. That's why Amari Niblack was important, is because he's the only guy that I feel comfortable with Texas when they roll out 2 tight ends and they're the pass catchers, not just Helm and Malik Agba or whatnot. So that's why he's on there. Also, it was really hard too, because the spring game is just, I don't want to say it's BS, but you can't. It's so hard to evaluate players.
You got to take it with a grain of salt. Yeah.
And Trey Moore didn't even play. And Niblack didn't play a ton either. And then Javion Cole, he's at 8 just because, if you've been in college 2 years and you're showing up in the summer, and the only reason Texas went out and got you is because 2 guys left the program that I guess weren't necessarily expected to. It's going to be hard for him to make a humongous impact, right away, or at least early on in the year. So I felt good about that. And then Silas Bolden. He kind of was just a cherry on top for the receiver haul out of the portal. Golden was kind of the guy, and then it was like, oh shit, Nick Saban just retired.
We can get Isaiah Bond too.
Yeah. And that's kind of how that came about. But with Silas Bolden, it's like sprinkles on the cake. Not necessarily, I guess, the main course, the main event, but it's still nice. We'll take him too. We'll watch it.
Yeah.
And he's still incredibly valuable, even as the 9th guy of 9 guys.
For sure.
And it's also just harder to evaluate him because he hasn't been there, and also because as someone who saw Jonte Cook so much in high school, this might make me seem a little stupid. I didn't expect him to be this far along developmentally, and not saying I expect him to be bad or anything at Texas. But I don't know. It's just his developmental process has gone along faster than I thought. So that being said, like, they're not going to need to rely on Silas Bolden as much as I had originally anticipated. So that's another reason why he ended up at number 9. But
no, that makes sense. Yeah, I can see that logic. I was thinking about Amari Niblack, just in terms of him coming to Texas, and you got Gunnar Helm, you got some options, but we know how much Sark loves running 12 personnel, loves utilizing 2 tight ends. And, I think you look at the evolution of Jatavian Sanders during his time at Texas. Did JT leave as a complete, like, just badass blocking tight end? No, but how much better did he get? Like, Jatavian Sanders was so much of a better technician at the position from when he came in to when he left, that it was an insane transition. And he's still got some good football left ahead of him, probably his best football still ahead of him. But what Jeff Banks did with him, what he's done with Gunnar Helm, to get Gunnar Helm to the point where not only is he a serviceable tight end, he's a pretty big part of your offense now. If I'm Amari Niblack, I'll go play for Jeff Banks, because I think he can make you as close to a 5-tool tight end as you can be. So I think that development piece is huge. And by bringing in Niblack, you're allowing Jordan Washington to get some of that development, which is huge, man. I know, look, like I just said, take the spring game with a grain of salt, but it jived with that eye test from those first couple of days we were out there. I mean, after the first day, that might have been the first guy I talked to you about when we got off the practice field. It's like, hey, who stood out? And I'm like, dude, Jordan Washington. I didn't think he was going to be as big as he was, move as well as he did, have the kind of strong hands that he showed. Like, I was so incredibly impressed with Jordan Washington. And then we got a taste of that in the spring game. So I really like the place that tight end room is at right now, especially compared to when Jeff Banks got to Texas to where it is now. I think it's in a tremendous place. The other thing that I was going to mention too, when you talk about Trey Moore and his ability to rush the passer, and I like thinking about, when you've got some versatility, especially with a guy like Barron Sorrell, who in certain situations you might kick him inside and try to put like a speed pass rush package on the field. It's going to be imperative for this team. Obviously, stopping the run plays a part in this. It's going to be imperative for this team to get the most out of your defense, to play with leads. Because if the game becomes a game where it's a throw game for the opponent and they got to start putting the ball in the air, now you can get Colin Simmons more involved and Trey Moore more involved and get Anthony Hill more involved as a rusher and really start playing to your strengths as a defense, which were last year, obviously your strength was T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. I think your strength now is probably your overall versatility, your ability to be flexible on the fly, and the speed you've got and the athleticism you've got in your defensive front. And there's nothing that's going to help your secondary more than a pass rush that can actually affect the quarterback. But to get that out of your defense, you're going to have to be able to play with leads. Easier said than done in the SEC, especially with, your non-conference game against Michigan, and you've got Georgia and some other opponents in there. But that's what this team's going to have to do, because probably by the time you get to a point where you're going to run up against some of those tougher games, hopefully at that point you've really figured out what kind of a defense you are against the run, what your interior D-line rotation looks like. Hopefully by the time you get to that Georgia game, and really Oklahoma is a pretty similar game stylistically to some of the games you're going to play in the SEC. Hopefully by the time you've gotten to that point, to the midpoint of the season, you've started to figure some things out.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I've been looking over at my other screen.
No, I'm just giving some opinions and just so Antoine asks an interesting question. So with 8 DBs transferring and 1 in the NFL, what does that say about the recruitment and development in that room? I think it needs to be said. Take it for what it's worth, man. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but Jordan, there are some guys that have transferred out of that room. I'm not saying all of them. Mm-hmm. But there's a couple that if the staff had a do-over, probably wouldn't recruit some of those guys.
Yeah. All right. Let's go through them. Right. So Keaton Crawford, looks like $1 million. Yep. now is playing at Nevada. All right.
There was a reason why teams attacked him.
Yes. And like there's a reason why the Horns 24/7 group chat was on fire anytime him and Jaron Thompson or Keaton Crawford were in the game. Yeah, and for bad reasons. I'm sorry, am I a dumbass? What is Allen? Am I just blanking?
BJ Allen.
Okay.
Well, he didn't play. So.
Yeah, okay, come on. He's a North Texas now. Jalen Catalon cannot stay healthy. And also, I mean, that everyone knew that was a possibility as soon as he transferred in, as soon as Texas emerged.
You took a flyer on him. You took a flyer and you got a couple of games out of him. And it was what it was.
Jaron Thompson, got a lot of run out of him. He started a bunch of games, got a lot of PT, but I think the coaches feel like the safeties that are currently on the roster are better. And he obviously transferred. He's going to go start at another SEC school, but it's probably because he wouldn't start at Texas. That's why he left. And Larry Turner Gooden.
Real quick, with Keaton Crawford and Jaron Thompson, who would you rather have at this point? Would you rather have Crawford and Thompson, or would you rather have Derek Williams?
Derek Williams.
Exactly.
Derek Williams. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Larry Turner Gooden. Where is he at now? He's at San Jose State.
And that was a take that I know you weren't with us at the time, but that was one when they took him. It was like, okay, it looked good because you had a guy commit, during the All-American Bowl, but did you really need him? Like
no.
Look, this isn't me trying to spin. This is, that his time at Texas kind of went how I think a lot of people thought it potentially could go.
Yep. Austin Jordan. Look, I saw Austin Jordan in high school multiple times, and it was always like, that's Austin Jordan. He was a lot better at Texas than I ever saw him in high school. Like, I want to make that clear. He really did surprise me.
Dude, his freshman year
is a loss.
His freshman year, for me, I liked him coming out of high school and liked him on first sight at Texas because that's how I start to judge guys. I'm like, all right, he looks like he fits. I think for me, I set the bar way too high for Austin Jordan based on how he played those handful of snaps he got in the Alabama game. Because he played high, he had to play high leverage snaps when Deshaun Jameson got hurt and played well. I thought he played really well. And I think that for me, that just set the bar a little too high. But he was kind of a man without a position. From a body type standpoint and a skill standpoint, he was kind of locked into being a boundary corner. But after year one, Manny Muhammad gets in the program, and it's like, okay, Manny Muhammad could play field or boundary. Terrence Brooks can play field or boundary, and you got Ryan Watson a boundary. Yeah, it's not really a place for Austin Jordan at that point.
Yeah, and another name I didn't even hit on is Xavier Bryce, who was committed to OU, Lincoln Riley OU. And I'm almost positive he's committed there to play receiver. And Texas took him as an athlete and flipped him like a week or two before signing day as a 3-star out of Arlington Seguin. But, let's go back and look at this list. Larry Turner Gooden, Xavier Bryce, both 2022 guys, right?
Jordan was 2022, and so was BJ Allen. And Terrence Brooks.
Okay. I feel pretty confident in saying this. Larry Turner Good and Xavier Bryce, they might get an offer from Texas if they're in the 2025 class, but they probably would have decided already by now that we're not going to keep recruiting this kid. That's kind of just how the 22 class was. We've talked about that. Like Derek Brown, Travell Johnson, a lot of those names are definitely not takes 2 years later. But that's where Texas was with their program and in recruiting. Yeah. They had to take those bodies. And now with the portal and having to manage 85 scholarships and with, NIL and all that, you got to make room and upgrade your roster because every other program is doing it. As shitty as it is, sometimes, things aren't handled professionally at different schools. They're done different ways. But I'm sorry, it's a business. That's how it is. It's not going to change, and it's always going to be like this. So, yeah. And to Antoine, I'm pretty sure you're probably going to be right on this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the last. Those
last
guys are going to be
few. Probably
there'll be few and far between. Yeah, because David Benda was one of those guys. I just think it's those guys are going to have to. If you're a coach, you got to have hard conversations, and that's the thing with Sark is. If you're a coach, you got to have real conversations with some guys, hard conversations with guys. Because if you're a guy that wants to stick it out and say, "Hey, look, I still like football, I still like playing, I want to get my degree from Texas." If you're a coach, you got to say, "Okay, that's fine and well, but you need to understand you're probably not going to get to play a whole lot, or maybe if you work your tail off, we can find something for you on teams or whatever." But just letting you know, it's going to be an uphill battle. And if guys are okay with that, trying to work their tail off to get just a handful of snaps, then all right, then cool. As long as guys aren't bad locker room guys or they don't work hard or whatever, there's some guys that Jordan, I know we talk about guys getting processed out, and that's the case everywhere now, but not just Texas. I think for any place. I think it's not a bad thing. It's not the worst thing in the world to have a couple of those guys hanging around where it's like, man, I think for your teammates and just for morale, it is good to see a guy. And I'm not saying this is Max Merrill, but if you got a guy that, you're like, man, this dude never plays. He's on a scout team. He's a scholarship guy. He's probably never going to play a meaningful snap. But this dude comes in every day, works his tail off, like isn't a problem. Good dude. Like, that dude's got every reason to just be an a-hole to everybody because of he's not happy with his lot in life, but he's the complete opposite of that. So you're going to have a couple of those guys, but to Jordan's point, Jordan's right. They're going to be few and far between.
Yeah. Sorry, I cannot find this Jordan Washington thing, and I need to because when he gets drafted, I'm going to show my ass and post it on Twitter.
Well, and Antoine, I'll say this too. I think you kind of look at. You kind of want to lump those guys in the same group, and yeah, there hasn't been that much turnover in the DB room, but I also think it's worth going back and kind of, not all those roster adjustments, if you will, were created equal. Like I said, Crawford, Thompson, and Catalan were guys that like, look, you've got 1 year of eligibility left. None of you guys are guaranteed anything here at this point. What do you want to do? And those guys decided, hey, I'm going to go somewhere else. Jeff Choate welcomed Keaton Crawford into his program. Jaron Thompson found a spot in the SEC. I would say Catalan, they took a flyer on Catalan. They got about half a season worth, but once he got hurt in the OU game, I don't know that we ever saw Jalen Catalan again. Jordan brought up BJ Allen, Larry Turner Good, and Xavier Bryce, those guys in the 2022 class who we never really saw play, just got lost in the shuffle. And then with Austin Jordan was a man without a position. And then Terrence Brooks, it's real simple. I mean, I think it boils down to some form of, and Jordan, you can chime in for if you want. It's some form of if you stick with it, you're not guaranteed anything. You're gonna have to compete for a job. Like I said, I said this after the spring game. One of the things I was most disappointed in was the fact that Gavin Holmes, it was either you have to credit Gavin Holmes for making it a competition, but my disappointment was in the fact that Terrence Brooks let that become a competition.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have been. If you look at the physical skill sets of both guys, it shouldn't have been a competition. But the fact that it was, I think, says a lot about both guys. I think it says that the coaches are rewarding Gavin Holmes for sticking with it and being a guy who clearly shows up in practice, and telling Terrence Brooks, look, if you want to play, it's not going to be guaranteed. You're going to have to work for it. And whatever happened. You're going to hear two different sides of that story. But at some point, it's best for everybody at some point just maybe to move on. Just everybody move on. And I think I think if you look at Terrence Brooks and Texas, I think both parties are going to end up being happier for it, in a better place for it.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, I was like, who added Keenan? I didn't even do that.
What's up,
but
gentlemen?
how are y'all doing on this wonderful Monday morning?
We're great, man. How are you guys?
Eric, you're on mute. Yeah, you're good.
Only been doing this for how many years, right? And I'm just talking into a mic with no sound if I'm not muted. Jeff will know this. Jordan, you probably won't. Keenan, you may not as well. But I'm in the shadow of by far the most strip clubs per square mile.
Oh yeah, Tampa is
an area and here in the
strip
nation.
Club capital of the world.
So I'm just trying to keep my nose clean here, Jeff, as I'm back home for a bit.
Man, just don't go be in rebellion at the strip club. That's why. Look, man, that's why Tampa will. I wonder how much it's going to change now, because I think everybody's realized, hey, Vegas is a pretty good spot for the Super Bowl. I'm sure, Eric, I haven't looked. I'm sure Tampa's on the docket for another Super Bowl, but that's why I think if let's just say if the NFLPA has any sort of say so in where Super Bowl sites are, I think Tampa will always get some consideration.
See, what makes it tough, Jeff, is like you got the Tampa Miami dichotomy, right? Because a lot of people are like, all right, if I'm going to go to Florida, why not hit Miami? But obviously I'm biased being from here. But to the point I just made, like really everything you want to host a Super Bowl is here. It's just a matter, like it's not Jacksonville where your options are Waffle House and going to Valdosta, right? Like so.
Is that going to be Tampa's new motto? You can take that to the Chamber of Commerce. Tampa, at least we're not Jacksonville.
At least not Jacksonville. Yeah, I mean we're not Jacksonville. And it's like, LeBron, I don't know if you guys remember, Jordan, remember this when LeBron was talking about the bubble and they asked him, was like, yeah, would you ever sign with Orlando? And he's like, no. After the bubble, I'm never fucking going back to Orlando again. He's like,
is Jacksonville like the Galveston of Florida?
See, okay, here's the thing. I heard Charles Barkley go off in Galveston to the point where it just piqued my curiosity. I'm like, do I need to go to Galveston?
No.
No.
Okay.
Look, man, I like Galveston, right?
Okay.
I don't have a problem with Galveston.
Then if it's to what Jordan says, then yes, it is the Galveston of Florida, because you're either going to get shot or you're going to go to Waffle House. There's really two options, or you have a ton of money and you live in the burbs, like Tim Tebow area. You're like Ponte Vedra Beach. But outside of that, ain't really nothing in it.
You're either going to get shot or you're going to go to a Waffle House. Sounds like a line from a song in Hustle and Flow.
Eric, I think we talked about this, man. Waffle House is a pretty big player in the presentation in your home state. And really throughout, that's kind of a Southeast thing. Were you shocked at the lack of Waffle House volume when you moved to Texas?
Jeff, Jordan, Keenan, by far. So I've left Florida to live twice. I left to go to grad school, went to grad school in Chicago. It sucked. Now, granted, Chicago's a great food city, but I'm like, it's not a southern food city, right? Like you don't get a lot of those staples. Great food, but not a lot of southern staples. I was stunned that there weren't really that many, at least in Central Texas. When I was in Houston, making the drive over here is Waffle House. But yeah, here's the thing. I have to adjust to the breakfast taco concept. Like it still hasn't resonated with me yet. Mm-hmm. So I still miss the concept of like getting, some hash browns, smothered, covered, diced, Waffle House. Yes, I was absolutely shocked.
You're close up to downtown, man. You can go to like Juan in a Million, get you the Don Juan.
Right.
That is literally a street over from me, Jeff.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were that centrally located.
I live right by one of the Juan in a Millions, right by downtown. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but yeah.
Nice. Now, Jordan, you haven't traveled as much as Keenan and Eric have. Eric's is well traveled. Any of you guys boiled peanuts? Guys eating some boiled peanuts?
You're saying, have I had them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
okay.
In North Florida, absolutely.
I'm fascinated. Yeah, because you get close to that redneck Riviera, like going through Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. I noticed like stopping for gas, like on the way to Florida a couple years ago, or if I'm in if I'm in like New Orleans or wherever, just going to Louisiana. I've noticed boiled peanuts are a favorite snack of people in the region, and I've never had them because it just that pot of boiled peanuts just looks kind of dicey. But I'm like, it looks kind of dicey, but I wonder if they're like really good.
Jeff, I'm telling you, just to say, like, I mean, I'd assume a lot of the traveling you've done, you've tried some things here or there.
Yeah.
You try the boiled peanuts, you'll love them. It's the combination of like the boiled, but still that salty kind of deal. That is just, it's a nice juxtaposition there. I am a huge fan, but granted, I'm from the region of boiled peanuts.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I got you. Well, that's enough boiled peanut talk. We'll let the false start crew get going. Jordan and I will be back to do it tomorrow. And everybody have a good rest of your Monday.
Yes, sir. We'll see y'all.
Appreciate it, boys. Want to go ahead and say welcome to False Start. I am Eric Henry, Horns beat writer, Texas beat writer, Horns beat writer. Same thing. Horns, Texas beat writer, Horns 24/7. Joined as always by my player partner himself, Mr. Keenan Womack, Mr. 5 lunch breaks. Looks like he just woke up from a hell of a nap.
I was awake. I was freaked out because my internet was not working, so I had to fix that in a panic. But we're good now.
Got you. Yes. First off, before I jump into some things, I want to say thank you to all the people who filled in. Jeff Howe filled in on Wednesday when I was down at the TD Club of Houston. Steve Sarkeesian addressing big money people. Mattress Mac was in the house. I certainly was not in the same tax bracket as a lot of those folks down there on Wednesday. Thank you to my buddy. Y'all got a chance to meet him. Joe Londergan filled in Thursday. And then who filled in Friday?
Jason Conander.
Jason Conander. Great kid.
Great guy. We had a lot of fun talking. We were trying to mix it up, but we literally, me and him have a very common interest in college basketball. So it basically turned into a college basketball show.
Listen, nothing wrong with that. So I appreciate Evan for filling in. In case you didn't know,
and
I'm back in the Sunshine State for a little bit. So I was making that drive. I will not bore you guys with the stories of going through I-10 through Houston to Tallahassee overnight. I will not make that drive again overnight. That was a mistake. It is pitch black on I-10 trying to make that drive overnight. But yes, joining y'all from the Sunshine State. What up, CB? Jake Bayless talking about some big old women down in San Antonio. Daryl G saying Barkley going off on San Antonio women, still the best. Here's the thing, man. Like, Keenan, I'm assuming you've been to San Antonio, right?
My wife is from there, so she's not a big fan of all of the conversations regarding women in the city of San Antonio. I'm kidding. She's a great sport about it. She doesn't care. But I've been there plenty of times.
I was going to say, like, I feel like I have to go just for San Antonio. Seems like one of those cool cities. Like, I'm a big El Paso guy, Keenan. I've been to El Paso 4 times to cover games in the past. I feel like it's one of those cities. You know, the culture's there, the vibe is there. But, I mean, it's just between that and Galveston, I feel like I got to hit up some of these Texas cities to see what the conversation is really about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, San Antonio is underrated. It's very cool. It's very integrated with the Mexican culture. So it's like it's basically like a Mexican city. It really is cool. And I don't know if you've ever been to Mexico or Mexico City, which is, I mean, Mexico City is one of my favorite places in the world. Maybe my favorite. That's how much I like Mexico City. And you get some of those vibes. I mean, obviously San Antonio is the mix of the Texas and the Mexican culture. So it's like where America sort of meets Mexico in a cultural sense. But man, it's a very underrated place. And that is like the best food you're going to find. Mexican food it's in San Antonio. I can't front. I can't flex and say it's Dallas. I can't even front and say it's Austin. I think San Antonio has the best Mexican food of any big city. Maybe Houston is tied with it too, but damn, San Antonio's got some awesome Mexican food.
Yo, if anyone in the comments in the chat wants to drop their thoughts on where the best Mexican food in Texas is, feel free, because I'm going to try to make my way. I'm an El Paso guy. Again, I've been to El Paso many times. Love the Mexican food there. Hey, man, before we jump into some sports, how was your weekend, man? How's your Cinco de Mayo? I mean, obviously, I know Cinco de Mayo has got to be a bigger thing in Texas, like than here, because obviously, the Mexican population, it's just a bunch of, mock Cinco de Mayo celebrations here in Florida. How's the weekend, buddy?
It was good. I went to a wedding on Saturday. That was a lot of fun. It was my wife's cousin, and it was at Austin Country Club. It was really fun, man. It was a really good time. And then Cinco de Mayo, your boy was in the office.
Okay,
I was working my other job. Yeah, so I was at the office yesterday, but I'm off today, thankfully, because I typically get off like 2 days in a row. This week I did not because I had to do the wedding thing, but. Yeah, man. I think we should talk a little bit about Meet the Grams at some point today.
Oh, listen. We got 40 minutes left. We're gonna kind of be all over the place. We're definitely gonna get into that. Let's start off though, because it's been a few days since I've been on, so just kind of recap some of the things. Really, since I've been gone, and just kind of bounce it off, get some thoughts. Start with Dominic Williams ending up at Oklahoma. Did you happen to see the video that he tweeted out? Or maybe I can't remember if it was him or a family member about his recruitment at LSU, and he just looked less than enthused. Oh man, I'm just gonna find this and send it to you. The LSU, they did the deal, where they're in the restaurant and the sparklers are going off and whatnot, but the crowd is just not the type of crowd that you would expect in any club where the sparklers and whatnot are going off. And he looked less than enthused. So I've got to try and find that as
awkward,
for anyone in the chat as well. If you saw it, drop some comments if you did. But that clearly kind of screwed their recruitment of Mr. Dominic Williams. Nevertheless, just your thoughts. Him choosing Oklahoma over Texas, and I'll kind of spitball a bit here because I think there has been a little bit of overreaction, but I'll get to that in a second. So just, what were kind of your thoughts as you saw that go down?
I thought that Oklahoma badly needed that.
Sure.
I felt like Oklahoma, even though they beat Texas last year, I get this overwhelming sense from their fan base that they are not super confident going into the SEC. I'm not saying all of them think that or even that it's true. You could come in and be great. I don't know, obviously, but I think they badly needed some sort of W in the transfer portal, and they just shelled out everything they had. And I'm genuinely curious, and not in a shitty, condescending way, if their money situation at Oklahoma and paying Dominic Williams that much money has anything to do with all of the dudes transferring from the basketball program. I don't know. Sure. I'm not saying there is a correlation. There may not be, but it just seems like they're putting all their eggs into this basket of football and hoping everything else just kind of works out. But Dominic Williams is a great player. I don't know what they ended up paying him. I'd be shocked if it was what people are saying. People are saying it was like $1.5 million, and it's just like, there's no way, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is what it was. You'll have to fill me in on that. But yeah, they needed that really bad. I don't think it puts them over the top. I don't think it makes them as good or better than Texas. I don't think it saves them, but I think it's a good pickup for a pretty good defensive tackle.
I just sent you the video of Dominic Williams at LSU, so check that out while I'm reading Jake's comments here. You wouldn't know that from their Twitter fans. They think they're going to win every game ever. I will say this, and again, I'm on quote unquote the Texas side of things covering the team, but I have, and I'm gonna let you back in a second or make this point, Kenny. I see you've seen the video. I have seen the Oklahoma fan base, and I don't know if it's just like the rivalry talk, but there always seems to be. I don't want to call Oklahoma fans arrogant, right? Because again, maybe they feel the same about, or not maybe, I'm sure they feel the same way about UT fans, right? But there does seem to be like a level of, I don't know, I think Oklahoma kind of looks at Texas like almost like a little brother type deal. And that to me is kind of what surprised me, because I'm like, no, these are two programs that, while, you can make the case, each of them, both of them have been good at the same point in time. And there have been stretches where maybe one was getting the better part of the other. But this is not a situation where I feel like, and please, if y'all in the chat, feel free to educate me, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't ever think there's been a time where one fan base can truly claim like superiority over another in a way, like just using the Florida example, you know, like Florida State could claim superiority over Miami for a long time or over Florida for a long time. So that's just kind of my thought there. But you saw the video. You saw how Baton Rouge was coming. Can you explain that to the people watching? Because unfortunately, it's
yeah, man, it looked like a girl. It looked like a really rich girl's 21st birthday. That's what it looked like to me. And Dominic Williams is just sitting there like this, just like texting. I don't know, man. I mean, their guy is the former Texas defensive tackles coach, man. Oh, sorry. You know what I mean? I mean, they have what's his name? I forgot his name. Oh my god. LSU's defensive tackle.
Oh, Bo Davis. Bo
Davis. Thank you. Yeah, the guy who did the rant. I love that guy. But I was really sad when he left. But yeah, man, that's a bad look. It's really embarrassing. But I mean, LSU's still gonna be LSU. I just think LSU is one of those schools that, like, no matter who the coach is, that pool of talent in that state is so crazy. And they have such a dominion over the whole state as far as that goes, that, like, kind of makes sense that they've been so good for so long.
Jake Bayless popping in here, and I do agree, saying Brian.
Yeah, he is cringy for sure.
Like that, like, yes. If you haven't seen that video, I just punch in Dominic Williams LSU on Twitter, it'll pop right up. He actually tweeted out himself, so let me credit him. He's like, "This is how LSU was coming?" ? And he was less than enthused. On the flip side, Keenan, the Horns get an addition from the portal. San Jose State defensive back Javion Cole, so a player that I have a little bit of familiarity with covering the G5. Actually started his career at Cal Poly. I love Keenan high risers like that. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the basketball portal in the sense where you get a guy who starts out at like a mid-major or low major, and then, you know, it's kind of excels and works his way up, right? Someone who I think and the thing about him that I think this should be a good fit is not like they're going to come and expect him to be the number one corner immediately. You got Manny Muhammad, you got Terrence Brooks. They're not going to ask him, even Jalen Gilbo and Jade Barron, they're not going to ask him to come in here and be a lockdown corner. But he's someone who, again, young kid, was only a sophomore last year, true sophomore. So, you know, has room for growth in his game. And I do think, and I hate to say like the make or break thing. I know a lot of Texas fans have had their feelings on Terry Joseph and kind of his ability. I know the guys were talking about the development of some of those guys in the secondary, and we'll see. I mean, like Jeff was saying, some of those guys maybe you shouldn't have taken. Maybe some of them weren't necessarily, not to, you know, crap on anybody, right? But weren't necessarily the DBs of this level, right? So they were what they were. But man, I think this is a really good addition. And listen, I know you're not gonna have a ton of thoughts on Cole per se, but I do want to pass it to you on this. Steve Sarkisian was very defensive. Well, you know, let me rephrase that. I don't want to say he was defensive. The question he was asked, and I won't say the Texas media member. It was
probably guess, but don't say their name.
What was that?
I could probably guess who it is. But
yeah. There was a member of the Longhorns media who asked Steve Sarkisian. The way the question was phrased was, "Hey, well, you know, how do you feel about your DBs? You know, they didn't look that good in the spring." And Sark immediately stopped him and said, "Didn't look that good according to who?" And then that media member paused and said, "Well, you know, some of your DBs got beat in the spring game." And Sark immediately, you know, cut him off and said, "Hey, you know, Kelvin Banks," and I tweeted this out, "Kelvin Banks got beat. I think he's going to be just fine. The secondary is going to be just fine." So your thoughts on just Steve Sarkisian kind of being fine and feeling confident in his secondary?
Well, real quick, I want to talk about Kelvin Banks for a second.
No, go for it.
And like how he dropped, because I remember the week that happened.
Yeah,
he had the problem was he was a left tackle, and they put him at right tackle for a rivals camp.
Okay,
he got beat a bunch of times because he's playing a new position, and so everybody dropped his ranking because he got beat at this camp because he was playing out of position. So that's what's up with Kelvin Banks. That's the only reason he's ever gotten beat in anything. He's like the best offensive tackle I've ever seen at Texas. I'm not kidding. I think he might be the best that they've ever had, or at least best in the last 20 years. You know, obviously there are guys from the 90s and 80s I don't know about, but this is the most name recognition I've ever seen out of a left tackle ever at UT. Everybody knows who Kelvin Banks is. He's one of their stars. He's going to be a top 5 pick. You know, but back to what you said about
real quick. I gotta. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you finish. I remember Mike Williams, and this is a throwback Texas name, 4th overall pick. I remember went to Buffalo. That's just the first one. So actually, that'd probably be a great discussion. We'll come back to that for our old school Texas fans. Where does Kelvin Banks rank in relation to a guy like Mike Williams? But continue your comment.
No. Yeah, I think it's big time that they picked up a corner transfer. I mean, obviously losing Terrence Brooks was not part of the plan, I don't think. I think that kind of surprised them. I know he had kind of a rough spring game, but again, like I just said, Kelvin Banks had a rough rivals camp, and he ended up being pretty damn good. I get why Sark would be defensive, though. And to be honest, I kind of like that he's standing up for his guys so much. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I remember when the Oklahoma State thing went down with the I'm a man, I'm 40. Yeah. They interviewed all these different players, and all the players were like, that we respected that so much that he stood up for our guy, that he took it upon himself to stand up for our guy personally. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, I just, every single thing I hear about Sark makes me trust him more as the head coach. And the fact that he's so quick to defend his guys, I like that.
Listen, I agree with you. And even, that kind of runs counter my role in the media, but I do like the fact that Sark defends his guys, right? We talk about this with Rodney Terry, right? And bring the basketball realm. There's a reason why Rodney Terry's players swear by him and they all love him, is he will go to the mat for his guys. So I understand that. And to be, quite frank, listen, if you look at Texas's defense last year, a lot of those passing yards were allowed because teams just abandoned the run. You look at that Iowa State game, Rocco Becht threw for 313 yards, something like that, a couple touchdowns. And listen, there was a drive where Rocco Becht took him right down the field and scored. It's like, oh, okay, you kind of want to see the defense tighten up. But yeah, that happens when you have Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. You're just abandoning the run overall. So in that sense, as I'm getting blown up here by my buddy Kevin Fielder, who is saying that I'm bringing up Texas players from 2 decades ago. Well, Kevin, not all of us are 17 like you are, right? Some of us have a bit of a frame of reference for football. So, enjoy.
Hey, he's a good follow on Twitter, that guy. We follow.
Oh, listen, I've known Kevin. I've known Kevin since he was 16, 17. Great kid.
Hey,
covers Kansas State. Nevertheless.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, great. I mean, I expect Sark to defend his guys, and I think the secondary is going to be fine. I've talked about it. Jahdae Barron, Jalen Gilbo's coming back. The guys were talking about it before we hopped on. This pass rush, I think, is going to be legit this year. And a great pass rush obviously can make any secondary look better. So not too worried there. And I think Cole, again, is just a pickup where this group and high ceiling, I think you got to buy low on them and really kind of see where things go. But I'm not troubled. And like I said, the way the question was asked to Sark, he had no other way but to be defensive of his secondary. And again, you guys can probably guess which media member asked him that at the TD Club of Houston. And we'll transition here, Keenan. I also got a few more things we're going to get to, but just the Sark's overall address to that audience. Again, Mattress Mac, big time. You got all those big time money guys there. The thing that stood out to me, Keenan, I'm just wondering kind of your thoughts. There's a quiet confidence about this team entering the SEC. And I'm wondering, did they show you enough last year from the way they handled their business in the Big 12 for you to think top 2, top 3 in the SEC off rip?
Man, it sounds like I'm a homer, but I really do think that. I really think they're going to come in off the bat and be one of the best 3 teams in the SEC. Maybe not every year, but this upcoming year and maybe the next couple of years. I mean, as long as Sark is recruiting like this roster is starting to look like a Georgia roster. You know what I mean? It looks like an Alabama roster, exactly. And that's not just saying the player types. It looks like an Alabama roster because of the amount of 4 and 5 stars that are running around out there. And you look at every position group has a 5-star somewhere in it. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like, their edges, they have a 5-star. Linebackers, they have a 5-star. I don't know if they have a 5-star per se at corner or safety, but they have a 5-star transfer in Makuba. And then on offense, they have 5 stars everywhere, So they're building these teams with all this depth. And the reason I think OU fans are starting to freak out is that they're so loud on social media, much louder than I'm used to there being. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, like their fan base is whatever. Like, it's not. I don't think it's any worse than any other fan base in particular, to be honest. But man, they're on the offensive, and I think, like I've been saying, I just don't think Venables is the guy. I think they're going to probably go like 8-5 this year, and what they need to do, they can't afford to do. And what they need to do is hire Josh Heupel.
Oh, wow. Okay. Former Central Florida.
Well, Heupel played quarterback at Oklahoma.
He played quarterback for the Sooners. I will admit I am not the biggest Josh Heupel fan, but that has more to do with him coaching my UCF Knights than anything else. But listen, he's done a nice job at Tennessee, he and Danny White, so I've got to give him that. Just going back to your point when you talked about the stockpiling of talent, I wrote about this for Horns 24/7. You can find it on the website. This team looked SEC ready last year, and it wasn't even because of the amount of guys, 11 guys getting drafted. It was CJ Baxter, a freshman, now sophomore. Jaden Blue. It was Anthony Hill making plays. It was Derek Williams, right, at safety, a young freshman. It was Manny Muhammad, a freshman, coming in, right? Jonte Cook showing flashes that he can be a guy, right? It's that type of young talent in my mind that speaks to me that this team is SEC ready, right? Because those guys were they got their feet wet and tested in the Big 12. But now, to your point, when you talk about the 5 stars, you get a Xavier Filsaime back at safety, who is a 5-star, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You get a Colin Simmons off the edge, who is a 5-star. So, to the question that I asked you, I don't think I can't find another team. And I'm just being honest. We'll see what happens with Alabama. Maybe they'll prove me wrong, right? Maybe Kalen DeBoer has something cooking there that year one will hit the ground running, because we know what the standard is there, right? And I
wouldn't want to be him.
Take a look at Alabama's history pre-Nick Saban. They're not patient. If they don't think that you're getting the job done, they'll cycle through some coaches. So Kalen DeBoer, maybe he can hit the ground running year one. But in my opinion, Georgia's the only team that I think is neck and neck, just talent-wise, with Texas. And, hey, I don't see any reason you take a look at this schedule why Texas can't compete year one. So that's my thought there. Keenan, I do want to ask this, because we haven't had a chance to chop with him again. We're going to get into a couple things. We're definitely going to get into some Meet the Grams. We're going to get some Drake Kendrick. And I also want to parlay it into your favorite college football or college sports beef, right? Because I got a few that came to mind there.
That's a great question. I love that.
But, man, what were your thoughts on the Deion Sanders situation? I have not heard your thoughts. I think I may have seen you tweet about it once or twice, but I'd just love to get, your perspective on that. And I don't think anyone here needs a refresher as to what it was. But I guess really quick, if you didn't see it, there were some quote tweets from, a former player who was talking about really the genesis of it was the athletics article Max Olson wrote, where he profiled all 50-something guys who left and where they were now. And them talking about, kind of not feeling like Deion ever tried to get to know them. And some of the current players, Shadur and others, quote tweeting some responses from the former players. And it got kind of ugly. So just, your thoughts, Keenan.
I just I don't think I've ever soured on somebody so quickly. I wanted them to work. I loved Deion before this past few months. I love Deion. I was really excited for him at Colorado. Plus, my little brother is a University of Colorado graduate. So it was in the family. And so we were really excited. We were like, my brother, Colorado football has been so bad for so long that my brother was pretty much like, dude, I'll take any kind of injection of energy into this program, whatever. He's pretty apathetic about it in general because he knows they'll never compete for real. But once he got Deion, he would text me and be like, yo, we're actually starting to put together a roster, man. This team looks okay. And then they started off, I think they started off the season 3-1 last year, and they lost their next 8 or whatever. But I think Deion looked like a complete a-hole, and I think he looked like a freaking jackass, quote tweeting a kid and all he how old is he, man? He's in his 50s and he's quote tweeting kids. Like that shit is so whack, dude. And like I just think no wonder all these guys are transferring, dude. It seems like the biggest clown show ever over there, and I would be shocked if they won more than like 3 or 4 games this year. I'd be shocked. It just seems like a complete disaster waiting to happen. And I put together the last thing, and I'll throw it back to you is I put on Twitter. I predicted their record game by game.
Yeah.
There's a few games that I think they're going to lose by like 40 points, and one of those games is Tech. I think Tech is going to put them in a body bag because they're just physical. They're West Texas, like tough dudes. You know, they're just that is the opposite of what they got going on at Colorado right now. I think Kansas State is going to destroy them. You know, I think teams like that are going to take notice of this stuff that's going on out there, and they're gonna see it and go, oh, okay, that's what they think. That's how they think about West Texas or like young kids. They're just gonna fire themselves up and they will destroy Colorado. I don't know. They seem like polar opposites to me, you know.
No, I see where you're going. It's kind of similar to the Iowa State deal, right? Breeze Hall, the 5-star culture versus 5-star talent. Not necessarily saying that Colorado has 5-star talent right now because they're still trying to accumulate talent, right? But you could absolutely make the case that you go to like a Lance Leipold, you know, at Kansas, right? Like, you know, the way he's building his team, Kansas State, hell, Iowa State, right? Matt Campbell, right? They're not going to want to. Those are teams that have a pride and identity about themselves. But my thoughts on the situation, and listen, I don't understand. I'm just going to be real. Like I'm turning 33 in a month. So like I remember Deion Sanders and kind of what the tail end of his career and what he kind of represents for some people, but he doesn't resonate with me in the way that he does like some of my older family, right? And I think there's an emotional response to whenever people kind of take issue with Deion. And one of the things that when I tweeted out what I tweeted out, I said he's supposed to be bigger than this. He's a grown-ass man. You're talking about college kids whose brains aren't fully freaking formed yet. Yeah. And they're, especially kids of this generation, no disrespect, but like, yeah, the first thing they do is they pick up their phone and they tweet what's on their mind, right? Like if they're hurt, that's what they do. So for you to be like, la Jesus, when you know, someone's quote tweeting on the dude's stats, first off, that's just stupid because we know stats don't make up everything, right? But secondly, wasn't this someone who you know, played for you, right? Like I don't get this. Now, granted, this kid transferred out, right? So he didn't play. He was, you know, there, went to Austin Peay, the kid who he quote tweeted, but you're supposed to be the man in the room. You're supposed to be the adult in the room. And Keenan, I am not anti-Deion. What he did with the portal, I am here. I don't think we got a pretty educated college football fan base. And I think people who watch Texas Sports Unfiltered, they understand that happens. When new coaches come in, they want to bring in their own guys. When teams win, right? Hell, we just saw, and we don't know the full gist of what happened, but it was a mutual decision with Steve Sarkisian and Terrence Brooks, where, hey, you started for us last year, appreciate it, like, but we're going to go a different direction, and Terrence Brooks will land on his feet. You know, that stuff happens. But, and I don't know if you've read the article. If you haven't read it, you know, I recommend checking out on The Athletic. But my beef is, we hear Sark say this, and no matter whether you think it's coach speak or not, cliche or not, at least you have to publicly adopt this front. Steve Sarkisian always talks about, I got 110 kids, right? They're all my sons. And this is someone who has his son on the team. And like I said, whether you think it's bullshit or not, I mean, it's some coach speak probably. But you at least have to give the appearance that you care about all your guys the same. Tashard Choice, Keenan. What I love about Tashard Choice is he coaches Colin Page the same way he coaches Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter, and Jaden Blue. Like, I've seen it with my own two eyes. He's going up to Colin Page saying, no, do the drill. I don't care if you're a walk-on or not. Do the drill. I'm holding to the same standard as everyone else.
That's awesome.
And the article kind of talked about how seemingly some of these guys who transferred out, some who stayed and tried to, prove themselves to Deion, felt like he never tried to get to know them. And I just wonder, how if you're a back end of the roster guy, is there a feeling like, this dude only cares about his son, Travis Hunter, and a couple of the guys? I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not accusing Deion of that, but check it out. Read the article, because a lot of the conversation is that like this dude just is, and let's just be real. It would be on par with who Deion Sanders has been the majority of his career, as someone who tells you there was only one me, right? There is only one primetime Deion Sanders. There's only one Shador. There's only one Travis Hunter. And if you do not have that value, then what value does he offer? Again, I'm not inside that locker room, so I don't want to accuse him of that, but it'll be really interesting to see how this season plays out, because it's coming off like, I just want to get these dudes to the NFL, and the rest of the chips will fall where they're making it.
Well, it's also like the kid's point was, hey, Deion was kind of an ass to me. And in response, Deion's like, oh, you thought I was an ass then? You just wait, buddy. And he was a way bigger ass. So I didn't really understand what he was trying to do with that. I mean, I get it. He's panicking. He keeps losing players. But, yeah, they seem like, what did Dan Lanning say? They play for clicks. We play for wins.
Right.
I think that that will resonate with like every Big 12 team, because they're coming in so cocky. It's crazy. And the Big 12, for all its flaws, is, top to bottom a much more competitive conference, I think, than the Pac-12 was.
Absolutely.
So maybe not at the top as much, because Washington and Oregon have had great teams in the last couple of years, but I mean overall, man, like those are both Big Ten teams now, and the Pac-12 doesn't exist, so who cares?
SD says the Big 12 rats need a new villain. And listen,
yeah, I mean, Colorado's a great one, but they're all going to beat Colorado is the problem.
Yeah, because I saw some of that conversation as well on Twitter about they could be the new villain, but you got to win, right? And I think that could be a challenge. Before we get to the music talk, and of course we're going to kind of parlay that into your favorite college football beefs, do want to give you a chance to talk about your Mavs NBA playoffs.
Thank you.
My Orlando Magic did not win Game 7. Paolo Banchero showed up. The rest of the team did not. They've got depth issues, but your Mavs showed up. Take it away.
Well, real quick about your Magic. Do you see any LeBron James with Paolo? I do. I see quite a bit of LeBron. I don't see the passing, but just the physicality, the size, the way he plays reminds me so much of LeBron James, dude. Like young LeBron. Before he could shoot and stuff. Like young LeBron when he was just a slasher kind of.
But you know what's tough about that is, and I won't belabor this point too long.
No.
The thing I remember about young LeBron so much is the athleticism was just off the charts. Like LeBron, I guess, Kobe, T-Mac to an extent.
Yeah.
But LeBron was the first guy who just athletically made it look so easy. I don't think Paolo Banchero's athleticism. I mean, he's slashy, he's very crafty. I don't think he's athletically that guy. But I see where you're going.
Sure, no, definitely. I'm not saying that he is as good as LeBron, will end up as good as LeBron, or is even as athletic or explosive. I just see so much of LeBron's game and the way he plays, young LeBron's game and the way Paolo plays. Plus, they're like the exact same size. Anyway, my Mavericks. Yeah, man, it was beautiful to see them just take care of business against a team I truly hate. I really hate the Clippers. And it's not just like I hate the Clippers. I hate their individual players separate from their being on the Clippers.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I hate James Harden, bro.
Same.
I'm not a James Harden fan. I can't stand him, dude. I can't stand Paul George. I can't stand Kawhi. Like, I don't like anybody on that team. So it was really cathartic after they just kept knocking my Mavs out of the playoffs over and over again to finally get that win. That shit was awesome. I'm super excited about the series against the Thunder. I think that's going to be a hell of a series. I'm like really, truly excited, not just as a Mavericks fan, but as a fan of the sport of basketball, because I think that series is going to be awesome.
Bro, I am fired up about the NBA playoffs in a way that I haven't been in a while, and I can't lie. And I don't know if anyone else feels this way in the chat. New blood, man. The Ant-Man is coming.
Yeah.
Like, just this new blood. It's not a Golden State, Steph, LeBron, the usual KD, not the usual suspects. That's what has me fired up about this NBA playoffs. So, yeah, man, I can't. I mean, I am not going to adopt any fandom of any Texas basketball teams.
Sure.
I don't have any reason to. But I do want to see Luka and kind of see how that. I'm not the biggest Kyrie fan. As
yeah,
you know.
I love Kyrie, but I get it.
As Kyrie is a basketball player. I want to make this clear. Kyrie's a basketball player, immense talent. I just think as a person, he's just a fucking head case. But nevertheless,
yeah, he is. But he's been really not a distraction in Dallas.
He has.
He's been really on his best behavior in Dallas. There hasn't been a single issue. And let me tell you really quick why I think that is.
Yeah.
I think he and Luka have immense respect for each other. That's what I've heard. That's what's driving those two guys is their respect for each other.
Because of their games, Keenan? Is that what?
Yes. Yeah, just because of their games. Just because I think Kyrie sees Luka and he's like, this is a young LeBron kind of deal. Like how he helped LeBron win his first championship. I mean, his first in Cleveland.
Yeah.
He's like, I think it's a mutual respect thing. And I think Kyrie and Luka are like really tight, not just on the floor, but I think like you'll see them talking off the floor. Like they're just giving each other pointers all the time. They just love hooping, dude. Both of those guys do. And I think that goes real deep with hoopers. You know what I mean?
No doubt. I want to post this comment here from SD because it is the lead into will be our final topic. His favorite college football beef is his with the 0-1 Horns. If you want to drop any further context as to why, I can kind of feel where you're going, but if you want to drop any further context, feel free. Before we get into Meet the Grams, do you have a Twitter beef? Geez, I'm sure we all got Twitter beefs.
College football beef? I do.
A college football, college sports beef. I know mine. I have never hated a team more than I hated the Tim Tebow era Florida Gators. I hated those teams. And that just one that like, because I think what's driving this beef with Drake and Kendrick, and we'll get to it, but like the fact that there's clearly one person who hates that other person. Yes. Like I hated those teams. I can't think of anything recently because I guess I've been working in sports for 8-9 years now.
Yeah. So
it's kind of subsided. But and I mean I hate Duke, as a whole Duke basketball, but not like I hated the Florida Gators of that era. So what about you, Keenan?
My favorite beef, I was trying to think more individuals. So mine would be Sam Ehlinger versus Kyler Murray.
Okay.
So I don't know if you saw that clip after Texas beat OU in 2018 in the Red River shootout, and Ehlinger walks up to Kyler Murray and tries to shake his hand, and Kyler blows him off, and Ehlinger yells in his ear, "Take the loss, P-word."
I have never seen that.
Oh, really? Yeah, that was a classic moment in Texas football history. I mean, Kyler Murray ended up getting the better of the deal. He ended up winning the Big 12 championship, but I always thought that was such a funny moment when he was like, "Take the loss, P." I was like, damn. But yeah, no, that was a really, I mean, it's one of those things now. I feel like Texas is going to start beating OU a lot more regularly than they have during the Herman and Strong eras. And that's going to be really nice because like losing to them sucks if you're a Texas fan. Like that shit. So like when I was a fan and not in the media, man, I'd go to those games and they'd lose. It would suck so much. Like, oh man, terrible.
So, man, I just want to give you just kind of my thought on the whole Drake-Kendrick situation.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to get into the actual substance of, like, who's diss and whatnot. I'm just going to give you my take. 2012, 2013 is probably the last time I've really enjoyed Drake's music. And I can't even say that I ever truly – there's some Drake's, songs and albums that I rock with, and I appreciated, if we're just being real as like a hip hop guy's music guy, I appreciated Drake kind of ending the end of like the thuggin' era, right? As someone who went to high school from 2006 to 2010, right? Like we all had the baggy tees, we all had the baggy shorts, and it's about how hard you could be, right? And Drake kind of, I mean, Kanye to an extent,
Kanye
right?
did too, yeah,
but Drake was one who really kind of put an end to the like crunk, thuggin, T.I., and I'm listening to T.I., Jeezy, those two of my favorite rappers right there, but like put an end to that and ushered in this new wave of dudes. But with that being said, there's nothing about him that's ever struck me as authentic. Drake is like in my mind, he's like we could say the Brian Kelly, like I'm just trying to think of who's a football coach. I think is always, you've never trusted.
Brian Kelly's a really good,
really that comes out of their mouth, right? Like, and that's my issue with Drake, and that's why I think every Kendrick diss has resonated with me, because he's finally saying the things I feel like I've thought about this dude for so long. Like the dude, what, like, yo, if I'm not hating on anybody for getting plastic surgery, but like, what man buys abs? Like, that's the lamest shit in the world.
Weird.
So anyhow, I want to leave you some room. We got 5 minutes left. I want to leave you some room. Take it away, my guy.
Okay, well, I'm glad we're talking about this because I know we are both huge hip hop heads, which makes me very confident in where the show will end up going. So here's my hot take, and people have gotten mad at me for this, whatever. This beef just further proved to me that Kendrick Lamar is the GOAT. I think he's the best rapper of all time. I really do. I think it's him and Andre 3000. I think those are two of the best ever. I think Jay-Z's in there. I think Big L would be in there if he hadn't died. I think Biggie would be in there. I think Kendrick Lamar's albums, I think he's 5 for 5 on albums.
Okay, what about this cemented that fact for you?
Just the whole Meet the Grams diss and just how he dissected Drake in like the most clever way for 7 straight minutes. And it was just like an incredibly scorched earth and personal, just a very hateful song. And I can tell you this, I didn't even really enjoy listening to that song. I've listened to it a few times, but it's so scathing that it's hard to listen to. And I think that's part of it. I mean, he's referencing all these like SA guy, like not SA, like sexual assault guys. Like it's crazy, dude. I was just blown away by it. And I think he blew Drake out so hard. I don't think Drake can come back from that in a beef sense. Now his music's going to continue to sell because he's Drake, which is all that really matters. But like, as far as this beef goes, cause he got bested by Pusha T too. I think Pusha T won that beef. Like as far as like song for song. And so I think Drake did beat Meek Mill, definitely back to back, like crushed Meek Mill. But I think he's lost his last 2 bouts.
This is what I'll say about and I'm not hating on your list of favorite rappers. I think
it's not favorite, it's top. Those aren't top, my favorite.
Top. Sorry, top.
Yeah.
My thing is this, right? Like, and I can merge it between music and football. You can be the people's champ all you want, right? You can be the dude who's the dopest lyricist and whatnot. At a certain point, like, you guys also got to make hits, and that's where Andre 3000 has done that as part of Outkast and on the own. But
him and Kendrick,
you gotta at least be able to have the ability to make hits. Like, I'm just gonna keep it real with you. I'm not gonna be at a house party and back when I was in college or somewhere that the opposite sex would be, and put on some Kendrick and be like, yo, you're gonna be chasing the opposite sex out the building with the Kendrick,
scaring the HOES.
Yeah, like you need a little diversity. So that's why I'm a Jay-Z guy first and foremost, right? It's like you got to be able to be the USC Reggie Bush era Flash while also having the substance. So that's kind of where I go with that. But yeah, man, I mean, I think Kendrick definitely won the battle.
But I think Kendrick does make hits. I think Kendrick's made plenty of hits that you'd play at a party. I mean, think about what was on Damn. There were like 3 songs on Damn I heard at every bar I went to for like a year. And then on Good Kid, Mad City, there's like 3 or 4 songs on that. I mean, the song with Drake on it, ironically enough. You have Swimming pools.
Swimming pools is the only.
What's crazy about swimming pools is it's a banger beat and everything, and it's an anti-drinking song. And this stupid fraternity at UT, I remember right around when that song was big, they made a video for one of their parties and used that song. I'm like, do you guys not realize like what you're doing by putting this song? It's just, you're just calling yourself alcoholics, like in like a really negative way. It's just really weird. But yeah, I thought it was good for hip hop, honestly.
Oh no, listen, I think it's great for hip hop. And like I said, I'm Drake is the Brian Kelly of
that's
rap,
a great
like I wish I could think of another coach that just strikes me as someone who's just inauthentic, and watch, I'm gonna say this and mess around, and then Texas is gonna face LSU, and then Brian Kelly's gonna hear us and have to face him. But hey, I'll live. But it's that dude who just like, nothing authentic comes out of your mouth. I don't want to hear this, go away. So yeah, that's my thoughts. We could go deeper into it, but
we could, but we only have 2 minutes.
got 2 minutes left. Really quick, as we're kind of following up, again, want to get into some Texas baseball later in the week, so we'll have some guests for Texas baseball on. Definitely going to dive deeper into Texas transfer portal. Gonna have old member of Horns 24/7, Keenan, Miss Taylor Estes. She's gonna
nice, dude.
Taylor's gonna hop on and talk all things UT. Haven't heard from her in a bit, so I want to give her, someone who took quote unquote took her platform at Horns 24/7 the podcast. Want to give her some room. Also hoping to have my homeboy Mike Harge, AM 1300, Harge Knocks Live.
Love Mr. Mike.
Want to have Harge on to talk all things UT. So we got a fun week planned. Keenan, really quick before we get out of here, I did want to give you some room to talk about just Texas basketball. Mainly, now that kind of the dust is settled from some of their the additions and kind of with the transfer portal closing, what are your thoughts? Like where this roster sits right now? Again, like the portal is official, the window's officially closed. Obviously, you know how these windows work, right? Someone could pop up and land, but just as things sit here right now, what are kind of your feelings?
They don't have a big. They don't have enough bigs. They have like 2 bigs right now. You need like 4 or 5 to be an effective team. I don't know where they're going to go. Seems like most of the good bigs are already gone. JT Toppin, I think, is going to go to North Carolina or go to the NBA. I think Okoronkwo is going to go to an SEC school that isn't like I think they're going to. When I say an SEC school, I meant like Auburn, Alabama type of deal. Because he plays for Samford, which is in Georgia. This is just pure projection, but a lot of those guys when they switch back to their old school as well, or when they transfer to another school, they'll go to one kind of around where they're from or where the school they play at. So I forget where he's from, but he's playing in Samford, Okoronkwo. So if that guy, if you're UT, and again, UT doesn't set the market for players, we know that.
Right.
But if you could somehow get that dude to commit, your problems are solved, man. Get one of those 2 guys. They could get Toppin or they could get Okoronkwo. They'd be money. Unfortunately, I don't see either of those happening, but we'll see. Jaden JT Toppin, he goes by both. So he's a freaking stud. He's like a first-round pick to me. I don't know if he will be or if he'll even go pro, but we'll see. He's an early entry guy, but he also maintained his college eligibility. Yeah. So we'll see with him where he ends up. But yeah, they need to figure out the big thing soon, ASAP, so people stop panicking. But man, I really love the backcourt. Backcourt's awesome.
No doubt. Want to go ahead and bring in Zay College. I'd be remiss while I've got Zay on the line if I didn't ask him his thoughts. Zay. So I don't know if you heard us. I don't know if you heard us as we kind of let in. We talked a little bit about Drake Kendrick and we kind of analogized it to our favorite college football beefs. But if you have a favorite college football, college sports beef, let us know. Mine was how my hatred for the mid 2000s Gators, the Tim Tebow era Gators, in which I hated those teams. But your thoughts, man. Drake Kendrick, as we're sitting here, chopping bleed into Chip and Zay.
Yeah, man, it's pretty wild. Again, I'm all about my rap beefs. Keenan, Eric. I want people to survive. Like, let's keep it safe. Obviously, Biggie and Tupac, that was very tragic, East Coast, West Coast. But a little Nas and Hove, I thought until this rap beef, that was the greatest rap beef of all time. I don't think I can say that anymore. Like K-Dot and Drizzy are going at each other's necks to where it's so personal and it's so dark, and my dark ass loves it too. So, hey, I keep on making diss tracks. I could care less, like, hey, this is what hip hop's all about. As far as my college beef, I can't stand the Sooners.
Oklahoma, okay.
Oklahoma, yeah, it's tough. I respect certain Sooners, certain guys like Baker Mayfield. He's an Austin Knight, so there's a little bit of love for Baker, just a tad bit. But
damn, that's a hot take, bro.
I just a tad. It's not much. It's not much. He's from the ATX. Like we bond in that way, but I can't stand them. A&M. They're fine to me because we beat them all the time. It's always been just tragic. But Oklahoma's always won, and that shit pisses me off.
You know what's funny is, and I will shout out Jake Bayless said Christian Laettner versus everyone. Our guy CB says, I hate Tebow. Someone who I hate is we're bringing in Chip here. Chip, to bring up the speed. We closed our show by talking about the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef, but also talking about our favorite college sports beef. And I did say that mine was I couldn't stand the mid 2000s Florida Gators teams, but to bring one to like this region, I actually hated Johnny Manziel, Texas A&M. Like every time he flashed the money Manziel, I was like, I hated it. Chip, I will not ask you as a noted, esteemed journalist for such a long time. I will not ask you to divulge your favorite college sports beef, unless you have one from back in the day, pre-working, that you just like a team that you couldn't stand. Like, was it the Christian Laettner one? Like, what you got, CB? If you have,
I love the beef between Charles Woodson and David Boston. When Woodson was at Michigan and David Boston was at Ohio State. They were trying to rip each other's heads off, literally. And that was some good stuff.
Yeah, they swung on each other, right?
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Like Cortland Finnegan and Andre Johnson.
That's what I was saying. Wasn't quite Cortland Finnegan, Andre Johnson, but I do remember that. But Chip, Zay, it is all y'all's.
Peace
Have
out,
a great
Jimmy.
show, fellas.
I love a show, fellas. Appreciate y'all.
Going, guys.
Appreciate y'all.
Peace out.
Good job. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a Monday. Breaking it down here in the midday. Texas Sports Unfiltered, all these incredible sponsors you see. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please give them your love because they make it possible for us to be on the air. Zay, what a weekend. We had so much to get into, from everything falling right for Texas softball to Texas men's and women's tennis and moving on to the round of 16 in the NCAA championships. Texas baseball actually wins the first two games of a series for the first time all season since, well, in Big 12 play, I should say, and take the series from Oklahoma State. And Texas football picks up a commitment from Javion Cole, the cornerback from San Jose State. And I think people are sleeping on this.
Yo, we're sleeping on them.
They're sleeping on this.
Oakland, West Side. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we're sleeping on my man.
This dude, look, San Jose State, remember, this was the team coached by Brent Brennan that went 7-6, finished tied for first in the Mountain West with Boise State and UNLV. And they were, I want to say, San Jose State finished, they were number 16 in FBS in passing yards allowed per game. Texas was 113th, by the way. So Javion Cole was like the lead dog in that, at cornerback he played almost 700 snaps last year.
Yeah.
I mean, this dude, and he had 3 interceptions. I think this was a really good pickup for late in the portal. So yeah, Javion Cole. I mean, he's 5'10", he's 184, but as you said, he's from Oakland. He is tough. I like the way he runs.
Yo, if you're from Oakland, you've seen some shit. I put that on the same like South Oak Cliff with Malik Muhammad and Byron Murphy, cats like that. You've seen some shit. There's a reason why all those pro franchises are leaving Oakland. Big reason. Because that's the town that nobody really wants to be in no more. Like so if you from there, no offense to him, I'm sure he loves his hood, like he should. But yo, Javion, yeah, I need that type of brother down here. Toughness, fearless.
Man, when I was covering the Cowboys in the early 2000s, my partner on the beat for the Dallas Morning News was Jacques Taylor, and Jacques and I went for a run. We were out there covering a Raiders-Cowboys preseason game. We went for a run in downtown Oakland. We were like, oh, man, we better get back to the hotel.
Why'd you do that?
Well, we were just, I don't know. It was training camp. I guess we were in the mood.
Nah, man, that's not normal California. Like when you think of California, the last city you think of is Oakland. That's the least California city in the state. For sure. It is so grimy, which again, you're from Detroit, so that shouldn't really phased you, but also, yeah, you know what's dangerous and what's not. That's hilarious.
Tough. I went out there, did a profile on Roy Williams, the Oklahoma defensive back. He's from Union City, which is Oakland. And yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, man. Yo, hey, it says a lot by your profile picture. What y'all got up for him for 24/7 Sports, that nappy fro. I respect that. I'm saying it ain't about the looks. It ain't about we ain't got time to look cute around here. You know what I'm saying? Ain't time to get the hair braided. I could be watching film. I could be doing other things, man. Nappy fro. I respect that.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? I respect that, young sir. Like, come on now. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a warrior right there. That's a dude that's coming in all about business.
Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? No play. Fro all crazy. That's why. You know who else had a crazy nappy ass fro? Ben Wallace. Yeah. Yeah, your boy Detroit, Ben Wallace. Fat out nuts. You know what I'm saying? Again, I bet Javion is a very classy, humble young man. But when it's time to put on that helmet, lace him up, all that shit goes out the window. And again, we're not telling him to come in and start. That's not his role. He's coming in just to be another piece of the rotation. Like Gavin Holmes, he's earned the right to get Terrence Brooks out of here. Terrence Brooks didn't like what he heard. You know, Terrence Brooks is like, I'm splitting reps with Gavin. Maybe I deserve more than that. Maybe I'm entitled more than that. No, T. Brooks, that's not the case. That's not the case, bro. Your play ain't that good. Malik Muhammad, that he has a case for that, to be one of those guys that gets a ton of reps. But you're going to be a part of that rotation. And if you're struggling, you'll be benched. And we're going to roll with the hot hand. We're trying to win a championship here. If you don't understand that, if you're too good for that, then, hey, I'll be a good reference for you if I'm Steve Sarkisian. But if you ain't a part of the plan, if you don't understand your role, and I think Javion gets that, especially where he's coming from, San Jose State, like he knows that this is a huge opportunity for him and the rest of his career, whether that be the NFL, whatever. Like he understands that. So that guy is gonna buy in. He'll be fine with, oh shit, where I came from, Cal Poly. He was originally at Cal Poly, then went to San Jose State. Now he's at the University of Texas. That's some huge jumps. Like he's skipping steps in a way. You know what I'm saying? So he's coming in with a humble mentality, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a good teammate, and all the clock I'm gonna get, whether that's with Jeff Banks or Terry Joseph. Hey, I'm with it. I'm about it. They're bringing me here for a reason. Buy in and let's go. Solid pickup. Very underrated pickup. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy, according to Pro Football Focus, your favorite Pro Football Focus.
I mean, I get it right.
He was the number 19 ranked corner in FBS. And with 10 of those corners having moved on to the NFL, he's among the top 9 in returning corners. So I think this is a really, really good pickup. I mean, he's got good run defense grades and good coverage grades. Remember, we were talking about last year, it seemed like Texas, you either had a good cover guy or you had a good run defense guy, but you didn't have the whole package. And so we'll see. Look, Javion Cole, he's moving up in competition. He's got but I don't think he's going to be scared. I don't think he's going to tighten up on the stage. I think he's going to come in here. Remember, he could have gone to Arizona with his head coach, Brent Brennan. He chose to come to Texas. So
yeah,
this is a.
Yeah,
I think this is a
second fiddle in Arizona. They basketball school.
Yeah.
As much as they want to say they're football school, and once upon a time, basketball school. Lute Olson made that thing a long time ago. Sorry, R.I.P. Lute. You know what I'm saying? Like, come play with the big dogs. SEC, Big 12, SEC. I mean, yeah, he ain't dumb. He ain't dumb. Yeah. And again, this means that you could keep Jahdae Barron most likely at that star spot. And I want him and Jalen Gilbo to have a nice rotation going. I love Jahdae Barron, but he got way too many reps for my liking last year. And you saw it with him being a little injured, and he got hit up last year. And I thought a lot of that was due to him being hurt. Like, Oklahoma State kind of went after him in the Big 12 championship game, with him playing at that star spot. So with him sitting out in the spring game and start understanding what he brings to the table. So you got to preserve Jahdae Barron, and that means way more Jalen Gilbo. And if both of those guys could split at that star spot and you could roll with somebody like Javion you just brought in, they feel comfortable with that, along with Gavin Holmes and Malik Muhammad, et cetera, et cetera. Hell, Warren
Roberson.
Warren Roberson. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're high on him. A lot of people are high on him. He's a guy that's trying to get a part of that rotation too. So Andrew Makuba, like, I like the get. It doesn't make that Austin Jordan, Terrence Brooks, losing those guys as bad as everybody thought it did.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a under the radar impact pickup for Texas football. And you look at he played 697 snaps at corner. That is a ton. You're running downfield every play, and he held up like that. So yeah, if he's part of a rotation, I think he's going to come in and compete with Gavin Holmes at that field corner position. And Warren Roberson, you got Kobe Black, you got Wardell Mack, you got some young dudes who are going to be learning, and they can learn from Javion Cole. Because remember, Gavin Holmes is the elder statesman in that room. He's the senior. Malik Muhammad's a sophomore. Kobe Black, Wardell Mack are freshmen. So this is, you need some experience in the room, and Javion Cole's coming in to compete. I'm sure he's thinking, I'm draft eligible after next year.
Yeah.
So, I'm coming in to get work done. I like the production. I like the fact that he's getting his hands on footballs. Had 3 interceptions last year, had 4 interceptions at Cal Poly the year before. He's got good instincts. So, if you watch his film, he moves well. He flips his hips and can run without losing contact with the receiver. He, and then he's instinctive, plays the ball well. He turns his head. Those are all the things you want to see. And that's what Texas needs. They gotta tighten things up.
Yeah, they do. And it's obviously going to be a big jump for him. Like, whatever conference San Jose was in, like, I can't even name. What was that? The WCC? What conference is San Jose? Mountain West. Okay, not too bad. Not too
Boise.
shabby. Okay,
Boise.
yeah, some decent teams there, but that's still a huge jump. The receivers that you saw in that conference ain't gonna be the receivers that you see in the SEC. So he knows that, and again, it's not coming in to be that starting guy. He's gonna compete for minutes and reps with Gavin Holmes, as you said, but I think he understands like his role on this team, and being draft eligible, that means a lot. All these guys think they can make the NFL, and it kind of goes to show you see just certain guys get picked from these mid-majors in the later rounds, and then they transfer. Like those things, they still matter. Like as long as you put up good tape, they'll find you. Somebody will take a chance on you. So Javion Cole's out here like, why not me? And if I have a chance to go against the best receivers in the nation in the SEC and hopefully play for a national championship, I take that easy. Like it felt like it was a pretty easy recruitment. Like he came down here, saw everything, saw Lake Austin, barbecue, queso, etc. Saw the tradition, saw the culture that Steve Sarkisian has built, and he's like, oh, well, this is easy for me. Like, my coach went to Arizona, but come on, this is Texas. So, that the fact that he came from a mid-major, I like that. I really do. Because, again, when you hear all these stories about Dominic Williams and all the buku paper that he was asking for, Javion Cole's not that. I think Javion Cole is humbled to be in this situation. And I'm not saying that he ain't get broken off a little bit of NIL paper, but he's not coming in with just those toxic intentions that Dominic Williams was kind of getting. Like, yes, you need that big time D tackle, but just the things that you were hearing, Chip, about Williams in the process, you're like, I don't know if this is going to be the right fit. I hope there isn't any animosity in the locker room if this guy touches down, because the way that it's being gone about, again, ask for your worth, big man, but I don't think Texas was like, we're not really about what you asking for, partner.
Well, the thing is, look, these agents are getting schools into bidding war, and Texas was like, we're not going to disrupt our locker room over a bidding war. We can be in the bidding war if we want, but we're not going to do it. And I think that's, we'll see. Time will tell if Dominic Williams is a monster and a total game changer for OU, then people can have their own thoughts about it. But I like what Steve Sarkisian's been doing in terms of growing the talent in the trenches himself, adding some complementary pieces for depth, because they do want to rotate 3 and 4 sets of interior defensive linemen, and then they want to be 2-3 deep at every position in case, like you said, Jahdae Barron, in case he rolls an ankle, in case Jake Majors goes out of the OU game in the first quarter with a knee injury. And, Texas, you see how fragile and how thin the margin can be if you're not deep, or you're not 2 or 3 deep at some of these positions. And Steve Sarkisian knows it. He's all about it. He's talking about a national championship in 2024 as Texas moves into the SEC. They got the quarterback. Do they have the interior defensive line play? Do they have the secondary? I think they do. It's a matter of putting those pieces together, making sure you got the right rotations. Like, do you rotate Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton together? Do you rotate the 2 Arizona guys, Bill Norton and Tia Savea, together because they're familiar? All that stuff. That stuff matters.
Yeah, 100%. Yo, I told Bucky on Friday, because I was filling in for BK and you had Barker on. Dude, that's bulletin board material. Dominic Williams, you're going over there? Over there, bruh? Okay, for one, you were trying to grip the shit out of us, but for them to grip the shit out of you and you go over there and think the grass is green over there, no, you're supposed to take less money to come around here. That's bulletin board material. Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor.
Tell him, Zay. Tell him.
Yo, I'm Kenny Baker. I'm saying that shit every week. Yo, this Dominic Williams, son of a bitch, thought he was too good for us. Thought he was too good for us. And went to Norman, of all places. Went to Norman. I can't wait for that game. I can't wait. That's the type of, again, that's the type of game and that's the type of situation where play through the whistle. If you hear that echo, right when that echo ends, and I get a little shot under the chin on old Dominic Williams, I'm not saying it's dirty. We play it to the echo of the whistle. That's what you taught. Not saying it's dirty. I'm just saying this Texas OU. He just made it even more personal. So Dominic, I hope you made the right decision, bro. And this could come back and haunt us. Come back and haunt me right now. All this shit talking I'm having. I saw the roast with Tom Brady last night. I'm on one. Terrific. But yo, Dominic Williams, bro. Of all places you could have went, which again, I get why Oklahoma was charging for the spring game. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, they got a little bit more money than what they talking about. Fundraising. That's smart. Smart work. They won that. They won the battle for Dominic Williams. I salute them for it. But in it, just know more bulletin board material. It's personal, even more personal. And hey, just is what it is. Comes with the territory. He made his decision, made his bed. Now he got to lay in that thing.
I gotta lay in that thing.
I love it. I love telling you, I'm Kenny Baker every day. Oh, every person, Dominic Williams gonna blow you up if you play like this. Anytime somebody makes a mistake, Dominic Williams gonna blow you up if you make a mistake like this. Kyle Flood, like all those guys, let them know, like, hey, we pissed off around here because that dude was supposed to be in the burnt orange, but that's all right. It's all right. Billy Norton, Tia Savea, y'all come with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
College, Vernon Broughton, y'all come with it. I'm excited, man. Can we play? I love the NBA. It's been fun watching these games, but God, the football season is too far away from me, man. Too much is happening.
It's so that's going to be an interesting dynamic. But I do like the Javion Cole pickup. There was a lot going on this weekend. Obviously, if I'm going to rank it, I'm going to put softball, among the team activities over the weekend. Softball had everything go just right. Because they needed to sweep Texas Tech and they needed Oklahoma State to take at least one from OU for Texas to be able to finish. They have the tiebreaker, so even if they tied with Oklahoma, they would be the number one seed in the tournament. But they won it outright because OSU went into Norman and beat OU twice. So Texas is not only the number one softball team in the country, but they have now wrestled control of the conference away from OU, and they won 16 straight games. Texas softball, man, here it comes. Get ready. They got to go back to Oklahoma for the Big 12 tournament, and then if they make it to the College World Series, they got to go back to Oklahoma City again. But it's this program's starting to believe, and they got Reese Atwood set the record for home runs in a season. She already had the record for RBIs in a season. You got freshman center fielder Caden Henry, wrecking havoc every time she's at the plate, because anytime she gets on base, she's a threat to steal. And good heavens, Katie Stewart, all she does is hit timely home runs. Freshman. So I'm telling you, even if you're not a softball fan, if you're a Texas fan, you need to watch this team because they're fun to watch.
Yeah, they're impressive. And what they did to Tech this weekend was just it seemed personal. Like, did somebody say something about Mike White's mama or something happened. I don't know.
It was a run rule fest.
23-0. I ain't gonna lie. That's pretty messed up.
I mean, Mike White, he opened up his post-game press conference by saying, that was a pretty impressive performance.
Yo, man.
23-0 in 5 innings.
You're way out, too. Like, that's the last time you're going to play Tech for a long while. So
how about Texas? How about Texas saying goodbye to Texas Tech this year? In basketball, you had Brock Laimbeer. And that no one saw that win coming. That flipped the fate of the Texas basketball season, got them into the tournament. They won a game in the tournament. Texas football, 57-7. And then Texas softball and Texas baseball went out there and won their series against the Red Raiders. So Texas just stomping Tech on the way out the door.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That was amazing. 23-0 in 5 innings. These are college softball programs in the same conference. This is not playing some JUCO. 23-0.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. And again, like, I think those losses to Oklahoma State really woke this team up, because it made them realize, as good as we are, we could be beaten. And, we talked to Reese Atwood a little over a month ago maybe, and she was saying how that kind of humbled the team and everybody started locking in even more. But they're also playing with a freeliness of just, hey, we go out, we play loose, we have fun. This is why we're number one, and this is why we're the Big 12 champs. So, again, shout out to Mike White for keeping all these girls level-headed and even killed to go out and do their jobs. And, yeah, it's been fun to watch. It's, hopefully, obviously, those Oklahoma teams, they're going to be there at the end too. But
here's why this weekend was so important, like for Texas to get that number 1 seed, because now you got Oklahoma and Oklahoma State in the other side of the draw. They're going to have to play each other. So you're not going to have to mess with both. You're just going to have to mess with the winner. And Texas gets the winner of 8-seeded Texas Tech, who they just absolutely flattened, and 9th-seeded Iowa State. And if, Texas gets by the winner of that series, they would play the winner of the Baylor UCF series. Texas handled business against both of those teams this year, and then they would face the winner of Oklahoma and Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship series of the Big 12 tournament on Saturday, May 11th. So everything gets going Wednesday, May 8th with those early games. And then Texas would play on Thursday. They'd play their first game on Thursday. So, again, Texas won 16 in a row. That ain't bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Okay, and then, baseball. I mean, you're trying to figure this team out after they won the first 2 games of the series against Oklahoma State. You got LeBaron Johnson on the mound. You're thinking, okay, all right. And LBJ goes 4 1/3 innings, gives up 4 runs on 7 hits. Not his best stuff. And Texas ends up going through 8 pitchers, all of whom were doing great until David Shaw came in. And David Shaw ends up, giving up 2 runs in the 9th. Texas, the bats were not there. They got beat 7-2. So their bats were were muffled. It was strange to see the top of Texas's lineup. Jared Thomas, who's killing it, goes 0 for. Jalen Flores goes 1 for 4. Peyton Powell goes 0 for 3. Max Ballou goes 0 for 3. Those guys had absolutely been raking. So kudos to Oklahoma State's, pitcher Carson Bengi, because he goes 6 2/3, gives up 1 run on 2 hits. He had it dialed in. So Texas baseball, but hey man, they win another Big 12 series. Now we'll see what they've got. They got Central Florida. They go to Central Florida this weekend, and then they play red hot Kansas back here the following weekend to wrap up the regular season. So David Pierce keeps figuring out a way to win series, man. Not the way you would think.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. I mean, you thought after UT Rio Grande Valley that this season was completely lost with just how they bum rushed the Horns coming in here during that weekday meeting. But yeah, David Pierce has somehow finessed a lot of series wins after that. And I guess just really the most frustrating thing for me, Chip, is LeBaron Johnson's struggles. Like, it's just, dude, came in with so much hype. We know you have that just pro-like talent. I don't know if it's a concentration thing. Is it the yips? Is it just David Pierce and being like, the pitching coach now? There's so many things that you could look at. But at the end of the day, when you think about the inconsistency that this Texas baseball team has, first thing that comes to mind is LeBaron Johnson and just the hope that you had for him. Like, if he was as good as what we thought he was going to be coming into 2024, Texas isn't in this spot, And again, they're still playing some decent baseball, but obviously the Tanner Witt thing, that was a huge setback. Like, we knew that he had a lot of hope, but just that nagging, Tommy John injury has been dealing with, and then just LBJ. It's been tough. Like, those two guys underachieving, that's really set the Horns back this season. And again, Coach Pierce, as bad as he's been in certain ways, he's still finessing his way to these series wins. So yeah, if they can continue to handle their business and maybe get on a little bit of a heater, who knows? Like, it could be Omaha again. But yeah, if LeBaron Johnson could just pick it up some more, man, that'd be huge for the Horns' success moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, so Texas is now 3 games behind Oklahoma. They just beat Oklahoma, but Oklahoma stomped Texas Tech this past weekend. They swept, so they picked up a game on Texas. They're 18-6. Oklahoma State, Texas, and West Virginia are all tied at 15-9. And Texas is going to play Central Florida, which is 11-12. This is going to be a really good test of this Texas baseball team keeping its focus, going across the country and getting work done. Because Central Florida actually is kind of putting some things together. So
yeah, it's Florida. They play baseball out there. They play a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'll be recruiting in Cuba. If I was in Florida, shit, Chip. I'll be in Cuba like a madman. You kidding me? Find some random dudes barefoot playing stickball. Hey, you want a scholarship, young man? He might hit you with the K, but you bring that language, translator over. Not like Shohei, though. Be careful. Now you got to do a background check on these translators because Shohei done mucked it up for everybody. So you got to make sure, thorough background check. Make sure there's no felon. They ain't got no baggage with them. Bring them over, have them translate for you, bring them back to the States. Shit, we going to Omaha, baby. David Pierce, let's go. That's how we do it. That's how we do it, man. What you mean, Joe? Like we can't say this for the baseball team, but then the softball team out here, #1 in the country, winning Big 12 championships. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got them distractions. That's how you deal with it. You know, that's the baseball team. They got a little bit of work to do. Softball team, shit, they balling right now.
I love it. You and your recruiting scenarios. For basketball, it's go straight to Africa. For baseball, it's go to Cuba. I love it.
Yeah, Cuba, Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, all them spots, man. It should be easy. It should be easy. Come on. And you get that good ass food too. Cuban food, man. That's what I'm saying. Little Cubano, that bread toasted. I don't do the pickles, which people are like, oh, it's not a Cubano if you don't do the pickles. No, damn that. It's still a Cubano. I'm just not a pickles guy. But yeah, man, mustard and stuff. Yeah. It should always be there. Always.
Hey, let me get a quick mention in here for Brain Vault, the mouth guard that absolutely needs to be in the mouth of you or your competitor. If you're, playing flag football, if you got kids playing flag football, cheerleading, lacrosse, soccer, look, the Brain Vault mouth guard has changed the game. Proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. UECKERT. This is the mouth guard that needs to be in the mouth of your competitors. Things have changed, kids. I mean, if you're a parent, you don't just go to the sporting goods store and get a piece of rubber, throw it in a pot of boiling water. You're getting fitted for a mouth guard that is going to reduce the effects of concussion. You're getting fitted by a dental practitioner. It's real simple. Just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And if you're the team manager, they'll do group fittings. They'll come to you to do group fittings. Brainvault.com to set up a fitting. Hey, Zay, how about Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered giving us the winner of the Kentucky Derby, Mystic Dan?
Missed it.
So he came on Friday. You were doing the morning show with Bucky. But Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered, which follows our show at 3:00, he said, I'm going with Mystic Dan. And sure enough, 3-horse photo finish. That's crazy. I've never seen that before.
Huh.
And Mystic Dan, winner. We had our man Stretch on. Stretch loves the horses. He thought he said to box the 8, 2, and 17 horse. He wasn't really feeling Mystic Dan, but Cole Thompson, baby, he gave you the winner. So that did you watch the Kentucky Derby?
No, I missed it.
Okay, so
here
it was, it's always, everyone watches that one to see how if there could possibly be a Triple Crown contender. And Mystic Dan just kind of snuck around on the rail, kind of squeezed through a couple spots. Meanwhile, the two favorites, Sierra Leone and Forever Young, the Japanese horse, that Forever Young was like kind of bumping into Sierra Leone and
other way, play dirty.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you could do.
Yeah,
but it all worked out. It all worked out for Mystic Dan. Was
it the horse or was it the jockey? Was it the jockey?
No, the horse.
Okay, well, you know what I'm saying? Because you could be on some saying, oh, it's just my form. It's not my fault I'm close. It's just my form. This makes me go faster when I throw that elbow out, you know?
Well, and they were both way wide, and then the jockeys were trying to get them closer to the rail because they were just having to run a lot more than Mystic Dan. They were probably the better horses. I mean, like if they'd had the same kind of trip that Mystic Dan had, just sneaking around the rail the whole way, which is the shortest distance. Like picture a relay on a track and you're in lane 1 versus lane 8. And the Forever Young and Sierra Leone were like in lanes 4 and 5, and Mystic Dan was in lane 1 the whole time. So the fact that they caught him to make it a 3-way photo finish tells you they were probably the better horses, but that's how it goes.
That's how it goes, man.
20-horse race. Gotta pick your way through the field. But yeah, that was good. And then obviously the NBA, man. I mean, give me your thoughts, Zay, because now I got new series for you to pick. We can do that, whenever you want. Okay. Now we got Pacers, Knicks. We got Mavericks, Thunder.
Yeah, if we were on Friday, I would have picked Minnesota in 7. So people were like, "Oh, they won game 1." And we're like, "Okay."
No, you were on Minnesota.
I've been on Minnesota. I think that's a really bad matchup for the Nuggets, especially Jamal Murray not being 100%. Hell of a game 1. Anthony Edwards, 43. He's incredible. He's just like kind of an old school player. Like he's talk shit. He's super energetic. Like he's really good with the media, and you can just tell he's getting better each year. I mean, he was the number 1 pick for a reason. And I thought when he was coming out of Georgia, Chip, I thought he was still pretty raw. I was like, okay, this guy could be good, but I don't know. In college, he settled a ton. Like once he realized you could get to the rim anytime you want, then, and then go from there, then perfect your craft, and you start, knocking down the consistent mid-range jumper, and which will take you out to the 3-point line. And he's done that. Like he's attacking the rim. He'll try to dunk on you any chance he gets. And they don't have a good matchup for him on that other side because they want to hide Joker with Gobert. And they want to have Aaron Gordon on Karl Anthony Towns, but KCP is going to get eaten alive by Edwards if they continue this. He's just too physical. Like every time he bumps Contavious Caldwell-Pope, he retreats just because he's so physical and so strong. So you got to put Aaron Gordon on him, but then who's going to guard Karl Anthony Towns, who had a solid game? If he can stay out of foul trouble, that 20 points he had, it was real solid. And then Naz Reid coming off the bench, who has a similar game as Karl Anthony Towns, super skilled big that could shoot the 3 and take you off the dribble. Like their best defender, Michael Porter Jr. has to get his defense together. And he's become a better defender over the years, but he really has to be kind of a defensive stopper. And that's why Bruce Brown was so big for him last year. Bruce Brown was that guy that could come in and guard the best player on the other team, especially if they're a backcourt player, which will allow Aaron Gordon to guard the best front court player. And you can have Murray and Jokic just kind of roam around and, keep their energy right. But now you don't have him, and Christian Brown, I don't think he's it yet. He can be, but not yet. Peyton Watson, he's not there yet. Justin Holiday's not there. So they're really looking for that next stopper. And if Naz Reid can continue to do what he does, Mike Conley had a good game, it's going to be tough for Denver. Nikola Jokic is going to have to go for 40, which he doesn't want to do. He wants to pass, get everybody involved. He has the, less usage amount of any MVP in the history of the game. Like the ball's not in his hands a ton because he's always passing it and making plays at his position. But Murray, if he's not going to be healthy, again, they're in trouble. They need Murray to come on with it too. 14 points, that ain't going to cut it. And Mike Malone talking about keeping him out of practice and stuff, and you could tell he's not 100%. And they wanted to keep him out of that game 5 against the Lakers, the one where he hit the game-winning shot. They wanted to keep him out the game. They were kind of and he just forced his way to play and was like, hey, I'll be fine. Trust me on this. And they did, but it might cost them. It might cost them. So, yeah, I definitely think it's a must-win for Denver tonight. Absolutely. Going down 0-2 to Minnesota, nah, because those fans, they're going to be nuts. Anthony Edwards plays off the fans, and you just got to double them at this point. You got to, I think if you're Mike Malone, I'm doubling Edwards any chance I get to get the ball out of his hands. And if Mike Conley Jr. and Jaden McDaniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Karl-Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert, if those dudes beat us, they're the better team. You got to salute it. But Edwards, he can't beat you, and he's going to try to. That's what's fun about him. He wants that. He wants that smoke. He wants to try to beat anybody that's in his way. He loved knocking KD out. He loved that shit. So now he wants to knock out who he thinks is the best player in the world, which he is, Nikola Jokic. And going up 1, they put themselves in a good position to do that.
Well, because of the size that Minnesota has with Gobert and Towns, it just feels like, and Reed. Yeah. It feels like Jokic is going to have to play a ton. Like he's going to play a ton, but they could wear him out. They could wear him down, which is unheard of. No one else has been able to do that.
Right.
But they have so much size, and it's active size. Like you gotta go out and guard, and Jokic can go out and guard, but it just over 7 games, it feels like it's a lot.
It is, especially when they put Naz Reid and Karl-Anthony Towns in at the same time. Now you got to choose which one to guard, which I'm sure you rather guard Karl-Anthony Towns because he's a little bit slower than Naz Reid, but he's more skilled than Naz Reid. So to what you're saying, yeah, they could tire Joker out. And look, man, on the offensive end for Denver, they're going to want Joker to go for 40 if you're Minnesota. Like, you'll take that. If you get Jamal Murray to go for, like, to stay in the teens and keep Michael Porter Jr.'s usage down and not allow Aaron Gordon, like, in one of those games versus the Lakers, Chip, Aaron Gordon had, like, 29 points. Like that, he was beating LeBron on backdoors and shit. Like, that's what the Nuggets want to do. They want to get those other guys involved. You got to take them out the game. You got to make Joker uncomfortable. Joker had like 7 turnovers on Saturday. He made some really bad passes due to, again, what you're saying, that link that Minnesota's bringing to the table. Rudy Gobert's long, which Rudy Gobert, he can't guard Joker, but I like Karl-Anthony Towns and Naz Reid guarding him and having Gobert be that help side guy. Like, that's a good strategy. But, yeah, Nuggets are in trouble, man. They're in trouble. I didn't think Anthony Edwards would take a step like this fast. And he gives love to the USA basketball playing in that FIBA American games this past summer. And he'll be able to play with this Olympic team coming up this summer that has Durant and Steph and LeBron and stuff. So his game's only going to get better from here. He's only 22 years old. I hear the Michael Jordan, references and stuff, comparisons. Let's relax. let's relax. I get it. We're all a prisoner of the moment, and it's fun to get caught up in shit. I heard Kendrick Perkins with his Belmont self talk about, oh yeah, he's like 89 Jordan. Dude, 89 Jordan was ridiculous. 89 Jordan had no one on his team. That team was horrible. And he was taking those Pistons squads to the brink. Like, that's not even close to what we're seeing. Anthony Edwards has a really good team, even though he's a very good player and he's the best on this team. Let's relax on the Michael Jordan comparisons, man. We're so quick to compare folks. And Michael Jordan's insane. I know people are saying, like, that's Jordan's lost child and stuff, and people like to, like,
but
that. It's a little nuts.
But I asked you, if you were starting an NBA team right now, your first pick would be Victor Wembanyama, but your second pick would be
Luka.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's right.
It'd be Luka.
Yeah. And then your third pick would be
I said SGA. Gosh, but And Edwards, man, it's probably between those two. Like, they're in a tie for me. That's a tough one. And Edwards' defense is incredible. He did a good job guarding Jamal Murray a little bit, then they switched it up, but he takes pride in his defense. And he's a mixture of everybody. Yes, he has a little bit of Jordan in him. He has a little bit of D-Wade in him, a little bit of Kobe, like all the great shooting guards. You see that in Edwards, but he still has a lot to prove. And yeah, this is just the start of his very young, exciting career.
Okay. Well, then that leads us right in. Speaking of Luka, so you got Minnesota in 7 over Denver, my pick to win it all before the season. You got Dallas and OKC, two of your favorite players going at it, Luka and SGA.
This is like, I got the Mavs in 7. Luka has to stay healthy. I still think that leg injury as the playoffs move on, I think that's something that you have to pay attention to. But the way that their defense is set up with PJ Washington and Derek Jones has been amazing. And I think they could really make life difficult for Santa Clara, Jalen Williams, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, put those two on SGA and Jalen Williams, Washington and Jones, and you're in good shape. And if you flip it and look at the matchups that OKC is going to have for Dallas, who do you put on Luka? Like, you put Lou Dort on him, which Lou Dort is probably the best defender that could guard Luka, but then there's the Kyrie situation. That's what's dangerous for OKC. If Kyrie's locked in like how he was in this past series against the Clippers, it's going to be hard to keep him out of the conference finals, man. I just don't, Jalen Williams, with all that he does offensively, if he has to chase Kyrie Irving around for 7 games, good luck. Kyrie looks like he's in the best shape he's ever been in. He looks motivated. He looks determined. And his skill set is above anyone's. And he's playing D now. He's jumping on the floor. Like, his teammates love him. Dallas has embraced Kyrie more than I thought they ever would.
I agree.
Fan base, I didn't see it coming because we just thought, you think head case. Like, he's changed our perspective on him. Like, I respect him a ton now. I'm like, dude, you have kept your head down and it's been all about business. And like I've told you a little while back, Chip, this Jalen Brunson thing is personal for Kyrie Irving because he's hearing that out the ass. Because I know a part of him wants that New York love. Like, he wants to go back home because he's a Jersey kid, and he kind of envies somebody like Jalen Brunson getting that love that he's getting in New York, and everybody being like, oh, they should have kept Brunson in Dallas. And Kyrie's like, really now? Okay, I'm a legit Hall of Famer. Brunson has a lot of work to do. I've won a ring before. I've been a perennial all-star. I got gold medals. Like, my resume, #1 pick, it's up there. Jalen Brunson wishes he was me, and Kyrie is playing like that. The way that he had our boy PJ Tucker rocked, like, I thought PJ was going to tear his meniscus on that play. PJ stayed with him. When that corner shot, PJ, he moved with him, but there was one move that Kyrie did. You could see PJ's knee buckle a little bit, and you're like, ooh. And it's just, he's playing on another level, so he'll be able to guard Josh Giddey, most likely, which Josh Giddey has to be great. Josh Giddey's going to have to go at Kyrie, especially to tire him out so he won't be as good offensively. And then they're going to hide Luka on Lou Dort. And Lou Dort's going to have to go after Luka. He's going to have to knock down shots. He's going to have to be ready to shoot. And if he's playing off closeouts, pump fake, try to get to the rim, make life difficult for Luka, because we all know Luka at times does not want to play D. But again, Jalen Williams doesn't want to guard Kyrie. Chet Holmgren's going to have to be huge. Gafford and, what's my man's name? The other big, Lively, Derek Lively, they've been good. They've been real good. Derek Lively looks like a mini Tyson Chandler. And Chet Holmgren, that dude, he ain't scared. He tries to block everything, but he's still a Slim Jim. He's still light in the ass. Gafford probably has him about 25 pounds. Yeah. It's going to be a hell of a series, but they have mismatches on OKC that they could exploit. And Mark Dagnall versus Jason Kidd, who's going to, when it comes to that chess plan, who's going to be working a little bit more from game to game, timeout, adjustment to adjustment, who's going to get that upper hand. It's going to be a hell of a series. I got Mavs in 7, man. I think Kyrie's the difference.
Okay. Pacers, Knicks.
Yeah. Gosh. This is one of the tougher ones because the bigs for New York are going to have to slow down Miles Turner and Pascal Siakam. And that's just, they have a different style of playing than what you saw with Joel Embiid. Like Joel Embiid, yes, he shot the 3, but he was so dominant. Like you want him to shoot that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And plus just, I with the way that Pascal Siakam and Miles Turner play in that system with Nembhard and Halliburton, it's hard to stay in the paint and contest shots. So I think they're going to have really good driving lanes, and that means that DiVincenzo and Hart and Brunson, the Nova guys, they're going to have to be ready to lock up. And they're going to take that challenge. But every time Thibodeau team, the further they go in the playoffs, the more worn out they get. So the team with the most stamina might win this one. But the Halliburton-Brunson matchup, that's going to be huge. The bench for Indiana, McConnell and those guys and Toppin, they were really good against Milwaukee. They're going to have to be great. And OG Anunoby, they're probably going to put him on Halliburton a lot. He's their best perimeter defender. He had a great game in the Game 6 closeout win where he dunked on Joel Embiid. Like, that was the dunk of the playoffs, in my opinion. That took the heart and soul out of that whole Philadelphia arena, which had mostly Philly fans at that point, unlike the rest of the series. But he's kind of getting out of those kinks that he had coming in or coming off of that injury that he had in the season. He's definitely playing himself out of that. But, man, it's going to be a hell of a series. I'll take Knicks in 6. I think Brunson just has a little bit more of a takeover ability than anybody that the Pacers have. And, yeah, I think Hartenstein and Mitchell Robinson, even though Miles Turner and Siakam are tough, I think that they could guard those guys better than others, and they're not going to allow them to sit on the perimeter and knock down shots, and Anunoby could guard Pascal Siakam. That might make more sense because both of those guys played with one another in Toronto, so he knows the things that, Pascal likes to do. He knows his do's, he knows his don'ts. Winning a championship with him, I think, back in 2019, I think Anunoby was on that squad. I don't know for sure, but yeah, they go back to their Toronto days. Hopefully that can give him the advantage. And yeah, you might put Hart or DiVincenzo on Halliburton and see where the chips fall. But yeah, Knicks in 6. Knicks in 6.
Knicks in 6. And that leaves Boston and Cleveland.
Oh, I'm so mad at the Magic loss yesterday, whatever. That was tough. Franz Wagner was terrible. He went 1 for 15 from the field, 0 for 6 from 3, only had 6 points. When your second best scorer does that in a Game 7, you're probably going to lose. And Donovan Mitchell was amazing all series long. You just saw that veteran presence and leadership, and he just kind of grinded out those 4 wins that the Cavs needed in that 7-game series. And I think this is a sweep. I mean, Jared Allen, it doesn't look like he's coming back anytime soon. That's a problem. If Jared Allen was available, I would say Boston in 5. But even without Kristaps Porzingis, the confidence that Derek White and like guys like him are playing with, like that's your third option, and he's dropping 20 and 30 and stuff. They don't have a matchup for Brown, Tatum, and Derek White. And on the other side, if you got great defenders like White and Drew Holiday, they're going to make life hell for Donovan Mitchell, who's not 100% coming into this series. Like, they're going to be exhausted. You might see a blowout in that first game tomorrow night, like an absolute blowout, just because Boston's been chilling. And hopefully, if you're Bickerstaff, coach for the Cavs, you could bank off of, I guess, plan a day before or plan 2 days before, and you're bringing in a rhythm to where Boston, they've been chilling for a while, so they might be a little rusty, and hopefully you could capitalize on that. But I just think Boston's playing with another gear right now. Darius Garland had a pretty mediocre series against Orlando, and Drew Holiday and Derek White, they're going to kill him on the offensive end and defensive end. Like, this is one of those you get exposed series. Like, I don't really see Evan Mobley's a good player, but I don't see him dropping 30 anytime soon. Even, again, with Jared Allen, they'd still be at a huge disadvantage. So who do they put on Jason Tatum? Max Strus? Like, who do they put on Jaylen Brown? You put Donovan Mitchell on them, and he'll guard him for a little bit, but he'll be exhausted by the time the fourth quarter comes around. So they're going to try to hide Garland and Mitchell as much as they can. It's a bad matchup. It's a bad matchup. Boston's just they're too good. They got too many weapons. They're playing with too much confidence. And, yeah, it's a bad matchup for the Cavaliers.
Boston in 4.
Yeah.
All right. There you go, kids. Let's get a mention in here for Apple Leasing, getting into the car. You really want to be driving, and I love that Apple Leasing was started by my man Scott Crossett, who I became affiliated with through Donate Life. Scott had his life saved by a liver transplant, and looks at every day as a gift, and that's how he operated Apple Leasing. And they lease any make and model of car, so they don't care what car you pick, and you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car, and you're getting a new car. And whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover, they got you covered. They're going to go get you the exact car you want. You're picking the interior, the exterior, you're getting the new car smell, and that's what it's all about. If you've never leased a car before, leasing makes a lot of sense because buying a car, not a great investment. It's a depreciating asset, which means it's dropping in value every single day. Yes, you need a car, but why not be in a new car? And you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. You're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. And you're getting into a new car every 2 to 3 years. Yeah. In a city like Austin, where you're going to be in traffic, you deserve to be in a new car. Apple Leasing's got you covered. Give them a call today, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. All right, Zay. So we came in, we talked about Javion Cole. We talked about the addition, for Texas football, and how I think this is a really good impact addition for the depth. Javion Cole's coming in to compete for the field corner position. He was the 19th highest rated corner in FBS last year, according to Pro Football Focus. And with 10 of those corners moving on to the NFL, he's one of the top 9 returning corners in FBS. And remember, he played on a team that was top 20 in passing yards allowed at San Jose State, a team that went 7-6, finished tied for first in the Mountain West with Boise State and UNLV. And their head coach, Brent Brennan, got the Arizona job when Jed Fish left to go be the head coach of the Washington Huskies. So I think this is a really good pickup for Texas. People might be, rolling their eyes at San Jose State, thinking back to the days when San Jose State was a doormat, but Brent Brennan actually kind of got them going. And and they finished tied for first in the Mountain West with Boise State and UNLV. So I think that's a big time pickup. So,
yeah, absolutely. You know, I think Javion Cole has a big time chip on his shoulder too. I think he wants to prove to himself that he can play with the big dogs. You know what I'm saying? Because again, this is a huge jump. Like before San Jose State, he was at Cal Poly. You know, like that's a team that didn't even have a chance to go to bowl games. You know, so he's just been moving up in ranks as he's gotten better and playing on one of the best pass defenses in the nation last year. Yeah, it might be San Jose State, but we've already established that he was in the Mountain West. So the Mountain West, ain't no scrubs there. You know, at SEC, yes, that's a big difference. But yeah, this is a guy that's coming in to be a part of the rotation and help fill that depth that's needed due to Austin Jordan and Terrence Brooks leaving. And yeah, I think it's a huge underrated pick. And look, we know what Steve Sarkisian wants when it comes to cornerbacks. He's made it known he wants those bigger corners around 6 foot and up. So if he's going for a guy that's 5'10", he better be damn good.
Right.
He's not gonna waste his time. And I think that means something. If Sark's saying, okay, his measurements aren't where I like, but as a football player, he's exactly what we need and what fits our culture. So, yeah, Javion Cole plays bigger than what he is. And, yeah, I think he could come into this rotation and fit in quite nicely.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was a big pickup over the weekend. Okay. So, full disclosure, my rookie dynasty draft started this morning. So you're only picking the rookies. Like you carry your team over from year to year. I had the third pick. First pick was Marvin Harrison Jr. Second pick was Malik Neighbors. So, you know, I had the third pick. So,
shit.
You know who I took?
Xavier Worthy.
No, Roma Dunze.
Oh, come on, Chip. Come on, man. It was right there in your lap.
Roma Dunze was right there in my lap.
Oh, man.
Love me some Roma Dunze.
Oh,
I'll say this though.
Yo,
Caleb Williams.
X-Man's going over 1,000 this year. I'm telling you.
All right. Hold on.
Come on, baby. Pat.
Caleb Williams went 4th and Worthy went 5th.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he should have went 3rd, but the person who had 3rd was tripping a little bit. Come on, man. We got Patrick Mahomes, X, man. We going over 1,000 this year. Over 1,000. 8 touchdowns, 1,000 yards. Light.
I told you.
Light work.
I'd rather have A.D. Mitchell.
Wow.
And A.D. Mitchell's still on the board, so I'm hoping.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Finesse that. Because, look, Anthony Richardson's going to have to prove a little bit to me. You know, if he could get AD the ball, then cool. We rolling. But I know Pat going to find his weapons. You know what I'm saying? Caleb Williams, Roma Dunze, that's an okay pick. But Caleb Williams, he's the one that's going to have to get acclimated to the game. We know where Patrick Mahomes is when it comes to being acclimated to the game. That's, again, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, light work for X, man. It's going to be light work for X. He looked good in that red, too. He looked sharp. Letting him rock the #1 jersey. He looks sharp. You got Travis Kelce out here saying that, oh, he ain't just a track guy. He a football player.
Hey, I forgot to ask you about this because on Friday, we kind of were guest heavy. You did the morning show with Bucky, but we had Cade Brewer on.
Oh, damn.
And Cade, crazy situation. You know, he got released by the Seahawks in 2022 and then didn't really get much interest in 2023. So he's working commercial real estate. Then all of a sudden his agent calls and is like, hey, I got a couple teams interested in if you're still working out. So he like signs a deal with the Nashville Cats of the Arena Football League. And he and Charlie Brewer, his high school quarterback teammate at Lake Travis, who no relation, Charlie played at Baylor in Utah. They both signed with the Cats. They drive 13 hours to Nashville. They go through workouts, their little camp, and then they start the season. In the first game, Cade is the starting Y receiver, tight end, whatever, in Arena. And Charlie Brewer's the backup. But then Charlie, the starting quarterback, gets hurt. Charlie Brewer comes in and throws a 40-yard post route to Cade. He finishes the game with 4 receptions for 70 yards. He cuts up the film from the game, sends it to his agent. And the 49ers are like, yeah, why don't you come to rookie camp with us? And they're bringing him in as a fullback. They're bringing him in as Kyle Juszczyk. He's 12 years in the league, 8-time Pro Bowler, but he doesn't have a backup. So Cade's got a real opportunity here,
Yeah, good for Cade, man. That's big time. Because Kyle Juszczyk, man, that dude's going to Canton.
Oh, yeah.
As
yeah,
a
8-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he's one of the best, and they use him everywhere. Like, that playbook going to be thick, Cade. Hope you studying, bruh. Because Kyle Shanahan, yeah, he ain't bullshitting with that fullback role. That's not your normal fullback at all. So, yeah. Good for him.
So,
Good for him.
He played with Andrew Beck. Andrew Beck kind of got into the league with that fullback role, H-back, and he's doing just fine for himself. Had that slowest kick return ever in NFL history last year for the Texans. But he played for the Patriots, he played for the Broncos, now he's with the Texans. Cade played with, he spent 1 year with JT Sanders and Jared Wiley. And both those dudes just got drafted in the 4th round. So Cade's like, hey, I could do this,
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll keep you updated on that. That rookie camp starts this weekend. And great opportunity, man. San Francisco, we know Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, they got a good young nucleus. Their defense is on point. So be fun storyline to watch.
Hey, have you heard the rumors on Brock Purdy, getting swolled up? Like putting on good weight, muscle. Somebody said that he looks like a completely different Brock Purdy than where they ended the season. Look out. That top 5 in MVP votes? Look out. Don't get Brock that body. Don't give Brock that 6-pack. Uh-oh.
My Lions had to make him into a made man. I mean, we had him on the ropes, and then all of a sudden start messing around, going for it on 4th down, and balls are bouncing off guys' heads into Brandon Ayuk for a touchdown.
Man.
And now Brock Purdy's like, I won a playoff game.
Yeah.
I went to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. I've been to Super Bowls. Yeah. And I'm on
not yet.
What do you mean not yet? He was just in it. He lost.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was just there. What do you mean not yet? See, you trying to play my boy BP. Trying to play him. And he got that hot tub in the living room because his family, they be making hot tubs and stuff. He's living great. Real great. Making that minimum that you make being Mr.
His family makes hot tubs?
Yeah, his family makes hot tubs. And that little town that he's from in Arizona. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool, actually. But I'm rooting for Brock, man. Not against your Lions, of course, but I like that underdog story.
Yeah.
I'm about it.
All right, what do you think of Jaden Daniels? Because here's my rookie, my fantasy team. I have Dak.
Yeah, look at you.
I know, but I got nothing behind him. I had Taylor Heineke last year.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's
and Jaden Daniels can run it and throw it. Yeah, I'm thinking about taking him with my second pick.
I'm worried about his health, man. He's just so light. Like, if he's smart enough to always go down, like, he should be fine. But even then, it's tough. And I get it. The Lamar Jackson comparisons are there. He lit it up here in LSU this past season, Heisman Trophy winner. I know a lot of people would take him over Caleb Williams, but yeah, just that style of play for right now, yeah, it could work. But for the foreseeable future, as far as being a decade-plus quarterback, I wouldn't bank on him just because that's a tough style to play if he's going to make that translate. And obviously, throughout the years, he'll get better in the pocket and be more comfortable in the pocket. And, he has just the pictures that you see of his arm angles and just like his elbow and how it looks before he releases it, it's pretty nuts. So like he's a different athlete. I'll give him that. He's a different special athlete. It's just his durability in the long run. But yeah, I take him if you got Dak, but you ain't gonna need nobody. Dak's it. I told you about Dak.
But after this year, I got to be looking ahead.
Okay, you're right. Again, that's his durability. Let's see how it goes, man.
Yeah, I need that
as
one.
As slow as Anthony Richardson is, that dude got hurt year one.
I know. That's what I was just about to say that.
Yeah. Somebody on the Coda text line said, I always have an appreciation for white QBs or underappreciated white QBs. That's not true. That's not true. The Nick Foles of the world, Taylor Heineke's of the world, Brock Purdy's, they deserve their respect. That's all. They deserve their respect. It's hard to make it in the NFL.
Oh.
And to be good for even a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You could have a Jeremy Lin run, but that means something. Hell, you be talking about Quincy Carter all the time and how he don't get the recognition that he deserves, like Quincy.
Well, he went to the playoffs with Bill Parcells.
That's what I'm saying. You can't name Quincy Carter to no Cowboys fan without them roasting his ass. So,
well, he got in trouble and his career came to an end.
What did he do?
Drugs.
Oh.
Now he's clean. He's doing great. He's living in Central Texas. He's a mentor to young folks. Quincy Carter.
What kind of drugs are we talking about?
Alley Pop. Yeah, weed and stuff.
Oh, come on.
Now we don't even test for that. I know.
Oh, man, that hurts, man.
We don't even test for it.
That hurts. Shout out to Josh Gibbs, man. Josh Gibbs screwed out the league. Josh Gibbs just wanted to get high, relax those bones. You know what I'm saying?
How about that? Oh, God. Who was the receiver from Baylor who was the NFL's leading receiver?
I think that's, what's my man? That's Gibbs, ain't it?
No.
That's not Gibbs. I went to Cleveland.
Hold on.
That's who I was thinking of in my head. Yeah, Cleveland wide receiver, weed.
Josh Gordon.
I was close.
Yeah, Josh Gordon.
Josh Gordon.
Where's he now?
Damn shame.
Okay, we gotta talk about this this Tom Brady roast. If y'all haven't seen this Tom Brady roast on Netflix, it aired live last night. You can already watch it. My wife and I watched it. We were howling, laughing. I mean, this roast was funny.
It was good.
Bill Belichick was there.
Yeah.
Robert Kraft was there. They were all busting on each other. I mean, they were ripping into Tom about his divorce.
Oh, they were killing Tom about the divorce.
About how she's off with the jiu-jitsu fighter. Oh my heavens. If y'all have not seen this roast, it is worth the watch, right? Zay, you watched it.
Oh, it was incredible. See, I didn't watch it with my wife because she despises roasts. She can't stand them. She's one of those, it's uncomfortable for her to hear that. She has a heart, which I love you, babe. I respect it. You know, I need, for all my dirtiness and raunchiness, like I need somebody like my wife to balance me out. Because I'm like you, I was hollering last night. Like that's some of the best comedy that you're gonna see from a lot of up and coming comics that certain people haven't heard of. Like Tony Hinchcliffe is hilarious, and that's been hilarious for a long time. And that was a lot of people's first appearance of Tony Hinchcliffe, who went on a 2-minute rant that it might have been the best. I don't know what it's called, a monologue or whatever. You know, his appearance, it might have been the best out of everyone. Sam J, the lesbian girl, she's hilarious, which she's getting her recognition as she gets more and more famous. Nikki Glaser. Sam J. Nikki Glaser was incredible.
Nikki Glaser.
I've always been a Nikki Glaser fan. She's always been hilarious to me. And she put on a show yesterday. But yeah, Kevin Hart was amazing. You know, seeing Belichick and Kraft. And I like them doing the toast together. Like Kevin Hart making that happen. That was dope. Like Kevin Hart said, a black man made this happen, ladies and gentlemen. And Kraft did a good job, which Bill looked a little awkward in that moment. Bill looked like he was like, okay, I'll do it because I don't want to be that guy. But Bill wasn't as smiley during that, you know, cheers moment with Kraft and Kevin Hart and Tom Brady as he was throughout the whole thing. But yeah, that's Tom Brady. Gain more respect for him. Like a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people would be in their feelings or too sensitive. And yeah, they went in on him. They did not hold back one bit. And that's what always makes a good roast. I give it a A+.
Yeah. Yeah. It is it's must-see TV, man. And I don't know who Gronk got roasted as much as anybody. Bill Belichick had a great line. You know, all the players got up there and they were like, you know, Bill always told us, do your job. And Julian Edelman got up there and was like, you always used to say Foxborough High could do it better than us. Well, has Foxborough called you yet? Offer you a job? Because you ain't got no job.
Yeah.
And then Belichick gets up there and he's like, hey, Gronk, you know how I always told you to do your job? After watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, don't do your job anymore.
Yeah.
Don't. Find another job.
Yeah. Bill was good, man. This is a different light that we've ever seen Bill Belichick in now that he's no longer a coach. He looked relaxed, you know, he enjoyed himself. He was throwing flags. He was blowing whistles. Like Bill really embraced it. And again, it takes a special person to take all that stuff. Like Drew Bledsoe was hilarious. Like Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, Drew Bledsoe was
he was
great.
touching his nose a lot. Did you notice that? Did you notice Drew, you know, sniffling and touching the shit? Don't want to make any assumptions, you know? I mean, sometimes you just need to knock the edge off a little bit. But Drew Yeah, Drew was on one.
Well, how about when Brady got up and said, "I'll never forget where I was in 2001 when those two jets flew into Drew Bledsoe."
Yo.
I was like,
"Oh." Yeah, Tom pushed the limit.
Tom was pushing the limit.
Tom pushed the limit. Nikki Glazer said, the dumbest thing you've ever done, Tom, was mention to Giselle. Yeah, why don't you take jujitsu? Yeah, it was just, I wonder how Giselle took it. You know, I hope she was a good sport about it. You know, I guess there's still rumors now. I don't know. Everybody knows about the jiu-jitsu incident. It's still assumptions that anything even happened. We're just kind of assuming, I still feel like, but I'm glad Tom was able to roll with it. He looked a little drunk toward the end of the night, which I could appreciate. Kevin Hart was definitely drunk. As the night went on, Kevin Hart, you could tell he was getting a little bit more tipsy, which he did a hell of a job as the host. That was terrific, basically saying that you screwed Bill Belichick, you screwed the people at crypto, and
he apparently Brady lost like 30 million in crypto, and they were going in on that. They were like, don't let Tom pay in crypto.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Brady, Belichick, and Kraft all did a shot together. I mean, there was some bad feelings, and you could see, like, watch Tom Brady's face every time Belichick kind of got raked over the coals about who deserves the credit for the Patriots' success. And Belichick at one point goes, "Hey, for all those who want to know who deserves the credit for the Patriots' success, Tom or me, it was Tom. Thanks to me."
Thanks to me, yeah.
And Brady was like, Peyton Manning was funny.
Peyton Manning was funny. I'm glad he showed up. I was like, why isn't Peyton here? And he just wasn't chilling in the audience or anything. They kind of made him a surprise. But yeah. He was funny. Tom said, yeah, how's it feel to always be in my shadow?
Oh, man. Yeah.
They did that right.
Yeah.
They did that right. Now, the two worst, which people might have something to say about me for feeling this way, but Will Ferrell, that wasn't good to me. Ron Burgundy, I thought that was it didn't hit like everybody else. And then Ben Affleck was freaking horrible.
He was bad.
He was so bad. Ben was so bad. I was like, Ben, you got to wrap this up, because he just kept going and the joke never hit. And it was weird. And you could tell, like, the Belichick jokes definitely didn't hit, because now we're seeing Belichick look cool. So the things that you were saying, like, Bill, will you ever smile? It's like, Ben, he's been smiling this whole show. Like, what you're saying, I get you're trying to do it, but it wasn't hitting like I guess he thought it would have. I don't know who wrote it for him, but Affleck and Will Ferrell, which Will Ferrell, as good as he is, I don't know. It's just the Burgundy thing. Like, I love Anchorman, but I love Anchorman because of everyone else too. Like, Paul Rudd's hilarious, Steve Carell's hilarious. Like that.
Yeah, Christina Applegate.
Great. Like, the cast makes Anchorman. It's not just Will Ferrell.
Right.
So him by himself being Ron Burgundy, again, it just didn't flow and hit like Will Ferrell could have been if he was just himself. You know what I'm saying? And who knows, Brady could be a huge Anchorman person, but it didn't hit for me.
The best skit that Will Ferrell's ever done was the pregame for the 2005 national championship that he does with McConaughey. Where
Yeah.
Ferrell's like, I can't hear you. I have a Heisman in my ear.
Yeah.
And then McConaughey says something else. And then he's like, oh, sorry, Matthew. Now I got 2 Heismans in my ear. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was, yeah, because some of his stuff, I agree with you, is just lame.
Right.
And I thought that was lame. And I agree with you on Ben Affleck. He looked like he didn't know what he was doing up there.
Ben struggled. Like Kim Kardashian was way better than Ben.
Kim Kardashian they booed her when she took the stage, and she ended up winning them over.
Yeah, that was weird. Why would they boo her?
It's like, really? I mean, she's almost like part of the American.
That was wrong. I don't think Kim's, I don't know. She never deserved to be in that category, but like, what has she done to where that crowd specifically is booing? Like that's just and she was smart by making Caitlyn Jenner jokes. Like, that was genius. Well done, Kim. Like, go after Caitlyn, Bruce situation. That was terrific. But yeah, I didn't understand why the people at the forum booed her at the beginning. But you're right. Yeah, she won them over, and yeah, that's what you got to do. But great night. I was impressed. Very impressed.
Don't look at the time. Don't look at how long it is. Just start in on it and see how long you want to stay with it, because it just keeps going. It's good.
Yeah. Jeff Ross coming out in like the OJ Simpson fit, and when it said like roast Jay Simpson, he was like, "Hey everybody, I just got back from hell. Aaron Hernandez says hello."
Oh my God.
He was like honoring OJ. I felt like OJ Simpson. I'm gonna kill this bitch right here, and he pointed at Tom Brady. That's so unhinged, man. And Brady, when he made the Robert Kraft joke about the massage, when Brady went up there and was like, "Don't say that shit again," did you think that was staged? Like, how'd you take that? You remember that moment? Where
Wait, run that by me again.
Jeff Ross made the Robert Kraft massage joke.
Oh, I thought it was
a hilarious joke, but Brady walked up and was like, "Don't say that shit again." And people online are like, was he serious or not? People were comparing it to the Chris Rock, Will Smith moment a little bit on just like,
well, I didn't see Brady.
Check him. And I don't know. I couldn't really tell because Jeff Ross, he's a professional. And he was like, "Oh, no, look at him. Robert Kraft, he's done more for the Jews, this or that." Like, he rolled with it. But it was an interesting moment. Like, Brady didn't get up for anything, but he got up for that Kraft massage joke, which,
oh my God, Jeff
Robert
Ross.
Kraft, you're there. It's a roast. Like, anything goes.
Jeff Ross was like, "Well, for 11 years, Tom, you put the jizz in Giselle. Not anymore." Oh my God.
Yeah.
It was.
Could you do a roast? Could you have somebody just roast the shit out of you? A whole bunch of your friends and people that you've gotten close with over the years just roast the shit out of you and know all like your darkest secrets, and you be able to laugh at it?
At this point in my life, I probably can't take it. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm just trying to survive out on the tennis court now. I played this weekend against this 20-something-year-old. I should have killed him.
What?
Oh yeah.
How'd that go?
Not well.
Yeah, come on, man. The age difference. What 20-year-old? Is that fair? How is he allowed to be in the league?
Well,
what's going on?
So we have the 40 and over leagues, and then we have the 18 and over leagues. And for some stupid reason, we're playing in the 18 and over league. And I don't normally play singles as much. I usually play doubles, but 2 of our guys were out. So, and I should have won, and I didn't. And that's where I'm just like, I got to get in better shape. So I'm going to Camp Gladiator Wednesday.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about, man. Get back in the lab. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Now, I still suggest the Lance Armstrong route, but hey, that's just me. You'll have to take that. I want you to be happy with yourself and be able to look at yourself in the mirror and sleep good at night. But hey, you know me, whatever it takes. This young gun, and let him know you want a rematch too. Let him know. Did you tell him that when you shook his hand after the match? Like, yo, rematch coming. See me in a couple of months. For real.
That's right.
Because 20-something young whippersnapper, he probably feeling himself. Probably tried to do you like how Anthony Edwards did Durant. You ain't having that. You ain't having that. We ain't having that. I'm your partner. You represent me too.
Right.
You know, Chip and Zay. You know what I'm saying? We ain't having that shit.
We ain't having that.
We ain't having that. Now, again, if you need me to go University of Michigan and get the camcorder out and, you know, steal some things so we get the upper hand, you know, they ain't taking that title away from Jim Harbaugh and them. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'll go see this dude's whereabouts, see what he does on a daily basis.
Let's get to the commentaries here. Let me first mention, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, audio-visual consultations, Tom McKay and his crew are ready for you. All you got to do is call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring, the best price on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting for a room. Listen, you're busy. You got things to do. Let Tom and his crew set you up with the ultimate media room. Done it for me in 3 different houses. Done it at some of your favorite restaurants. AV consultations. Give them a call, 255-8678. And one of those restaurants that AV consultations is put the big screens in was Cover 3 right there on Anderson Lane, up in Round Rock. Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. So, hey, get to Cover 3. Perfect place to take it all in. Take in your favorite teams with your homies and get great food. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Can't say it enough. It is worth it, folks. So make an appointment to get over to Cover 3, get that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. And it's Monday, which means all night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. If you love raw oysters, Monday is your day to get to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. But $1 raw oysters during happy hour, $3.30 to close tonight at Salt Traders happy hour, and those $1 raw oysters. You know what to do. Get to Salt Traders right there at Zilker Park off Mopac and Rollingwood up in Round Rock. Come on. All right, Zay. And again, Olipop for Texas football with the commitment of Javion Cole, the San Jose State corner. I think that was a big time sneaky good pickup. But for the chip shot today, so the missus and I, she's a tennis player. We're the mixed doubles champs out at Great Hills. The Texas women's tennis match got rain delayed. They're playing Georgia Tech. And we see the tweet that they're going to start back up at like 5:50. So we're like, let's go. So we go down there. Match is tied 1-1. Now it's first 1-4. Texas won the doubles point, so they're up 1-0. But Georgia Tech is like battling. And it comes down to the final match, number 6 singles, redshirt sophomore Vivian Ovrutsky for Texas taking on this freshman from Georgia Tech who's really, really talented. And the freshman from Georgia Tech is up 6'3", 5'3". Damn. And the Texas men's tennis team shows up. Like 8 of them. And they are cheering their brains out. They're yelling Texas fight, Texas fight. They were a one team cheering section, and they totally lifted Vivian Ovrutsky to the win. Again, she was down 6-3, 5-3, like she was at checkmate. And the Texas men's tennis team came in cheering their brains out. I think they rattled the freshman from Georgia Tech. And Vivian Ovrutsky won 8 straight games. She won the second set 7-5. She got up 4-0 before she lost the game. She ended up winning the final set 6-1. And the Texas women won the match 4-3 and are moving on to the round of 16 in the NCAA tournament. And it was a cool scene to witness, because the men's team, they took care of UCLA, got to the round of 16 on Saturday. They didn't have to be out there on Sunday cheering on the women's team, but they came back from the rain delay and helped cheer on that women's team to victory. So big weekend. We talked about it. Softball, outright Big 12 champions for the first time since 2010, because they swept Texas Tech in demoralizing fashion. And Oklahoma State took 2 of 3 from OU in Norman to help put Texas softball in the outright champion category. Texas went into the weekend 1 game behind Oklahoma in the standings, finished 1 game ahead of them in the standings. And of course, Texas baseball took 2 of 3 from Oklahoma State, and men's and women's tennis moved on to the round of 16 in the NCAA championship. So big weekend for Texas. Just kudos to Vivian Ovrutsky for coming back from the dead and helping her team win, and to the men's tennis team for cheering her on. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats to them. I mean, this is what you work so hard for. And yeah, for the men to go over there to support the women like that, to give them even more of a home court advantage, that's really cool. And yeah, that's just kind of the University of Texas, man. Everybody's rooting for each other. There's a certain standard here. That's with all the athletics. And there's just a certain family bond that you have when you put on that burnt orange, no matter what sport you play. So yeah, I'm not surprised one bit, and I'm not surprised the tennis team is out here thriving and making moves just like the softball team is.
Well, let's get to the right call with Zay Collier.
Well, yes, sir. Before the right call, though, shout out to Covert BK. Get out of those hoopties, y'all. As the summer is coming around, you need a nice, lovely whip to ride in, whether that is new or pre-owned. Covert BK has you covered. 7 terrific brands to choose from: GMC, Ram, Jeep, Buick, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Go to covertbk.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So obviously the Miami Heat are trying to figure out where to go from here after losing in the first round from a season ago, making the finals, to a season later losing in the first round. They didn't have Jimmy Butler. He had an injury. He is in his mid-30s. And Jimmy, Jimmy has the most confidence in the world. Sometimes he can have a little bit of delusion in that confidence. But hey, it's Jimmy Butler. That's why we love him. He got recorded on a video where he's talking with one of the homies, and he's talking shit about, if I was in that series against the Celtics, we would have beat them. Jalen Brunson's nothing, this, that, and the third. Just things that you don't need to be saying when your team's at home in Cancun, or as what Charles Barkley says now, in Galveston, because you're no longer in the playoffs and you didn't play for that team. Another person who agrees with me, Chip? Pat Riley, who had this to say about that video that was released of Jimmy Butler talking all of this shit.
For him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
Yeah, shut your ass up. You heard the Godfather. Shut your ass up, Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of rings, bruh. A ton of rings. You got 0. Shut your ass up. We get it. That's why we love Jimmy Butler. That's why we love Anthony Edwards. We love those old school guys that don't give a damn about nobody, that don't want to really be friends with anybody, that's just pure competitor, fearless warrior. We love that. But again, Jimmy Butler, now you're talking crazy because your team could have used you and you weren't available for them. I get it. You were hurt. It happens. It's a part of the game. But when the Godfather speaks, you listen. You know what I'm saying? And he also went on to say in this press conference that he still wants to keep Jimmy Butler. He's not trading him. He still thinks that Jimmy Butler could be the focal point on a championship-led team. So he's still backing Jimmy. But he also knows that, hey, Jimmy, you got to slow your roll a bit because we just lost in the first round as an 8th seed. That means we needed the play-in just to make the playoffs. Like, that's not a team that comes back from going to the finals. So I don't really know where Miami goes. To be honest, I would think about getting rid of Jimmy Butler and completely breaking this all up because, yeah, they were a game away a year ago, but they traded key assets to that championship, or not championship, but that finals-led team. Gabe Vincent, you send him off to L.A. Max Strus, you send him off to Miami or to Cleveland. So you bought into Tyler Hero, who didn't play in that 2023 finals. And now you're going out saying that he's fragile, which is true. Tyler Hero, that's a guy that doesn't play much. So you're in a really tough situation if you're Pat Riley because you want to keep that core together. But again, that core that you are keeping has never really done much. Like Tyler Hero didn't play in 2023. He played in 2020, but that was as a rookie. And he's no longer on that rookie contract. You're paying him a lot. So do I believe in the Miami Heat getting the Jaime Jaquez like they did last year and a Jovic? Like they got good role players, but isn't enough to keep banking on the health of Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero. I don't know if it's worth it at this point. So again, Pat Riley's backing up Jimmy, but this might be the time where you make some moves and you let Eric Spoelstra and them know, hey, Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler, and Tyler Hero, if those are going to be our big 3, can we win a legitimate championship with those guys through an 82-game season? If healthy, yes, they're in contention, but that's a huge if. And I don't know if it's worth riding it out or seeing if they could be healthy together. So,
well, it was wild because Jimmy Butler was also the Miami F1 Grand Prix was this weekend, and Jimmy Butler was hanging out with Lando Norris of McLaren, who ended up winning the race. And Jimmy was like kind of fawning all over Lando and saying, this is who I aspire to be. He's young. He's attractive. He's, I was like, is Jimmy drunk right now? But yeah, it was, people were talking, they wrote stories about it because Jimmy was, a guest of Lando's, and then Lando ended up winning. It was a big time surprise because Lando beat Max Verstappen, who seems to win every race in F1, and it was Lando's first F1 Grand Prix win, and Jimmy Butler was right in the middle of all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that Pat Riley said that because he didn't have to answer that question.
Right.
He could have went like, oh, it's just Jimmy being Jimmy. Move on. He's a confident guy. But he actually questioned Jimmy Butler. Like, that's your star player. And you're basically saying, I wouldn't have done it. I don't think that was the right move. You have no right to say that if you didn't play, which if I'm Jimmy Butler, he could take that in the way of, what Kawhi Leonard did in San Antonio. Like, yo, I'm hurt. Like, this is what y'all love about me. Y'all love that I could be a little arrogant sometimes. You know, that's what drives that fire. And I hear what you're saying, Jack. That could be something that lights a fire under Jimmy Butler with Pat Riley saying this. Maybe Jimmy could use it in a positive way. But I don't know. This could go left. Like, it's just, that's why it makes me think, why wouldn't you break up the core? You know, like, what's stopping you? Because you're clearly not backing your players like you once did. And if that was your star player, like if that was a 25-year-old Jimmy Butler and he was this good, I don't think Pat Riley would have said that. But the fact that he's 35, I think Pat Riley knows that it's coming to an end for him being at his prime and him being at that high superstar volume type player that he is. And again, when you get to your mid-30s, that's when you start seeing more injuries. Like Giannis is about to hit 30. Giannis hasn't played in the last 2 playoffs. Like those miles, they start racking up. So that's why LeBron is an anomaly. Year 21, averaging 25. Freaking nuts. So, hey, just something to watch for. I love Jimmy Butler, Tom Ball brother, country brother from Texas. I know Rick Barnes screwed him over, and he uses that every day to light a fire under his ass because he wanted to come to Texas, and Barnes didn't even give him a call. But, yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch Miami this summer and see where they're at.
Yeah, he played for Buzz Williams at Marquette.
Yeah, after he went to Tyler Junior College, which that's the same conference that I came from, Paris Junior College. That's the same conference. You remember when I told you I realized quick that this conference was too good for your boy? Yeah, because there's guys like Jimmy Butler all around that conference. Just some make it and take the right path, and some don't.
So Jimmy was there when you were at Paris.
Was he really? 09, 010 or 10, I mean?
I'm trying to do the let me look here real quick.
He's a little bit older than me.
Well, you said he's 35, right?
I think so. Yeah.
He's 34.
Okay.
And he was at Tyler in 07, 08.
Okay. Yeah, so a little bit before I got there. Yeah, that's.
And then he was at Marquette 09, 10, and 11.
Yeah, that conference is nuts, man. I realized real early in the first few practices, like, I'm finessing the scholarship here. Like, talk about the saying that sometimes it's not who you know or what you know, it's who you know. Oh, man. That was all Pops being a Para Junior College legacy. They thought I was going to be something to that. No, not at all. It was like, like I'm not even.
They thought I was going to be something. No.
They thought I was like, oh, maybe this guy, he's a Collier. His pops is in the Hall of Fame here. He could be something to that. Nope. Sorry. I'm not. Zero athleticism. Now I got the muff that I got to chase around because I'm in college and I'm under my parents' house. Yeah, it wasn't good for me. But hey, I'm a better man now because of it. I've learned, Chip. Better man now because of those moments back at PJC.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
You know, that's why I feel for Bronny James. You know, that's one thing I can relate to because he's getting a lot of pub off that name. And is he ready for it? Does he deserve it? But his pops is such a huge figure. You see the LeBron James Jr. name, and it's just like
I forgot to ask you. Andy Enfield, who was the head coach at USC, coaching Bronny, is now the head coach at SMU. What do you think about that hire for SMU?
Oh, yeah, not bad.
Andy Enfield.
Yeah, not bad. They had Rick Barnes' boy there. They fired him. What was his name?
They fired Rob. They fired
Lanier. Rob Lanier. Now he's over at Rice. Yeah, Rob just keeps getting back on his feet. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad decision at all. SMU going to the ACC. We'll see what that's about. Basketball. It's going to be weird seeing Duke versus SMU. That's a odd thing, but that's what college sports is right now. There's going to be a lot of weird with everybody moving everywhere.
Well, Ike is listening in Vegas. He must be taking a break between casinos, or maybe he just woke up.
Yo, Ike, put 100 on black for me whenever you get a chance, bro. 100 on black.
Ike, appreciate you taking some time out of your Vegas doings to
pace yourself, bro.
Yeah, pace yourself.
Pace yourself. Like, it's what?
Pace yourself.
Yeah.
That was part of the Tom Brady roast. All of Belichick someone said, no wonder you're wanting to buy the Raiders. They've done something that you've always loved. They've gotten rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, yeah, can't recommend the Tom Brady roast enough on Netflix.
It was good, man. I wasn't like, when you're supposed to feel uncomfortable, because that stuff doesn't make me feel uncomfortable at all. Like, at all. I love me a good roast. But when I could feel that uncomfortable feeling, I know when it's good. I know it. Like, Kevin Hart set the tone early with his Jerry Buss jokes.
Yeah.
Jerry was whipping his Johnson out all over the forum. Like, that set the tone. And yeah, Brady got him good, saying that Chappelle was too much, so they had to settle for Kevin Hart. Like, they were going at it. They were going at it.
They were.
Yeah.
Let's bring in
Brady, man.
Let's bring in the fellas from SEC Unfiltered, Chris and Dimitri. What's up, fellas?
Right place to bring us in, because I could not disagree with you more about the Brady roast. It was the dumbest, most I'm not here to have fun bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God. Tom Brady seems like he's about as much fun to hang out with as a bag of wet cats. Jesus Christ.
I thought it was hilarious.
I admittedly haven't watched it yet. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. I've seen the clips. I've seen the clips on social media, but I did not watch it last night.
I got to, and I'm sure it's the clip you've seen, I got to him telling Jeffrey Ross what he could and couldn't joke about. And I was like, fuck this.
That was interesting. That was very interesting.
That was a weird.
He did not like the massage joke. He did not like the massage joke.
See, that's what I was asking Chip. Like, it felt real, but it was
it was real. It was real. Like, this was classic. Like, I'm not used to people to being the butt of jokes kind of behavior. Like, and I'm not talking about like, this is typical of Tom Brady. This is typical of anybody in Tom Brady's circumstance. We see it at every roast. There is always one dude that there is one thing that like has gone unspoken, that this is his trigger. And Tom Brady was the only one I've ever seen stand up and say, don't do that. Like, it's bananas. Lost me completely.
Well, I thought the rest, I thought that was funny, by the way, what Jeff Ross said. And I thought the rest, except for Ben Affleck. Yeah, Zay and I agreed. Ben Affleck was awful. And
I would just future idea for these roasts, because I assume Netflix is going to do somebody else like this next year. Maybe more comedians and less football players would make the roast a little bit more enjoyable.
Oh yeah, Randy Moss was horrible. Randy Moss was also horrible. Chip.
And that kills me. That kills me, because his country ass is what makes ESPN worth watching on football Sundays. I want him in the Monday Night Football booth, like, easily. But yeah, he was bad. Edelman was bad. Gronkowski continues to be unable to read. Like, it was just terrible.
Who was the chick on that? The lady? Who was she?
Oh, Nikki Glaser.
Her, probably the funniest clip I saw was when she was talking about Tom Brady losing $30 million in crypto, and she was like, even Gronk was like, Me know that not real money. I was like that I genuinely laughed at. So that
yeah.
She's
hey, how about Cole Thompson calling the Kentucky Derby winner on Friday?
I did not know he did that. Okay.
Mystic Dan.
Wow. I did not know he called it. He didn't even tell me. Why have I not seen him flex about that? I'd be all over social media talking about that.
I'm giving him his props. That was
you know what? That's not the Cole Thompson. That's not what I thought you were going to say about Cole Thompson, because Cole dropped a video today at 1 o'clock on our YouTube talking about Texas A&M as a dark horse to win the SEC. So I thought that was what you were going to be talking about, admittedly. So I'm glad to hear it's not that. But no, I did not
check that out, and that'll be a hot topic for tomorrow.
Dark horse to win. Yeah, that's again, it's Cole. It's Cole. So I'm on the side of, and we could go down a tangent with this, but I'm on the side of let's let Texas A&M overachieve once, right? Let's not set crazy expectations. You know what I mean? Like let's just.
Mike Elko doesn't deserve that. He doesn't deserve
yeah.
Well,
man,
fellas,
I saw Josh Pate today say something to the effect of like all the light bulbs are plugged in and the wiring is ready. They just need to flip the switch. It's like what in the last decade of Texas A&M football makes you think the house is not going up in flames the second the switch is flipped?
yeah. Well,
I don't know.
I thought it was funny that it looked like A&M was finally getting on the right track with Connor Wegman, and they cut Jimbo's knees out from underneath him. And after a blowout win over Mississippi State, the timing was
interesting time. Both coaches fired for different reasons. So
yeah. All right, fellas.
Timing. Chip,
it's all boys. Yours.
Yeah, appreciate y'all, man. Have a great one.
All right, take care.
Dimitri, what's up, man? Guys, appreciate you all tuning in. I'm Chris Phillips. He is Dimitri Ravanos. We are SEC Unfiltered, the SEC Unfiltered Hour, which you can catch here daily on Texas Sports Unfiltered, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central Time. And again, I'm joined by Dimitri Ravanos. Dimitri, how are you, my friend, after taking a reaming by Mississippi State Twitter?
Oh, I thought you were something that happened in baseball. I was like, fine. No, mostly okay. I mean, look, Mississippi State fans, look, they're the dogs, right? They got to bark. They're not going to bite for real. Like all of the flexing of, oh, let's save this video and come back at the end of the season. Like my response to a lot of them was, yeah, I mean, I look forward to talking to you at the end of the season. I think we're probably going to be moving the goalpost on what you think success is, but good Lord.
That was hilarious. I just and it was one of those things to where, admittedly, so I've had, Dimitri, it's a fun fact. I've had notifications cut off on Twitter for years because it obviously, our timeline stays very busy, which I'm happy about. But that was one of those that sort of got lost in the shuffle. And I think I saw like one notification and I was like, holy shit, like Dimitri's getting cooked right now. You were like, I muted the notifications. So good on you. Very smart.
Yeah, but my wife and kids and I went up to DC for a concert this weekend. So I at one point on Saturday, you had texted me to see if I was watching this. I told you, I just had to put it on mute, not because I couldn't take it, because I couldn't, I was driving up to DC. I couldn't stop every 5 minutes to respond to every single tweet that I got. But look for it, college football bubble bath on SEC Unfiltered. I basically asked the question that I bet a lot of Texas fans wondered as they would look across the sideline the last few years with Oklahoma is, what makes you think Jeff Lebby is ready to lead a program? What makes you think that he is mature enough to lead a program, in the sense that, and I brought this up. Lane Kiffin has talked about this. His first job as a head coach on the college level, he basically said, look, I made the mistake of ignoring the defense and paying way too much attention to the offensive game plan instead of accepting what it meant to be a head coach. I don't see why you wouldn't think Jeff Lebby would be right back in that boat himself.
And Dimitri, I don't know the full history, and I don't have the list of first-time head coaches making their debuts in the SEC. And it's funny, this isn't even where we plan to start, but it's kind of an interesting topic. I don't have that list in front of me, but I doubt there's a lot of success there. I mean, we're seeing it right now, actually, with Shane Beamer at South Carolina, where there was some early success, but there's just going to be growing pains. And so at a place like a South Carolina, Mississippi State, there's going to be growing pains, and it may get to a point to where maybe that guy is stubborn, or the adjustments made aren't what's needed for the program. And it can become very apparent that this coach is very much in over his head. I'm not saying that's going to happen with Levy, but it just very rarely, I think.
But you can't rule it out, right?
Yeah, you can't rule it out. You cannot rule it out.
I mean, ironically, I think the high end of first-time head coach in the SEC is probably Dan Mullen. If it's not Dan Mullen, then maybe it's James Franklin at Vanderbilt. But what is their high end? Neither of those guys, or I think maybe Mullen one time won 10 games. I think Franklin deserves a major tip of the hat because what he did going 9-3 1 year at Vanderbilt is damn near impossible. But the low end, there are so many examples, right? I mean, Jeremy Pruitt is the most recent, but he is far from the only one of a dude that just is not ready to make that leap from coordinator to coach. And I think this is one thing that you saw a lot, and I think got a little bit more highlighted because of the way Nick Saban ran a program. It is a totally different mindset of can you call plays versus can you be that CEO?
So anyways, Mississippi State was all over your mentions, which again, we'll see what
right.
happens. Like you said, we'll check back in on that late November and see where the Bulldogs are. Either way, though, let's get in everything. Guys, again, like I mentioned, appreciate you all tuning in. Check us out across social media, YouTube, podcast. You already know the drill, our website as well. We're really excited to be on the Texas Sports Unfiltered platform daily. We're going to start with a little Mizzou talk, Dimitri. List of topics. Luther Burden, of course, is one of the top returning playmakers in the SEC. And the question is this: what would it take when we talk Heisman contenders, right? And it's become such a quarterback-driven award. It's
for
just
sure.
You're the best quarterback on the best team. That's basically what this is. But if there is a guy that can emerge and be a surprise sort of, I don't even know if a surprise is the right word, but maybe flip that narrative, upset that narrative, and win the Heisman as not a quarterback. Luther Burden at wide receiver at Mizzou could potentially do that. But what would it take for Luther Burden to win the Heisman Trophy? We're going to get into some stats of some other guys that had, that had a shot to do it. But in your mind, just first reaction when you think of a guy like Luther Burden being in New York City, hoisting the trophy, what would it take? What would have to click, not just with him, but Missouri's football team to make it a reality?
I mean, the thing is that both what is working for him is what is working against him, right? He has to prove that he is the guy that everything runs through on an offense with plenty of other weapons. I think had he stayed in the SEC, had he not transferred to Ohio State, we are talking about Quinshon Judkins as the SEC player that's not a quarterback with the best shot, because it's so much easier for a running back to rack up stats and for everybody to associate that with the running back himself. Think about the last wide receiver to win the Heisman, which was actually the last non-quarterback to win the Heisman, was Devontae Smith at Alabama. He had to lead the country in receptions, in receiving touchdowns, and in receiving yards. He also had to be a punt returner, have at least one return for a touchdown, and he had to be part of an offense that had a lot of weapons. Jalen Waddle, Najee Harris. That was the year that Mac Jones, disguised what he really is for long enough to be a Heisman contender himself. And still, there was no question who the ultimate weapon on that team is. I think you can say a lot of the same things about Burden. It's just a matter of doing it now. And, can you do it in a season that does not have the cloud of COVID hanging over it to make everything so weird and unbalanced and hard to compare one for one anyway?
I think something, Dimitri, that could help him this year too is that I think Mizzou is going to be fine in the running game based off the guys they added from the portal, but you don't have Cody Schrader anymore. So I would imagine Kirby Moore and company are going to lean on that passing game more. He's got Theo Weiss Jr. to take some of the pressure off, and Brady Cook, obviously. I mean, I think should be prepared to have his best season and play his best football after a confidence-building 2023. But you mentioned Devontae Smith, and I think it's a fascinating comment, by the way. You mentioned who are the non-quarterbacks in the SEC that have the best shot to win the Heisman Trophy. Again, Luther Burden's got to be up there, but what Devontae Smith did in that 2020 season, 117 catches, 1,856 yards. Granted, this isn't a 10-game season.
Exactly. I was about to say
season. Yeah, so 117 catches, 1,856 yards, 23 receiving touchdowns. 23. Yep. He also ran 4 times for 6 yards and a touchdown, by the way, so give him credit for that. You mentioned in the punt return game, 11 returns for 237 yards, 21.5 yards per turn. He did have a touchdown there. That was a punt return touchdown, 4 kickoff returns for 52 yards as well. So like you mentioned, I mean, he did it in the return game as well, but like those numbers he put up at wide receiver, if Luther Burden puts anything like that up, we're talking about Mizzou. I mean, they're probably, 11-1? Maybe they're undefeated.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, honestly,
they're definitely 11-1, if not undefeated. Do they have they don't have Georgia on the schedule this year, right?
They do not.
Yeah, I mean,
Missouri's schedule's wildly favorable. Favorable.
I mean, what they have, we talked about this before. They have Bama, they have Oklahoma, and then after that, there are a lot of kind of toss-up games, right? Because we agree that Missouri's offense is really good. I think that defense is going to end up costing them some games, which in the long run could be what costs Burden a legitimate shot at the Heisman. Remember, all of those Bama guys that were not quarterbacks that won the Heisman all did it in years where they also won a national championship, right? Ingram in 09, Henry in 15, and then Devontae in 20. I don't know that Missouri has that in them necessarily, but if we think about the way the Heisman is adjudicated, voted on, I guess I don't know a single word for that. Maybe you get some sort of groundswell of this is the best SEC candidate, because I do think that like Jalen Milroe could have a great year. Carson Beck could have a great year. Hell, Quinn Ewers could have a great year. I think that the overall state of quarterbacking in college football is probably going to take a dip from what we've seen the last 2 seasons, just because we don't have that one obvious or 2 obvious, like, can't miss NFL guys. Like coming into last year, we knew Caleb Williams, Drake May, those are the class of quarterbacking in college football, right? I don't think we have that dude this year. And so there's nobody entering this campaign with overwhelming hype.
And you look at Missouri's 2024 schedule, and to your point, Dimitri, there's a recipe, I think, for competing for winning a Heisman Trophy, being in the conversation. I think your team getting off to a hot start, winning a lot of games, you performing well, getting that hype going. It's as much marketing as anything, right? There's a reason why, we're probably going to see Luther Burden for Heisman.com pop up sooner rather than later. But I mean, Mizzou is Murray State, Buffalo, Boston College, Vandy is the month of September for them for bye week. At Texas A&M, at UMass, which is a weird non-conference game. At UMass in Amherst, Massachusetts on Saturday, October the 12th. So,
I'm always shocked by the G5 and independent teams that convince P5 teams they have to come there. Like, I live in Raleigh. I think NC State went to Mobile to play South Alabama one year. I think it was the same year they went to Norfolk to play Old Dominion. And I always look at that and think, like, geez, have some respect for yourself.
I mean, why did Bama go to South Florida? I mean,
well, but they got a 2-for-1 deal. And, that's in an NFL stadium in a fertile recruiting ground. Who are you getting out of Amherst, Massachusetts?
Very good point. Then you've got Auburn at home, and then you go to Bama end of October. And Dimitri, I tell you, if they're 7-0, going to Bama, that could be, you need the hype to get going. You need a Heisman moment. You need a Heisman moment. At Bama could be a Heisman moment.
Yeah, and so look, that's what I was going to bring up. Like Devontae Smith certainly had a Heisman moment with that catch in the LSU game where he contorted his body in a way that we just did not know was possible for humans. And remember, LSU was the defending national champ. Those kinds of things help to create that Heisman moment that Luther Burden would have to have if he's going to be a serious contender for this award. I truly believe, like, I don't have to quantify this. I don't have to say best player except for or best player because blank. Like, I think Luther Burden is the best offensive player coming back in the SEC this year.
And then you look, and I agree with that, by the way, Dimitri. You look at the rest of their schedule. They've got a bye week after Bama. We mentioned there's no Georgia. There's no Tennessee. There's no Ole Miss. There's no LSU. So after the bye week, they've got Oklahoma, at South Carolina, at Mississippi State, and Arkansas. So
I mean, no Texas either.
No Texas.
Everybody in front of them, they avoid until a trip to Atlanta if they are able to do that.
Yeah. And this is why so many are talking about, and I know, again, questions with the defense. That's another thing, too, I was thinking, Dimitri, is like, if the defense takes a step back and Mizzou has to outscore people, maybe that helps Luther Burden, at least just to pad the stats. And, they're going to have to score points. I mean, they're going to have to go to somebody. Yeah, so
for sure. Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Let's talk about the non-conference schedule, because Boston College is going to be in the polar opposite position. They are going to have to win games 5-3 this year. And if Boston College, if Bill O'Brien can figure out a way to get Missouri to play their game and win that game, even if Missouri beats Alabama, even if Missouri wins every game they play in conference, is he eliminated by virtue of such a bad loss?
I think potentially. Yeah, I think so, actually. I do. Yeah. I think that type of loss puts you behind the 8 ball to a point you can't recover.
I think that's fair. I mean, I think people overlook what Boston College has been capable of being throughout its history, right? But that's not what they are right now. They're also not the dregs of the ACC like we thought they were going to be. They just kind of are there, and that's not great for an SEC team to lose to.
Yeah, you mentioned, Dimitri, I think it's fascinating. Non-quarterbacks, the best of the rest, if you will, the favorites to compete for the Heisman Trophy, win the Heisman Trophy, that aren't quarterbacks. Luther Burden, I would say, leads that pack. Are there a couple others? And I was just thinking about it. It's kind of hard to think about. I was thinking about, like, who is the top Heisman contender that's not a quarterback on each SEC team?
Ooh.
And I mean, that's a fun conversation maybe for another day, but like, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, who, because it really is more than just like being a good player. Like, you kind of need to have like some flash and pizzazz too. I think you need to have like something that makes you a national storyline, so even a guy like Carson Beck might win the Heisman, by the way, but he's kind of boring. I mean, he's just kind of a boring guy. Quinn Ewers might be kind of boring. Maybe if he had the mullet back, it might help his case. But I think of a guy, I don't know, that there's not like a bunch of dudes like over at Ole Miss. Like, is Trey Harris going to be a Heisman contender? Like, I mean, it's
interesting, right? Like, I look at some of these teams and all of those individuals are gone, right? Like, we are talking about when we talk about SEC offenses outside of the quarterbacks, because the quarterback is always a one dude position. We're talking about units, right? Like, Auburn's got a pretty good wide receiver room, but none of those guys individually stand out above everybody else in the conference. I guess maybe you would say, in terms of name recognition, I guess maybe you would say Isaiah Bond transferring from Alabama to Texas, but even still, look, I am biased because I spent 2 years wondering when the superstar we were told Isaiah Bond was going to emerge. Maybe what he needs is Quinn Ewers throwing him the ball to make that happen. But again, I go back to why the ceiling is so high for Burden to get to, or I should say the bar is so high for Burden to get to be a Heisman contender. How much can Burden or Bond or any receiver, how much can they put up in terms of yards and in terms of touchdowns that are not going to be credited to their quarterback?
That's a very good point. Yeah, that is a very good point. Burden is in a situation where, again, I think fairly or unfairly, I don't think Brady Cook is going to be looked at as a Heisman guy.
Look, that's why I think Burden has a chance, because as much as, look, there are too many Heisman voters, right? There are almost 1,000 Heisman voters across the country, and sometimes they make really dumb choices for the Heisman Trophy. But sometimes they prove to you they know what they're doing by recognizing that, okay, Mac Jones is, he's deserved to be recognized as one of the 5 best players in the country, but he's not that without Devontae Smith. The bulk of the support here is going to Smith. I think Brady Cook could be in that same boat where if Missouri has just had this amazing season and their passing game is just other level, I think there are enough voters that would recognize that Burden and Weeze have more to do with that than Brady Cook's natural ability.
Dimitri, last year, I know this one will hit home for you. I compared Brady Cook to Connor Shaw. Do you think that's fair?
Oh, that is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I guess
at least their performances last year. I know the body of work as a career is different, but last year when I watched him, I was like, this feels very Connor Shaw-esque.
Well, what's interesting is Shaw, and I think you saw this rear its head a bit more in the NFL because, he was just on a roster completely devoid of talent when he was the starter at Cleveland. Like, I think that I always thought Shaw was capable of making a difference for South Carolina, but rarely was he asked to. Right. And I think that's probably who Brady Cook is going to be the whole time he's at Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was on great teams for sure. I mean, we think of Jadeveon Clowney, Alshon Jeffrey, Marcus Lattimore. Same thing with Cook with the cast of characters he got around him. Going to be interesting to see what Luther Burden can do this year. Again, I think either way, whether he's in Heisman contention or not, he's going to be one of the best playmakers in the SEC. And again, I mean, what he did last year, it was at one point, I think we were at like 7 consecutive 100-yard games or 8 or something like that. He was absolutely incredible, and he's got Theo Weiss next to him. So they're going to be a lot of fun to watch offensively. Dimitri, let's keep it moving. And I had not seen this article, by the way, until you sent it over. So ESPN puts out a story, and of course, it's the quote-unquote offseason, although our good friend Josh Pate refuses to say that word. It is the college football offseason, at least right now. It's crazy, by the way, Dimitri. Upcoming, I was thinking about this today, and I actually heard the Athlon guys talking about we're not getting the preseason magazine this year until like early June because of the portal. Because of the craziness.
Stephen Godfrey, who used to write for them, now he hosts the Split Zone Duo podcast. I've heard him for years talk about that some of the stuff that was just like, okay, I can be gathering this stuff throughout the year, and then in the offseason, I can put this section together very quickly, is invalid for that reason now. Not just the portal, but look at how late, whether you're talking about Alabama and Michigan, 2 of the 4 best teams last year, or you're talking about Boston College near the very bottom. Look at how late teams are changing entire coaching staffs. Like, the calendar is just extended in a way we never used to see before.
Yeah, the calendar is a complete mess for sure. And so over the next couple weeks, we've got, again, like I mentioned, preseason magazine season. We're going to have SEC Media Days. This is all football related, obviously. We've got baseball stuff upcoming, but SEC Media Days, the video game is dropping, which is just as big a deal as anything. And then, of course, we'll get into fall camp. But so we're all talking college football, different things. ESPN puts out an article, Spring Overreactions from Each Way Too Early Top 25 College Football Team. Ironically enough, the picture they use in this article is of Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers. But your issue, Dimitri, with this article was what?
Well, Quinn Ewers is a part of it, and it's because they took 2 of the teams that we think are going to be among the 5 best in the SEC, Alabama and Texas, and their overreaction is there's a quarterback controversy. I don't know any Texas fan that thinks Arch Manning is going to usurp Ewers going into this season. I don't know any Alabama fan that thinks Ty Simpson is going to usurp Jalen Milroe going into this season. There are questions about both of those teams. There are legitimate questions about both of those teams. I don't think this felt very much like it's talking season, let's create a headline more than anything, because I do think Ewers' experience and Ewers' chemistry with his offense is what makes Texas one of the favorites to win the national championship this year. There is so much returning for that team, and to have the leader along the emotional leader along with all of the statistical achievers on that team is why I believe in them over Georgia in the SEC.
And to your point, Dimitri, and I'm not going to knock the guys too bad, because I get it. It is talking season, and
sure,
we all do things in content, right? Well, everybody knows about a tease, if you will, right? A good lead in to get people interested. Right. But for Texas, they say their overreaction, there's a quarterback controversy, and then this is the first paragraph. Arch Manning electrified a stadium, plenty of fans wearing his number 16 jersey during the spring game, throwing for 355 yards and 3 touchdowns, looking in command and locked in on deep passes all day, while Quinn Ewers threw a pick 6 on one of his 2 drives. But there's no controversy. So right there, within the first paragraph, they are contradicting themselves, saying that I guess what they're saying is like, this is an overreaction, and we don't even agree with it, but this is what people will come out of spring saying, which it kind of speaks to Dimitri, like, overreacting to a spring game is it's a bad idea. It's just it's a bad idea.
To me, the overreaction, like the overreaction for Bama fans that I think is worth talking about is all of the people that think, oh, well, we saw the spring game, huge problems on defense. They're not going to be able to stop anybody this year. When Kalen DeBoer outright said the point of defense is not to stop anybody in this game. It is, to make sure we have the X's and O's, the most basic elements of playing defense down. We're not going to put anything on film for our opponents right now. That's an overreaction. You were talking about 2 of the 4 playoff teams, right? Mm-hmm. I think that both Washington and Michigan would prefer to be in Alabama and Texas's quarterback situations. The other part of this, and I spent a lot of the early season last year saying this to Bama fans, and I think Texas fans need to be reminded of this sometimes. Not all of them. I know a lot of you guys are really smart and follow the team really well. Remember, Arch Manning was the 3rd string quarterback last year. When Quinn Ewers went down, they turned to Malik Murphy. And what I said to my friends that are Bama fans in the early part of the season when Jalen Milroe was kind of on shaky ground was that if Ty Simpson were better, Ty Simpson would be playing. If Arch Manning were a better option when Quinn Ewers went down, Malik Murphy would not have been playing. These coaches are not in the business of scoring, social media credit. They are not trying to play favorites. They are trying to win football games. There is no controversy, and it is insane we are even pretending like there is one for the sake of getting a few clicks.
Dimitri, that's always made me laugh because I know you've seen it on social media, and this happens with every team, but there are folks that really believe that these coaches play favorites and this.
Oh, sure.
And it happens a lot with the quarterback position. Obviously, it happens a lot with meddling programs who seem to struggle. And there's always the backup quarterback's the most popular guy on campus. But to your point, that I've called coaches idiots before. I'd call for their jobs but I refuse to believe that guys are playing favorites when, they knowingly have a guy on the bench that's better and they're like, I just actually like this other guy. Like, they're not losing games to play favorites. Nobody's doing that.
No, look, I truly believe it. I know Alabama struggled in that game, but I truly believe the reason that Jalen Milroe was benched for the South Florida game was Nick Saban's way of saying, do you see now? Why don't you just shut up and let me coach this team? Do you see now why he's the starting quarterback? It would be hard to convince me that is not the case, considering we never really got a good reason why Jalen Milroe could not have come into that game when everyone else was playing like absolute dog shit. You're right. These guys are good at what they do. In the case of Texas, they have a head coach that I think any quarterback in the country would want to play for, right? I think that you have to trust that not only when a guy like Sark has his starter coming back, does he feel good, but he's probably going to show you a little bit more of what that kid can do because he spent a year. Now, in this case, he spent 2 years building up his faith in Quinn Ewers.
Dimitri, let's do this if you don't mind. Let's go through each of the overreactions in this ESPN article for the SEC team specifically. You just tell me, simply put, do you think it's a fair gripe or maybe a legitimate concern or nothing to worry about? Okay, let's do that. So we'll start with Georgia. Their overreaction is Georgia's offense won't be nearly as good without star tight end Brock Bowers and receiver Ladd McConkey. Is that fair or unfair in your opinion as a spring overreaction?
Oh, I think that's a very fair thing to worry about. Remember that we thought Brock Bowers, we knew Brock Bowers was really good, right? But we thought he might have been otherworldly because of that rotation of 3 tight ends that Georgia had. And he showed last year, no, he's just a really special dude at tight end. McConkey, they've had the little white athletic wide receiver, one leaves and another one is ready to go. I don't think the passing game is in huge trouble, but I think a talent like Brock Bowers that's not just a plug in the next guy kind of guy to replace.
Georgia's version of Hunter Renfrow, I was going to say.
Yes, exactly.
Just pesky. He's what do they say? The white wide receivers. He's
the future New England Patriots Hall of Famer.
Well, the scouting report is he's a team player. He's a team player. He's smart. He plays hard. He's a dog.
That's right, Jim Rat. First one in, last one out.
I would say it's a legitimate concern, Dimitri, from the standpoint of I think the wide receiver room could actually be better, like top to bottom.
Interesting.
But because of Dominic Lovett, Thomas, Bell, like, they have dudes. And I think Oscar Delp at tight end is a legitimate NFL body. So, like, I'm not worried about the talent, but go back and watch that Auburn game if you have not done so. Like, it's one thing to have talent. It's another thing to have a guy like Brock Bowers making plays in those types of situations. He won them that Auburn game. Like, making those clutch catches down the stretch. And so it's like, it's one thing to be a really talented player and to be a guy out there, but are you a dude? Like, are you the dude that when things get tough, you're down 3 points in the fourth quarter, like there's that thing that separates certain guys, you know what I mean? And so, like, we don't know if somebody else on that roster has it. That's the big question I have.
Yeah, I mean, that Auburn game, there was a sequence in the third quarter where they were going to Bowers, I think 4
He was
passes
unguardable. He was unguardable.
Yeah. And I was going to say, one of them, they needed, it was a 3rd and 11, and it was almost like Bowers knew, I've just got to get 11.1 yards, and that's like exactly what he got to keep the trade rolling. But yeah, that reliability does not come along every day.
So, Dimitri, we just talked Texas overreaction. There's a quarterback controversy. You and I both agree there was not. Quinn Ewers is the guy. Great position to have Arch Manning as the backup. I would, by the way, Dimitri, side note, I'd say it's the best quarterback room in the country with those two guys. I mean,
I think it's hard to argue.
Yeah,
that's hard to argue. Maybe Ohio State is the only one that you can kind of put in the same conversation. I think that some people may argue USC. I would argue they have a lot of highly rated quarterbacks. I don't even think Lincoln Riley can tell you what exactly they have, though.
Yeah. So, moving on from Texas, Ole Miss. Okay, here's a fun one. The overreaction is there's no such thing as rat poison, quote unquote. And let me give some context, because this one can be kind of confusing. This is what they say. First of all, Lane Kiffin knows better. He's repeated the phrase often after hearing his former boss, Nick Saban, lament what rat poison could do to a football team that gets too full of itself after reading its press clippings. Not since the John Vaught years has Ole Miss received this kind of love going into a season. So basically they're talking about there's no such thing as rat poison. It doesn't matter. And you're a Nick Saban guy, Dimitri. You're a Bama guy. Fair or unfair to say that Lane Kiffin is maybe milking the rat poison thing and there's like no validity to it?
It's interesting. I think that Lane Kiffin very much is susceptible to the rat poison. So I think it's a very fair concern. I don't think he's susceptible to it in the way that he gets painted. I think that's old Lane. I think new Lane now, especially, Saban has been his ultimate stumbling block, even in years when Ole Miss was really, really good. I could see Lane getting tripped up by not feeling like there is anything left in front of him, not feeling like there's anything left that could stop him.
I think it's fair, too, to your point.
It also, look, man, losing Quinshon Judkins is going to change that offensive attack. I don't mean that they're going to throw out the playbook, but there are going to be things that your opponent is now better prepared for because they don't have to be allotting 1 or 2 guys just to shadow Judkins in the backfield.
Dimitri, let's go to Mizzou. They are next up, by the way. And just to give you guys the rankings, by the way, Georgia, number 1 in the way too early top 25. Texas, at number 4. Ole Miss at 6. So this is Mizzou at 7. Their overreaction is, and let me remind you all, by the way, Mizzou did not tackle in their spring game. The overreaction is the offensive line could hold back the offense. Fair or unfair, Dimitri?
This is tough because Mizzou has had a history of putting together really talented, really coordinated offensive lines. That being said, I don't know enough about what is still there. Obviously, they lost Javon Foster. That was an NFL level body. I know they worked the portal really hard. I got to be honest, Chris. I got to kind of plead ignorance on this one.
I will say they just need Caden Green from Oklahoma to be that dude that they think he's going to be. They also got Marcus Bryant from SMU. But to your point, they lost 3 guys. Foster, the leading one. He was all SEC at tackle. Xavier Delgado, Marcellus Johnson. I'm going to say this is a little bit of an overreact. It truly is an overreaction, though. I think it's a little bit unfair. Also, too, I'll say because they weren't even tackling in the spring. I don't think you can watch that and determine that the offensive line is going to be some major eyesore. Questions for sure, but I thought they did a really good job with the portal, and they've got 3 returning starters, plus Green, plus Bryant. I think the offensive line is going to be fine. Let's go to Bama at 9. Again, the overreaction, quarterback controversies brewing. You and I both agree. This was, Dimitri, this was actually one funny enough, though. When we broke down the Bama spring game, I asked my co-host at the time, do you think there's a quarterback controversy? Because you look at Jalen Milroe's stats, right? 3 for 9. He wasn't very good. He was missing the intermediate throw. I definitely, like, here's the thing with this one. Not only is Jalen Milroe the most talented of the group, and Ty Simpson looked good in the spring game.
Yeah, he looked great.
But DeBoer has stated many times, and I think one of the biggest challenges for a new head coach is winning the locker room, winning the buy-in. Obviously, it's a bunch of guys you didn't recruit. They're not necessarily your guys. And so I think going away from Jalen Milroe it could fracture that locker room. And so I think that's why you've seen him early on say, hey, Jalen Milroe's our leader. You know, he's basically referenced him as the heart and soul of the football team. And I think that's probably earned him a lot of goodwill and galvanized that locker. So I think for really those reasons, obviously Jalen Milroe is very talented, but I think that's a big reason why you go with him.
Yeah, 100% agree. I would also add, go watch what Jalen Milroe did best last year, and then go watch Washington and tell me this is not a match made in heaven. I mean, it is. It is. Like, Milroe, your criticism is fair. Like, if Milroe really thinks he's an NFL prospect after this year, he's got to get better at that intermediate passing game, because that's not going to fly at the next level to be that off on the timing. But whether it was Ryan Grubb or Kalen DeBoer, they like to throw deep. And if there is one thing that Jalen Milroe does better than anything else, it is the bomb. Like, they are built to work together.
Dimitri, let's keep it moving. Number 12 are the LSU Tigers, and the overreaction, this one's interesting. The overreaction is DBU is back. Now, let me also give you this context. LSU ranked 108th in pass defense last year, 108th in total defense. They revamped their secondary, obviously, and those guys were on the field in the spring game. Is it fair or unfair, though, to say after the spring game that DBU is back in Baton Rouge?
It's tough, right? Because they also brought in, they're running a whole new defensive playbook with Blake Baker this year. I think they have the talent. So in that aspect, I do think it is unfair to say it's an overreaction. But to your point, did you ever, as an SEC fan, think you would see an LSU team that could not stop anybody? I mean, I certainly didn't.
No, I mean, that was a historically bad deal. And I think the thing that could wreck their secondary, by the way, what's a secondary's best friend? A pass rush, a good defensive line. And LSU, we'll see if they add any more. I mean, they're running out of time to add other bodies. It could be a struggle up front, which is weird to say because I feel like LSU, I'm so used to them being so talented up front. But if that group struggles, it's going to make that secondary look a lot worse. So
it's tough, right? That defensive line has to do so much to make everything else click, because we saw last year Harold Perkins is otherworldly good, but not if he does not have someone creating holes for him. He is not designed to be that guy rushing off the edge. They need a defensive line to open up the strength of the rest of their defense, which honestly is everywhere else this year.
So, Dimitri, let's move to the next one. It's the Tennessee Volunteers at
I think you skipped Oklahoma at 14, right?
Oh, I did skip. Good call. You know why? There's a picture with their name. I think that threw me off a little bit. And it's a picture of Dylan Gabriel. So I was sitting here thinking about Oregon. Yes, at 14, the Oklahoma Sooners. The overreaction for Oklahoma is this: the Sooners' offensive line will be their undoing. Dimitri, fair or unfair?
Unfair, because I think there is so much that could be that team's undoing. certainly their offensive line is not what it was when Lincoln Riley was there. Like, for all of Lincoln Riley's flaws, he found really good offensive line prospects and let the offensive line coaches do their job. I don't love Oklahoma. I've told you that. I don't love Oklahoma this year. I don't think that I could right now look at that roster, though, and go, oh, definitely the O-line is the problem. They're also bringing in an inexperienced quarterback. So if sacks go up, who's to say that is absolutely on the offensive line?
Questions on the line of scrimmage, questions at quarterback. That is not typically a recipe for success in the SEC. And I'll tell you this, Oklahoma, and I know Texas fans don't want to hear about them, but Oklahoma is going to be fascinating because all offseason, I think folks are going to spend their time talking about how mid Oklahoma's going to be. I'll be curious, like, how they respond. Because I tell you this, Oklahoma beats Tennessee in week 3, or what is it, week 3, week 4, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Their first SEC game. Oklahoma beats Tennessee. That game's in Norman, too. All of a sudden, you know, because this is a great program historically. It's a program we expect to win. So I think the perception for a program like Oklahoma, it can literally flip overnight. If they were to win that game against Tennessee, we're like, oh, okay, this is actually Oklahoma football. Whoops, our bad. So
yeah, I mean, it's possible. Look, they go on. They do have a couple of tough
non-conference
road games.
They got tough non-conference too. They got
do.
I think Tulane is one of them. I think
Tulane and Houston are both.
Those are tough. Those are tough.
Those aren't easy, that's for sure. And look, they go to Ole Miss, they go to Missouri, but I think they get Tennessee at home, they get Texas at home, they get Alabama at home. I think they have a pretty advantageous breakdown of their conference schedule. I'm not changing my mind. I'm still not an Oklahoma believer, but I understand your point. Like, I do understand your point that if they knock off Tennessee in their first SEC game, we could be looking at this team very differently.
I think what Oklahoma especially, and Texas isn't quite there because they are one of the best teams in the country, but I think what some of our new SEC brethren have to get used to as well is, like, you can sit here for 15 minutes and talk about a team and say, man, that team's got this guy and that guy. They're going to be a really solid club. They're going to be one of the best 7-5 teams in the country. That is such a real conversation. And, like, I think Oklahoma fans, they're just not, like, you know, I'm sitting here talking about, going 8-4. And, like, for OU, it's like, I mean, we win double-digit games every year. But it's like, hey, you're going to be a really good 7-5 or 8-4 team. I don't think they're quite used to that convo. You know what I mean? So
yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. For sure. I mean, listen, welcome to not having Kansas on your schedule every year.
Indeed. Again, at 16. Okay, so the Tennessee Volunteers, the overreaction, Nico for Heisman. I think this is one that this is one we've been hearing since the Iowa Bowl game, honestly.
Yeah.
Fair, unfair, the overreaction being Nico for Heisman after the spring game.
I think for Heisman, I think it's fair that that's an overreaction. That Nico Iamaleava, man, I used to have it. Like, I used to know exactly how to pronounce it. I think the fact that, like, the idea that he could be a difference maker and he could end up as one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in this conference, I don't think that's unfair at all.
Let's move to Kentucky at number 23, Dimitri, because sticking with the Heisman Trophy conversation, the overreaction, fair, unfair in your mind, new quarterback Brock Vandagriff is a sleeper Heisman Trophy candidate.
I mean, again, I go back to there's a reason he didn't play at Georgia, right? That doesn't mean he can't play. Like, Zach Mettenberger didn't get on the field at Georgia, and he turned out to be pretty darn good for LSU. I also don't believe that any Kentucky quarterback is going to be put in a position to be a star and win a Heisman. It's different being J.J. McCarthy on a national championship Michigan team to get a Heisman invite than it is at Kentucky, where you're probably going to be a 3-loss team at best.
And I think too, Dimitri, you would have to do so much more at a school like Kentucky that is not a blue blood, admittedly. Like, I just, to get the credit, right? I mean, don't
think about the 2 guys that we have seen win Heismans as quarterbacks, not at blue blood programs in recent years. Robert Griffin III, Lamar Jackson, those guys had to have undeniably generationally special seasons in order to get that. I can't see that happening with Vandagriff.
The one thing I'll say about Brock Vandagriff, there's 2 things. Number one, talking to Kentucky folks, if you have not seen a lot of hype from Kentucky like this spring, or that is on purpose, because Devin Leary, I mean, they hype. I mean, and again, you're right there in Raleigh. You're very familiar with Devin Leary. They hype this guy up endlessly, and he was trash last year for most of the year. So I think they're keeping more of a low profile. Good thing for Vandagriff. And he's still got Barryon Brown and Dane Key on the outside. So I think he could have a big year. Heisman is too much, but a big year, I think he could.
Here's the other thing that, like, I guess you can't dismiss the idea of Heisman, because if he has a big year, he's going to be on some big stages. Kentucky's schedule, like, Georgia's on there, Ole Miss is on there, Tennessee is on there, Texas is on there. Like, this is, plus they play Louisville every single year, who, look, they weren't good, but they were in the conference championship game last year, and Kentucky beat them. Like, there are going to be opportunities to show off if he's having that kind of season, there will be opportunities that he's on ABC. He's on ESPN in primetime.
Dimitri, let's get to our final one here at number 25. We just mentioned, let's let Texas A&M overachieve. Well, they're not going to get the chance because they're 25th in the way too early top 25, whatever that means. The overreaction is, and fair, unfair, Dimitri, the Aggies lost too much in the portal to win in Mike Elko's first year.
I mean, my belief is that we really don't know what losing too much in the portal or killing it in the portal really equates to in college football quite yet. So but I also don't think it's an overreaction. Here's like the answer is I don't know, because on the one hand, I don't know what it means to lose too much in the portal. On the other hand, like they have to improve from last year. But on the other hand, you're losing all these guys in the portal, but like, what are you losing? Look at what they were when they were all together in College Station. It's not like you lost that much, really.
And that's what's, Dimitri, so tough for me for A&M. And just listing off some of the names, by the way. Evan Stewart went to Oregon. Walter Nolan went to Ole Miss. LT Overton went to Bama. Fidel Diggs went to Syracuse. They did pick up guys like Nick Scorton from Purdue. So, like, they reloaded in the portal for sure. But this is what I come back to, where it's like, and this isn't a fair way to judge or make predictions. And I will fully acknowledge that when I predict A&M this summer, that each team is different. This is a new era. I get it. But I'm like, why can't we just let A&M overachieve? Like,
yeah,
let's just, like, there's going to be so many people. Like, it is just the sexy thing to do to pick A&M to win 9 or 10 games. Undeservingly so. They have not won double-digit games since Johnny Manziel was at quarterback. Like,
yeah,
let's just give them a chance to, like, you know, because not all 8 and 4s are built equally, right? Like, if you're setting the bar at 9 or 10 wins, 8 and 4 is a massive disappointment versus, like, if we're saying, hey, year one of Mike Elko, just get to a bowl game, and then you go 8 and 4, like, you've overachieved. I don't know.
Yeah, and look, the other thing too to keep in mind, and you could say this is completely tied to Jimbo and not the program itself, but like, some of the guys there that we've seen in SEC competition really change games. Devon Achane, Anaya Smith, those guys went all the way through, right? They left A&M for the NFL, and they didn't make much of a difference one way or the other. Evan Stewart is the guy I think they are going to miss the most, but I don't look at that roster of guys they lost and think, oh, it's just going to be a different A&M team. Like, since the Manziel days, certainly since the Kevin Sumlin days, they just seem like a crapshoot every year. I believe whatever you tell me about it.
Dimitri, in closing, this has been an electric show, by the way. And guys, leave us your thoughts, your comments. We'll get to those throughout the show. Let's get to our final topic of the day. CBS Sports, our good friend actually, Brad Crawford of 24/7 wrote this article talking the top jobs, the best coaching jobs in 2024 and beyond in college football. And, of course, the SEC well represented. By the way, before we get to that, Dimitri, I do want to tell you, I talked with Brad actually this morning, saw his piece, shot him a text, and I said, hey, great read, man. You know what would be funny is if you did top 10 worst Power 5 jobs. LOL. Little Birdie told me, a.k.a. Brad, that article is coming next week.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys might. And here's a spoiler. There may or may not be an SEC job in that top 10 list. I think you can guess which one it is.
Can I ask you, is there any crossover with this list? Because there are a couple on this list that I could see you making the argument both ways for.
Now, that would be interesting. He didn't mention that, but okay. And there were a couple, by the way, if you read this article, and again, it's a fantastic piece from Brad Crawford, a really fun, like, off-season piece, of course. The best coaching jobs, there were a couple just outside the top 10. I thought it was interesting, by the way, Dimitri. Tennessee was on there. Auburn was on there. You think Auburn's a top 10 job? Like, that's one of those, to your point, it is a top 10 best and worst, because I have heard, like, Auburn is a school, you can go there and do it all. You can win a national title. Like, they're going to give you the resources. I have heard nightmare stories about Auburn, though. Like, red tape is a thing in the coaching world where red tape is like, hey, there's certain things you can't. I mean, I've heard stories about a coach was going to go there, but it's like he was told, you got to keep this coordinator and that. They're telling the head coach what he can do before he even gets there. So, like, that's one of those I think you could put in the top 10 of both. Like, it's a great potential, but it can be a nightmare.
A former Auburn coach one time told me that you want the job because nothing makes you richer than getting fired by Auburn. Like, they just do not know how to write a contract to their advantage by any stretch. No, here's the thing, right? Like, they very similar to your Gamecocks with Clemson. Like, they feel very inferior to the other school in the state, and now they feel very inferior not only to their top rival but their secondary rival as well, right? So they are always going to overspend. They are always going to listen to what the head coach wants. But, any school, all right, this is a truth about me. Any school whose slogan either involves the words family or all in, I'm wary of for exactly what you just talked about. There's going to be a lot of, oh, well, you can't fire the offensive line coach. His daddy was Pat Dye's offensive line coach. Like, that's not how you build a successful program. But the money is there, right? And that's going to be such a big part of this going forward, is who will fork out the cash.
Just missing the top 10 as well, Dimitri. I knew there was one SEC team I missed. Florida, just outside the top 10. That feels like another one that's kind of best. It could be best and worst because of the pressures. I think they're also they're just starting to catch up facility wise, which is hard to believe. But
I mean, look, in Spurrier's day, he was very open about not needing to play the facilities game because they're in Florida. Well, everyone else in Florida started playing the facilities game, and now they're behind the 8 ball. That program to me is the one that has done the biggest 180 in the last 12, 13 years, because remember, when they hired Will Muschamp, there were a lot of people that were talking about he is giving up the best job in America for the second best job in America. And whether it was facilities, whether it was the fact that, just like the waters off the coast of Florida, like the state in terms of high school talent was overfished, like the state itself, the state flagship university couldn't keep up. There are a lot of reasons it's done a bit of a 180.
So, Dimitri, looking at the actual top 10 list, again, there's 6 of the top 10. 4 of the top 5 in Brad Crawford's top 10 are from the SEC. Georgia at 1, Texas at 2, Ohio State at 3, LSU 4, Bama 5, Oregon 6, Oklahoma 7, Florida State 8, Michigan 9, and Texas A&M. Again, Texas A&M getting incredible amounts of love at number 10. Your thoughts on the 6 that made Brad Crawford's top 10?
I think that LSU should be number 1 with a bullet. I think that the amount of NFL caliber talent in the state of Louisiana, all of whom in their lifetime have seen LSU become this monster, is a big difference maker.
They all grow up wanting to go to LSU.
Exactly. And look, I mean, that's a testament to Nick Saban. That was not the case when I was in college. My freshman year, we played LSU. LSU was trying to win just to get bowl eligible in that game. And that used to be the standard for LSU. It is not anymore. I think that when you have these entities like LSU, like Georgia, you could put Tennessee on this list, where they are heavy with blue chip caliber talent, and the majority of the state all roots for one team. That's a really great job to have. LSU boosters have shown they don't always have patience, right? Like the last, 2 coaches have both won national championships and both been fired. But the last 3 coaches there have won national championships. You can't say that about Georgia. You can't say that about Texas. You can't say that about Alabama. So LSU would be my number 1, but I do think all 4 schools that made the top 5 belong on this list for sure. I actually don't love Oklahoma for the future in the SEC. I think LSU being in the conference makes it a little more difficult, and I just don't like A&M at all as a job. Like, they wouldn't even be on my radar. I would put Auburn above them.
A&M literally makes this top 10 because of money. And I thought our good friend Ty Richardson, he just did a convo with our other good friend Mike Bratton of that SEC podcast. But we like everybody. Yeah, we're friends with everybody. We look forward to the day when SEC Unfiltered gets in a Drake, Kendrick Lamar-esque type of beef here. No, it's all good and fun. But Ty Richardson, he hates Texas A&M. He's an Arkansas guy. It's hilarious. Yeah. But he literally said, like, A&M is just – they're another example of you cannot throw money at a problem and fix it. And, I mean, yeah, they have endless amount of resources and money, but, like, what has it gotten you? So, I mean, I just I don't know, man. I don't know that, to your point, I don't think putting them, I mean, I don't know that putting them in the top 10, I don't think I'd have them in the top 10. I would put Tennessee above Texas A&M in the top 10. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'd put Florida above Texas A&M in the top 10. I'll tell you one outside of the SEC that I think is really interesting on here because of the way it's worded in 2024 and beyond. Phil Knight is not a young man. What is the Oregon job without Phil Knight throwing money at national championships?
That is a very good point. And what's the ceiling for Oregon is my question. I wonder what that ceiling is.
Look, I remember being 12 years old was the first time that I remember them making the Rose Bowl. And that was just so like outside of the realm of what you expected, right? Like that was back when, you could basically count on USC and Michigan or USC and Ohio State in the Rose Bowl every year. And that was before Phil Knight got serious about, I think this program can win a college football national championship. I don't see why you wouldn't think it's possible for them to fall back into that.
Do you think going to the Big Ten helps or hurts them going forward?
Well, it helps in the new landscape of college football because you've got to be with one of the two conferences getting the major payout. I think they are the best team in the Big Ten this year. I think that, well, I mean, like you could make the argument for them or Ohio State to me as being the best team in the Big Ten this year, and I would listen. And I think that starts them out on the right foot. Like, I think that's really important that they are not going in at a time when USC has their shit together. It is at least stepped in front of them. Right now, there's no reason Oregon cannot sustain. They've got the best coach. They've got, all of the best talent coming from the West Coast. They've got an exciting program kids still want to be a part of. I think there are a lot of advantages there. I just got to see, what the reality is in a week in, week out Big Ten schedule. But that being said, let's not pretend like Northwestern isn't going to be on that schedule every year, right?
Yeah, but teaser. Speaking of the worst Power 5 jobs, just hint. Yeah. Finally, you look at Georgia and Texas at the top. Do you have any issues with Georgia being ahead of Texas when it comes to the best coaching jobs 2024 and beyond?
No, and I think I think Texas fans will agree with me when I say this. Georgia fans are still in their grateful period right now, right? The boosters still just want to let Kirby have whatever he wants and let him do it the way he wants to do it right now. Listen, this is coming from an Alabama fan, Texas fans. I speak your same language. I live your same pain. At some point, good is not going to be good enough, and then we can have the conversation. But right now, I think you want Georgia over Texas without a second thought.
Dimitri, an electric show today. Any closing remarks from you in regards to anything we talked? I feel like we discussed a ton today. But great off-season content day.
For sure.
Great off-season content day.
I guess the one thing I do want to say is, like, I'll circle back to where we began. My questions about Luther Burden being able to win a Heisman are not me trying to downplay it. I think the most exciting seasons are when a wide receiver wins the Heisman. I want to see Luther Burden succeed. I just think it's very tough to do.
I'm excited to watch the competition between Isaiah Bond and Luther Burden for who is the SEC's top receiver. I think it's probably going to be those two guys. I'm pumped to watch it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I got to say, if Isaiah Bond goes to Texas and he never drops a pass, I'm going to be so pissed off.
Guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Like I mentioned, the SEC Unfiltered Hour. We are live right here, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, each and every single day, 3 to 4 Central, of course, Monday through Friday. And again, we appreciate the folks over at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you check them out, subscribe, all that good stuff, and do the same with our content as well. For Dimitri Avanis, I'm Chris Phillips. We appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Go ahead.
I do just want to make sure every time I am on, we acknowledge my favorite city in Texas and say 2 to 3 Mountain for the good people of El Paso.
2 to 3 Mountain for the good people of El Paso. Y'all take care.